Off 2 minutes ago. Boards 3 and 4 here. We see in the picture ahead of us, it's Parham Maghsoodloo of Iran on board 3 against Peter Svidler. And we see an all-Indian matchup on board 4.
Yeah.
Vaishali against Humpy. It's a battle of generations.
Absolutely. This one is going to be very exciting because Vaishali is quickly rising up while Humpy is the legend of Indian chess there. And we can go next to the second board because that one is the very, very exciting clash that we have between, again, two Indians, Vidit Gujrati from the upgrade Mumba Masters and Arjun Erigaisi.
Wow, and this is already fire on the board. If you look on the left side of your screens there, we actually see that White's last move was given a question mark. It might be questionable, Saga, but it really puts Black under early pressure. I think we should ignore that. It's not a mistake. It's just a real kind of gambit.
It's an Arjun move, you know. He's going all out to beat Vidit. They both were part of the same team that won the gold at the Olympiad, and so they know each other so well. And Arjun is like, I'll go for slightly inferior opening, but I'll put Vidit out of his preparation.
Ooh, how do you feel the psychology is there when you know someone so well, you know what they prefer, you know their strengths, their weaknesses? Is Arjun playing against Vidit here? Is it mind games?
Yeah, also I think Vidit has had a lot of good results against Arjun in the last few encounters. So I believe that Arjun really wants to shake things up. He doesn't want to go into that territory where Vidit gets his solid positions. And so he's trying to play something totally offbeat, and I think he's managed to do that. If you look at the time on the clock, Vidit is down to 16 minutes.
Wow, already deep in the tank thinking for a while here. But let's zoom out of this game. We will dive a bit deeper later. Boards 5 and 6 here are about to begin. It's another ladies board and the youngsters, the prodigies.
Yes, we have Nurgul Salimova with the white pieces against Harika. Harika is a grandmaster while Salimova is an IM. And on the prodigy board, we have Volodar Murzin and Raunak Sadhwani. Murzin has scored very heavily against Raunak. He has an 8-3 score against him.
Wow, that is quite one-sided. And these two, both very young, of course. It's early days in their career. But, okay, a long think just on move 2 by the youngster from Russia there, Volodar Murzin. It's a French defense. And, okay, fighting for the center. But, again, maybe this is a strategy by most of the Ganges Grandmasters. They're playing slowly, just building up. No central tension apart from that Arjun against Vidit board.
I think they are all going for slightly offbeat openings. This one that is on the board, known as the King's Indian Attack, one of the favorite openings of the great Bobby Fischer.
Yeah, lots of history behind White's setup here. This is just the beginning of the game, but often you know the plans for a long, long time up until move 20, 30, but not this move, Saga.
Yeah, generally you put your knight out here and then you push your pawn, get the bishop out and castle. But Murzin has already kind of surprised his opponent by pushing his f-pawn.
Wow, this is early aggression. He's kind of mixing what looks like innocuous, innocent play with a hint that he might attack a bit later on with White. So early days, of course, on this board as we get going. This is offbeat stuff, as you say. Clear team strategy here from the Grandmasters as they enter the late stages of the opening. Both kings now are about to castle over to safety. There we go, hiding out in the corners, and we now reach the middle game phase.
This is going to be very exciting, a completely fresh position. But now moving on to our other male boards on the Super Grandmasters there. Parham Maghsoodloo and Peter Svidler here taking on each other. Let's go to what is happening there. I think a very symmetrical opening has been played. But the last move, David, you need to explain to us, putting the knight on the side of the board. Why did Peter do that?
Yeah, knights on the side, I do not abide. Knights on the rim are dim. They're grim. All of the rhymes. We teach beginners that you never want to put your knights on the edge because they only have one direction to go in afterwards. They lose half of their scope. They're often on poor circuits, but I think there was simply no other square, and he's going to hope to hop that pony, that knight, into the center a bit later. Maybe after a trade of pawns in the center, that knight will breathe a new life. But early days here. Peter Svidler, what more can we say about him? He was commentator here last year. Master Svidler, you called him, Saga. So experienced. Parham yesterday didn't have the best day either. So Maybe Svidler, this is his chance to strike.
Right, but Parham, if we remember, he was putting a lot of pressure on Rapport throughout the game and then blundered and lost. Maybe this is where Parham hopes to actually score his first point in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a solid start from White here, not going all out, guns blazing. He's just aiming with that symmetry that you mentioned to keep things tight, hope for chances a bit later. He's the faster of the two, I would say, Parham Maghsoodloo. So we will see if the tension that he's trying to create pays off later.
And already we see on the screen 16 minutes for Peter Svidler, 18 minutes for Parham. We must remind our viewers that there's no increment here. It's 20 minutes and finish. So, guys, we are going to see some time scrambles that are going to happen. And we should, the players should be very careful.
Definitely. The clocks are ticking and fast. Here we see the icons again. One of the first games to start. And let's delve into this one as we see five-time world champion Vishy Anand. Deep in thought. Still all 32 pieces on this board. That seems to be the theme for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It was the same yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura. A long, long period of calm before the storm. Often things tend to explode when he plays, but very cagey start. As I've got to say, this Sicilian defense, you predicted it correctly, turned out to be what looks like a Roy Lopez, a Spanish opening. It's all about maneuvering slowly.
And Vishy Anand is one of the biggest experts at the Roy Lopez. In fact, he's been playing this for over 3 decades now. One of the biggest experts. He knows when exactly to play on the queen side like he did right now, when exactly to jump with his knight. I think Maxime has to tread very carefully here, David. Would you agree?
I fully agree. Maxime as well is a big expert in the Roy Lopez, the Spanish opening, but from the white side. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is playing with black in a position he's actually more comfortable on the other side of the board. I think psychologically, that is tough.
Yeah, and also Vishy, I think, did very well against Maxime last year at the Global Chess League. And perhaps this is the game where he might strike David, 54 years old, and still right at the top. This is completely insane.
That is crazy and really inspiring that he's doing it for the older generation. He's showing age is no barrier. It's all about experience, wisdom, understanding where the pieces go, what pawn structure to go for. We'll see these maneuvers continue. We have seen one trade of pawns so far. It's still very, very tense, but Anand definitely in his comfort zone right now.
Right, so Vishy Anand looking good here, and right now if we look at an overview of this match, it looks quite even with all games right out of the opening. Maybe we can have a look at the all-Indian clash that is happening between Vaishali and Humpy on board number 4, because that one is a very, very interesting one. Both of them grandmasters. India has had 3 female players who have been full-fledged GMs. It's Vaishali, it's Humpy, and it's Harika, and all 3 of them playing right now on the stage.
Yeah, it's really nice to see lots of clashes of generations actually in this match between the Mumba Masters and the Ganges Grandmasters. And okay, we see the first exchange in this game, but a big differential on the clock. 19 minutes for White, it looks like, against just 12 for Humpy.
Wow.
She needs to pick up the pace.
7 minutes difference right out of the opening. We've just had like 11 moves played. I'm very surprised that Humpy's thought so much. And also, it's not like a completely unusual position, David.
Exactly. It's very standard stuff. No big decisions, no kind of really critical moments have appeared so far where she has to calculate into the future. It's just choosing your choice of square. The pieces continue to gravitate towards the center, as is normal in the middle game. And you've got to say, Saga, judging from what we saw yesterday, time is essential in this format. It's all about the clock.
You could just be winning on the board, but you would not have sufficient time as there's no increment. So the players have to be very mindful. Now it's time for Vaishali to think a bit. And I think Humpy has a very decent position out of the opening. Even though she's low on clock, she should be able to pick up pace here. Yeah, she's done nothing wrong, but it is about speed. You need to pick up that pace. And maybe let's zoom out of this one temporarily. This one is still very, very early days. As you see above this, the board here, 50% win probability each. I think that's fair. I think it is a totally level position. Absolutely. And going to the next one between Nurgul Salimova and Harika Salimova is one of the rising talents of Bulgarian chess. She is an IM, but she also represented her country at the candidates. And Harika, of course, the gold medalist at the Olympiad, taking top board for Team India. This is a very exciting clash.
Very exciting. I've played Harika many times, and she's just so hard to defeat. She's super solid. She's like a rock, and she loves to counterattack if given the opportunity. Salimova prefers more attacking play herself, so she will be trying to go direct, go for the Black King in this game. But so far, quite blocked. I'm going to say opening advantage, at least psychologically, has gone to Harika.
Wow. Okay, and we have right now the board position, which is quite resembling the Queen's Gambit declined, but Harika has moved her bishop out there. You can see she's just brought her bishop out, pinning the knight. And David, is this very normal?
I would say it's very normal. This has come from a Queen's Gambit. A Queen's Gambit declined. Everyone might know the Netflix show, but you don't always have to accept a pawn that is offered to you. So an early decline of the Gambit. We see a structure that's very locked. It's all about White trying to play on the queen side, on the left side of your board. Black often tries to play on the right side. And yeah, the more pieces that get exchanged, I think the happier Black is. So again, Harika, we can tell there, she's looking pretty chilled. She's looking like she knows what's going on as, yeah, early stages in this game though.
Right, so this one also time-wise, we can see that Salimova has 2.5 minutes edge, and she makes a move which is very tricky actually. If Black were to capture this knight here, it would break White's structure in front of the king, David.
It would, but Saga, there might be a trick. She might not recapture. The White Queen can jump up the board here and capture a pawn.
Oh, that's an intermezzo in chess language.
Yeah, an intermezzo, sometimes called a Zwischenzug in German, an in-between move, that your opponent's expecting something, you switch it up, play something else, and the Black Rook in the corner would be doomed. So this has been blocked. The Black Queen instead jumping out to challenge the White Queen. And let's go to board 6, where it is the youngsters. Raunak Sadhwani, bad start for him yesterday, we've got to say. He was checkmated in his game. But here he's looking pretty chilled in this game you mentioned. Started as a King's Indian attack.
Yes, and right now Black is taken up almost half of the space on the board. Look at these black pawns just capturing the entire board. It looks like Raunak is very, very cool and calm. The time is also around even 15 minutes for Murzin, 14 minutes for Raunak. What do you make of this space that Black has gained?
I love it. We see some pretty patterns here. White has also achieved Connect 4. White's pawns on the king side all lined up on the diagonal. So White very much banking on kind of cutting the board in half, focusing all of the energy on the right flank. Black, meanwhile, has dominated, as you mentioned, the left side of the board. We see the win probability, Saga, 64% for Black, seems slightly high, but I think objectively Black is doing well. He's got no weaknesses in the position.
Yeah, generally such positions, the computers prefer a lot for Black, but generally when the attack starts to come against your king, then it's no longer very objective. It's you start feeling the nerves.
That's right, and this one will be a nervy battle. I've mentioned it on other boards, Saga, but clear strategy from the sides, from the players with White. Just all pieces still remaining, just maximum tension. Very few exchanges as here Raunak Sadhwani does push a pawn in the center. Not the best move necessarily, given a small question mark, but Black maintains the advantage. And White hops forward with his knight.
Yes, the knight gets a good square, and perhaps now Raunak has to think whether he wants to jump in with his knight as well here. Looking very complicated.
Yeah, very complicated, and this is one we'll check back in on later when the action really begins. This is definitely early days in this cagey maneuvering middle game.
Right, and now it's time for us to check up what's happening on our icon board. Have there been any trades? Well, turns out only one pair of pawns exchanged.
Exactly, it's almost the same situation as some of the other boards, where Vishy, we mentioned this opening suited him. He would have been happy with how it turned out. Maxime may be less comfortable. That is actually reflected on the clock. 13 minutes against 10 right now. Maxime even yawning there on camera. It's not because he's bored. It's a long tournament, long days for everyone. But yeah, here it feels like Vishy's coming up with a plan. He's looking into the future, trying to figure out where his pieces belong, which side of the board to focus on. And we see the win probability 50-50. I think that's fair.
Yes, 13 minutes for Anand. And David, I must tell you, the players must be having so much stress, because it's like 10 minutes now and the game will be decided, and now in order to play you have to come back tomorrow. So it's like just 40 minutes all punched into this little time that they have.
Exactly. Imagine 23 hours of the day. They're just stressed, preparing, tense. Then they have this 40-minute showdown and all of the emotions that are attached to it. And this game definitely feels like that one that might be decided on the clock a bit later. The players will begin to make mistakes. There haven't been any yet, but they might do as the clock ticks down.
Right, and Vishy's move, Rook moving up the board very calmly. He could then bring his other Rook behind here. He could think about pushing his pawn. He's just keeping all his options open.
Yeah, really classy move. And that's the type of move that's annoying for the opponent. It's mysterious, it's flexible. They have to look at all of your options on the next turn. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I'm not used to seeing this. He's normally a speed demon.
Yes.
He's super quick, super confident. Not in this game, however.
He has 9 minutes 38 seconds, while Vishy has 12 minutes 26 seconds. Anand is keeping that 3-minute lead on the clock.
Yeah, that's important. He's showing experience, Anand. When he first broke onto the scene, he was renowned for his speed, and yeah, age has not slowed him down even one bit. So let's zoom out of this game and go to board 3, where we talked about Parham Maghsoodloo against Peter Svidler earlier. That was very symmetrical, but Peter Svidler, at least body language, looks a bit stressed right now.
Yeah, also the time on the clock says that he's down to 10 minutes on the clock, while Parham has 13. And again, as you pointed out, David, all the pieces still on the board. This is actually a very, very big theme in this match. Intense games.
Intense games, and yeah, this is crazy. This is a weird type of position where it's all about the knights and bishops, what we call the minor pieces. So far, the queens, the rooks, they're not playing a part, but look at the tension here. The black knight, one of them is staring at a white knight right now, another white knight entrenched in the center. Look at all of the bishops as well. A mirror image, all fianchettoed. Fianchetto means they're on the longest possible diagonal, and this crisscross, Saga, it's going to be mind-boggling for both the players.
Yeah, with all the tension here in the center, the bishops behind, I think it's going to blast open the position at some point. But when does that happen is what Parham is thinking, and he does it straight away. He takes, Peter takes back, and David, do we go in and trade another pair of knights, or we just retreat?
Oh, it's a big call here for Parham. I think it depends on his mood. If he's feeling aggressive, he'll try and keep the pieces on. White's bishops look slightly more active than the black pieces right now. Same for the white knights. But if he wants a bit more solidity, safety, if he's a bit nervous, we might see more trades, and that would lead to a very balanced position. This one, yeah, huge decisions ahead for Parham Maghsoodloo.
Yeah, the time is also now coming to equality there. Parham has 11 minutes 40 seconds. Peter has 10 minutes on the clock. And also, if you look at the scorecard on our screen, we see that both the teams lost their first match yesterday, but made the same number of game points, which is 6 points apiece.
That's right, and they will be aiming to strike today, one of the teams. It's not going to be easy for them. There's no easy opponents this whole event. World-class opposition every time. And yeah, this is all important for the confidence, for the flow, momentum. That's so key for all of the players.
And he's kept the knight on the board. He's brought it back.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It shows those ambitious intentions. The more pieces on the board, the more chances you have to create some action later, more ammunition remaining. So, okay, we've seen an insight into what Parham Maghsoodloo wants right now. Maybe we zoom out of this game for a while.
Yeah, let's go to Vaishali versus Humpy on board number 4. The All-Indian clash there. Clash of generations. Also, you can see that Humpy's time, which was very different, you know, she was down to 10 minutes and Vaishali had 19 minutes or so, now is coming closer and closer. Vaishali down to 12 minutes while Humpy has 8.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see Parham Maghsoodloo just kind of look over his shoulder a minute ago, checking out the action here. Remember, this is a team match, so often you do have to keep yourself updated with how your teammates are doing. But this one, Saga, I must admit, I love how Vaishali's been handling it. We talk about space, territory in chess. It's a war game, and essentially her pawns, her pieces control most of the board right now. And the 4 minutes extra on the clock, a big bonus. She still needs to break it open, though. It's very blocked up.
Right, and I think Humpy's plan is clear. She wants to push this pawn ahead to open up some lines for her pieces. Meanwhile, Vaishali is thinking how to meet it.
Yeah, that's always key. When the center is locked, when the pawns are still kind of blocked and not able to make any progress for either side, you have to look at ways to open up lines, and that often is pawn breaks on the flanks. You're right, pointing out that pawn move. I think it's imminent. It's almost guaranteed. So Vaishali now, she's investing 2 or 3 minutes. She'll come up with a plan for the long-term future, and then she'll speed up.
Would you say, David, that this match is actually going well for the Ganges Grandmasters right now? Because if we see Parham is putting slight pressure on Swidler, Vaishali is putting slight pressure on Humpy. Looks good.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think all of the teams were watching what happened yesterday. And yesterday we saw lots of nerves. We saw lots of aggression from players. But here, a totally different approach where it's very incremental. It's just step by step. Don't blunder. That's the key. Don't make too many big mistakes. And you're waiting for your chances a bit later when the clocks tick down.
Right, let's go back to the icon board, David. We see that there is some action here. Vishy pushed his pawn forward, which is actually a little bit of a committal decision as we get the board on the screen. Right now, you can see both the players tremendously focused, but the time difference is now massive. 10 minutes for Vishy, 6 minutes for MVL.
Yeah, it's really rare, as we mentioned earlier, to see MVL, the Frenchman here, just low on the clock. Look how stressed he is on the camera as well. He's normally Mr. Cool, Mr. Calm, but right now he's feeling the heat. It must be scary facing a legend of the game like Anand in a position you know Anand has been playing for 30 years.
Exactly, David, and Anand is doing it like step by step. He first doubled his rooks here, then he pushed his pawns. Now he's ganging up on this pawn here. What do you think? Is White slowly making massive progress, or what is it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say massive, but at least some progress. It's the type of position I like to say is a massage. You just slowly up the tension, up the pressure on the opponent, and they might crack later as, whoa, Black jumps in behind enemy lines.
But as he jumps in, David, a big question is, has he just given up a pawn and Vishy chops it off?
Wow,
he
look at that.
takes it.
Vishy takes the pawn instantly. He didn't even pause to think.
Exactly.
That is experience. White has an extra pawn now. Can he make the most of it? I think this is big advantage for White.
Yeah, White is doing very well, and MVL wants to bring his other rook to sort of bear down on this pawn 3 times, maybe even the 4th time, and recover it when he would be fine. But David, Vishy has a couple of moves before that happens.
Yeah, Vishy has time both on board and clock. He knows the opponent's plan. Black has only one objective in mind. That is to gang up against White's corner pawn there on the left side. And yeah, he needs to defend it. White's knights don't look too impressive. I wouldn't be surprised if he room maneuvers, but wow, he switches attention to the other side. Full board vision.
What a move there. We were all thinking about this pawn, and Vishy says, well, I might lose that pawn, but meanwhile, can I launch an attack on the king side?
Oh, how scared would you be if you were in Maxime Vachier-Lagraf's shoes right now?
I would be worried to the core because I have just 5 minutes left now on the clock.
Oh, he doesn't look confident at all, the Frenchman. Here, look at this. Anand brings his knight back around. That knight was doing nothing. I was going to say this is a classy move, but given a double question mark.
God, and David, it seems like there's a tactic in the position which has been missed. Is it an easy one to spot here for MVL?
Wow, he's found it.
Finds it. Yeah, insane. He finds that move, and Vishy, look at him. He's missed it.
He's missed it. We'll suddenly see Anand start to shake his head. Let's break it down, Saga. Knight takes pawn, given a double exclamation point. That means it's a brilliant move and a temporary sacrifice.
Right, it's a discovered attack. If you capture the knight, the bishop is hanging. But David, if you take the bishop, what's MVL's plan here?
Well, the black knight is hanging. There's no time to recapture the white bishop. So you move the black knight out of the way, attacking the white queen, gaining time in the process. The white queen has to move. She's the most valuable piece on the board. Then you recapture the white bishop next move, and black has won the pawn back, with interest.
This is a very amazing discovered attack with the knight jumping in, the bishop opening up against the bishop, and you can see MVL's body language has changed. Vishy is under pressure. Within like couple of seconds, the match could be turning around.
Wow, Vishy now just looking a bit nervous, his hands starting to shake. It's totally turned. White was dominant. This was a strategic masterpiece by Anand, but he fell victim to a moment of complacency where suddenly he's allowed the opponent to strike back.
Right, and as his time runs down now, Vishy must take the practical decision of making a move and putting pressure. The position has changed a lot, but it's not like losing for him.
It's not losing yet. We look at the match stats just below the players' cameras there. Vishy's been playing well. He's been playing the best move multiple times, but it's just that one mistake, that one brilliant move by Black that has turned things.
Right.
He needs to adapt now. He needs to just go into damage limitation mode.
Exactly, and that's what he's trying to think. Should he take back with the pawn here? Should he take back the bishop? Should he take the bishop? There are many questions to answer here, but it definitely feels that the Mumba Masters are now doing well, because also on another board, things are looking very bright, and that is the Prodigy board.
The Prodigy board, we were here much earlier when all of the pawns, all of the pieces remained. Suddenly, explosion, boom. This position has gone crazy. It's chaotic, it's messy, and only in Black's favor. Again, body language tells the whole picture here. Mertzin looking stressed, looking nervous. His position starting to collapse.
Right, this is the team spirit of the Mumba Masters coming to the fore here. You can see that they were in big trouble yesterday, but today it's as if they've turned like a new life and they've come to the board.
Yeah, we were talking about new strategies. Both teams here playing solid, playing kind of tight in the early stages, but waiting for their chances. And the clock in Black's favor, he's got a few extra minutes. And the main reason is this rook. You're highlighting it right now, Sagar. It's deep on in the White camp. It's on the second rank. We talk about the 7th rank for White, the 2nd rank for Black. If rooks infiltrate like this, they have all of the targets. Pawns, pieces, everything in the rook's sight right now. The bishops as well. I love the bishop pair. Black has 2 bishops right now. The board is so open that it's definitely Sadhwani in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. Murzin has to try something on the king side, maybe by taking this pawn or this one, opening up the queen, shifting the rook. But it's all not going to work. It's too slow. While Raunak is already putting pressure with his rook on this pawn. This is looking really good for the upgrade Mumba Masters on board 6 as well.
That's right, and with the Black pieces, if they win those 2 boards, boards 1, board 6, they're going to bag a bunch of points. Remember, 4 points for a win if you are Black, only 3 points for a win with White, so suddenly extra pressure on the players with White, the Ganges Grandmasters.
Yes, absolutely, and well, maybe someone needs to strike for the Ganges Grandmasters, and it might well be David Arjun Erigaisi on board number 2.
Ooh, look at him. He looks excited here. He's itching to play a move. He's holding himself back. We will see this from the top players in the world. They're great at the self-control. They've got great intuition, but they want to calculate deeply, and he's ready. He looks poised to strike here. We'll jump into the chess in a moment, but Vidit under serious pressure.
Look at that pressure on the clock. You know why, David? Because Vidit has only 2 minutes left for himself, while Arjun has 8 minutes on the clock. So Vidit in trouble on the board, but also on the clock.
Oh, it's not looking good for Vidit right now. He's still alive, though. There's no immediate knockout blow, but the Black pieces, especially the Black king, feeling the heat. Look at the White queen staring down on the same line as the Black king. There's only a couple of pawns in the way right now. It might need a sacrifice, but the White knights, White rook, they're centralized perfectly. And I would expect Arjun to whip up some type of attack in the near future.
Exactly, and right now Arjun was a bit kind yesterday to Pragnananda. He had his opponent had 6 seconds left, but he drew that game. But today I think he won't be as kind to Vidit. He would like to beat him on time. But look at Vidit, he's moving instantly.
Yeah, he's speeding up, changing the pace. That's what is necessary. Vidit is a really classy player, and he knows that right now, one objective, defense. He's got to defend everything. The longer you survive, the more chances you'll get later in the game. So right now, he's not thinking of anything other than survival.
Right, and while Arjun is trying to get things moving for the Ganges Grandmasters, there's another one who's actually trying his best, and that is Parham Maksudlu on board 3 against Peter Swidler. So we can say that on board 1 and 6, it's the Mumba Masters who are pushing, but on boards 2 and 3, it's actually the Ganges Grandmasters.
It is indeed. It's the side with the white pieces. And Parham Maghsoodloo here, just looking very calm. He's trying to calculate something. Peter Svidler is looking a bit restless, looking away right now. Not because he's enjoying his position, but because he's got one big weakness. And, oh, look at this. I just want you to highlight, Saga, the isolated pawn. There we go. You read my mind. It's a clear target for the white pieces.
It's a huge target, and the knight can simply hop up here, attack here. The rook can open up. I think, David, this is not looking very pretty for Peter Svidler.
No, he's banking on tricks here, tactics. Often when you have these long-term strategic weaknesses that you cannot defend, you have to counterattack with piece activity. And here, look at this diagonal. There's so much tension on the light squares, actually all of the pieces. And yeah, check out the black knight hopping in now, sacrificing itself to open up the black bishop and queen.
Right, so this can be a possible move order that could happen if Parham moves his knight here. We'll wait if Parham makes that move or not. But we also have quite balanced action going on the women's board.
Yeah, there's action happening elsewhere on the women's boards as well. And also the prodigies.
Prodigy board. Wow, let's go to Murzin versus Raunak. It seems like Raunak wants to finish off this game very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it will be quick, guaranteed either way, because Mertzin only has 2 minutes. And here it's not just about that rook on the second rank, it's all about the white pawns. I don't think I've ever seen such weak pawns, Saga. White pawns are just scattered, how to describe them? They're just all falling off.
And look at the time situation, David. Just 2 minutes for Murzin, 8 minutes for Raunak. And the way in which Raunak is making his moves, it just feels like he knows that the victory is already in the bag.
He knows now. He calmly shifts his rook across. It's currently 6 versus 5 in terms of pawns, as White desperately tries to defend everything there with his rook. But it's not just that. That black rook on the second rank, Saga, it is the MVP, the most valuable piece right now.
Right. It's caging down the white king, and the other rook will at some point move in. And I think this is going to be curtains. So definitely 1 point for the upgrade Mumba Masters coming in here, which in this format translates into 4 points because it's a win with black.
Priceless almost, as we see Volodar Mertzin really suffering on the camera. Look at him. He shut his eyes there. He was cringing. He knows it's in its last stages of this game. Also, there's not much room for error, Sadhwani. There's so few pieces on the board. The win is almost guaranteed.
But here we can see Arjun Erigaisi actually in the driver's seat. He's about to win his game against Vidit. You can see he brought his queen back to defend. Vidit is material down. He's in fact a piece down. Vidit is looking for some counterplay, but there's none to be found. This is game over.
Wow, look at the clock as well, Saga. Less than 1 minute. Still so many pieces on the board. It's going to be physically impossible to make all the moves. And yes, White has an extra knight. That is a real bonus right now.
Right, exactly. This game right now is going in the favor of Vidit. The last move that was played, this was the big mistake that was made. And we can zoom in to the video right now to see this is completely winning. Totally big advantage here. You can see Vidit still hoping against hope that there is some chance here, but it doesn't seem to be, David.
No, he's only fighting on because of the team aspect to give his teammates hope, just in case there is a miracle, but he very much is reliant on a miracle right now. Erigaisi has 3 extra minutes, has an extra knight. It would take a self-destruct of massive proportions for Arjun not to finish this off.
Right, and while Arjun is doing really well here, another Ganges Grandmaster player on the up, that is Parham Maghsoodloo on board number 3. He has right now a winning position because his opponent, Peter Svidler, seems to have blundered, David.
Wow, look at it. Look at his face. Peter Svidler on the right side of your screens there, everyone at home. He's trying to hide his emotion. Not very well, I'm going to say, but he has made a mistake. He's about to lose a pawn for free at this top level, even a little pawn. If you have no compensation, being down, you cannot fight back.
But what exactly is happening? We need to check that out. Meanwhile, Parham's time is 2 minutes 46 seconds. Peter Svidler's time is 3 minutes. But you can see Peter, although he has hands on his face, he is calculating it all in his head.
Yeah, he is such a legend, Peter Svidler. Fantastic full board vision. But in the meantime, let's go to our icons board, where we might see a result soon. It's 2 minutes against 1 minute. But it's all about the piece count. Black has an extra piece.
Oh my God, there. MVL wins. Vishy Anand resigns. That is a big result for Mumba Masters.
Wow, we left it with Vishy Anand having made a mistake, and he wasn't able to fight back. He missed just one move, and after that, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave seized control as we jump back to board 3, where Svidler is hoping to hold things together. All of the pieces are disappearing. The vacuum cleaner, the Hoover, it's out.
It's like you take one piece of mine, I take one piece of yours, but the end result is that it seems like Parham Maksudlu is getting the better deal. But you know what, David? Things have shifted completely on board number 2. Vidit is back in the game.
Oh my God, I said this would take a self-destruct for Arjun not to win this, but he's fallen apart. He's lost his extra knight, and suddenly it's Vidit who is in the driver's seat. And
he has 29 seconds. We need to stick with this game. He has just 29 seconds left. Will he be able to save? I don't know. Will he be able to win this, save this? What will happen?
I really don't know. It's all about the clock. And let's keep an eye on this board, as you mentioned. The position itself should be a draw. There's not enough pieces left. It's only knights, only pawns. And with best play, with time on the clock, this is a draw. Arjun needs to hold, though, needs to keep the game alive in order to win on time, to flag, as we say.
Yes, look at Vidit. He's moving instantly, but still he lost 2 seconds. So basically, Vidit has 27 seconds left. He can maximally make 27 moves.
Yeah, 27 moves maximum, but Arjun tries to simplify. He's going into a king and pawn endgame. He's trying to get the knights off the board.
But Vidit moves his knight there. Wow, what a decision there, because if the knight was taken, the pawn would have advanced and given a check, so he moves his knight here.
Yeah, he simply had no time. That was a gamble. That was pure 100% instinct there from Vidit, but a good move. He's going after white's pawns on the right side, which are defenseless right now. The more pawns that disappear, the closer Vidit gets to safety, as Arjun Erigaisi drops down beneath 1 minute. This is just going to be so much of a scramble now.
Oh my God, Arjun has 50 seconds, Vidit has 22 seconds. Meanwhile, the match is actually quite exciting now. If he takes the pawn.
All the pawns disappearing. Vidit is safe. Look at this. He's reaching for an extra queen. He wants to make a pawn into a queen now. It's a race. Pawns to the other side of the board. That's the only objective.
Oh my goodness. It seems like Vidit is winning, but he has just 17 seconds. Can he physically do this?
Oh, he's so close now. 17 seconds. That means around 17 moves.
Oh my God. He's pushing his pawns. David, maybe Vidit does this.
Wow, the pawns are not even placed on the center of the squares right now.
Oh, I think he's in time. Arjun's knight is in time. They draw the game.
Wow.
Oh, that was pure excitement there. Both the players have smiles on their faces. And right now, we see that the match is heading towards the favor of Upgrad Mumba Masters. Game number 1 in their favor between MVL winning against Anand, Raunak Sadhwani beating Murzin, and then 2 draws. So that's already over. Even if the Ganges Grandmasters lose their 2 games, the match is going in Upgrad Mumba Masters' favor.
That's right, and we will break down all of the scores for you shortly, but still a couple of games left underway here. This one is by far the most tense, this clash of generations, the 2 Indian Grandmasters here. But it does look like Humpy is... well, she has everything under control here, Saga.
She is actually winning. The only problem, also on the time, she has 1 minute 14 seconds. Things turned completely for Vaishali.
And the White Queen is trapped. The White Queen actually has no squares. Look at the Black Rooks hunt her down.
Beautiful. Beautiful. There's only 1 square left here, but the Rook will move and the Queen will fall. Resignation there. Another win for Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Wow, what a day for them. They chose the black pieces and they are making the most of those black pieces. Humpy there, using all of her experience to win. Peter Svidler, it's all about points. Every move, every game matters at the end of this season. So Peter Svidler wants to do his team justice. Look at the clock. Less than 20 seconds for him, though.
Oh, he has only 20 seconds. He needs to move. He's not making his move. I guess Parham now, the position is equal. But David, time is going to play the crucial factor here.
Yeah, Peter Svidler, 11 seconds. He's got to hope he can make several moves per second now. He's done well on the board, but it's all about the clock.
Yeah, and I think Parham might take this one, but it won't be enough for his team. But game points also very critical. He moves the bishop on the other side.
Black currently has one extra pawn, but Black's pieces, especially the Black Knight, they're so discoordinated, and Peters Fiddler resigns after a mistake. He only had 4 seconds left on the clock.
And that's the only win for the Ganges Grandmasters in this match. We see that right now, 3 points for Parham Maksudlu, but this one is 14-5 is the final score in the favor of Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Yeah, Maksudlu's win, we see him walking off here. He should be proud of himself, but ultimately it was just a consolation. It wasn't enough to save his team. We've got to congratulate those Mumba Masters for their performance. It was spectacular in the end.
So good. They were so good. Right from Raunak Sadhwani dominating his game on the Prodigy board. Let's follow Parham there to see what happens with his team. I'm sure that the Mumba Masters are going to be ecstatic.
They are indeed. And here we see Maksudlu maybe meeting up with some teammates who aren't so happy with how this last match went.
This is the Ganges Grandmasters dugout, and you can see they aren't too happy. But the Mumba Masters dugout is going to be very pleased right now. 14 points they scored, 1 point less than what we had yesterday with the PBG Alaskan Knights, 15 points.
Yeah, that was fantastic by the Mumba Masters, and yeah, unfortunately we can't have winners all around.
Yeah, absolutely, David. These are the results on your screen. 4 points to MVL, 4 points to Humpy, 4 points to Raunak Sadhwani. They delivered with black pieces. Draw by Vidit and Harika. The only win for Parham. Final score, 5 points to Ganges Grandmasters, but 14 to the Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Upgrad Mumba Masters, they waited, they pounced on any mistake, especially that icon board. I think that was all decisive. That one moment, Saga, that was when the whole match turned.
Absolutely, and I think this is going to just get their spirits very high, and perhaps it's time to go down to our venue where Tanya is waiting for us.
Thanks, Sagar. David, what a match that was. What a power performance by the Upgrad Mumba Masters. And you could see it in the Ganges Grandmasters dugout, the disappointment on the faces of the players. But as they say in sports, one team's agony is another team's celebration. Upgrad Mumba Masters, clearly the better team today.
Absolutely. I mean, they played their hearts out here. And this is what happens sometimes when you choose the black pieces. You really have to go for it. And you can see they put their heart, their soul in every chess piece that they've ever played into this game today. And it worked out for them. It was really good, really strong.
And a really important victory for the Masters because they climb up on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, for the Ganges Grandmaster, yet to start their campaign. And we will deep dive more into the match that we just saw, the crazy action that we just witnessed on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
Singing Kino, I don't know why, but used it as motivation and gave them a good celebration.
Joško Lovčić.
Yeah.
It's John. It's my dog.
My daughter sorted the tour out for me and just came along. My God, it's been superb.
Yeah, I'm really delighted with the start, and I know there's still another step to go for our team.
He's achieved what no footballer has ever achieved before.
Sister, welcome. We've missed this boat. Let's not miss the next one.
It's been revealed. The SportsMax Zone is the #1 show on Caribbean television.
Are we supposed to assume that this was an accidental leak?
No, Faz, but here's the thing. It's riveting.
Just lock it down then. If we're not going to do this, let's just lock it down. What is the point?
Do you think he's the favourite to retain his home?
It's bold.
Definitely the best club in the world. Hands down.
In the world?
You know, that's not even a question.
My heart is still in Trinidad, but...
Smashing victory by the upgrad Mumba Masters sees them climb up the leaderboard. What a performance that was, James. Just one victory for the Ganges Grandmaster by Parham Maksudlu. But this has got to do so much for the Mumba Masters' confidence for the upcoming matches.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to forget about what happens in the past when you lose some games. Of course, like yesterday, of course, hey, we lost. But today, who cares about yesterday, right? I mean, you saw even last year with TCK. Shreveni Continental Kings, where they were nowhere near winning, and then they won the whole thing, right? So it can definitely happen like that. Just one win at a time, one day at a time.
And such a gutsy decision as well by Srinath, by the coach of the Mumba Masters, to pick black, to start with the black pieces. They did that the first time around. It didn't work out. But this time, they proved their point.
Tanya, I'm taking black every single time. 4 points, I'm going to take the black pieces. Of course, it just brings out that extra oomph in you. You have that extra animal to really try to play and win. Of course, you get 4 points, and of course, there's no increment. I can almost flag you. And of course, if white pushes, as you saw in the Arjun game, Arjun was winning, then he wasn't. And of course, Vidit was winning, but then it ended in a draw. It was just chaotic. But of course, hey, I had the black pieces, and we still scored, and it worked out for the team.
Absolute roller coaster, right? And this is what's so cool about the Global Chess League, because usually you want to start with the white pieces.
Right.
You want to dictate the opening moves.
Absolutely.
But here, knowing that you've got that extra point to fight for, putting white on the ropes, but it's never easy to really prove that.
Yeah, I think when you have the increment and you're playing with the white pieces, and okay, you do have a slight edge. You got white, you got increment, you have more time, you can kind of go the way you want to. But with black, you have less time, or you always have no increment, and you can just kind of play really whatever. Risky openings can actually work here. French defense, King's Indian, doesn't matter. Play H5, move 1, who cares, right? Now, of course, you do need to play good chess, and it's worked out, especially when you have the black pieces to get those 4 points as well.
And what an icon board match that was as well. We got the first decisive result on an icon board.
Yeah.
And Wishy winning at first, but then a blunder, Maxime striking back, and that's got to show that, you can't just leave it to the lower boards. You can't just leave it to your superstars and the prodigy. You've got to score on that top board as well.
Yeah, it was difficult because, of course, we saw Vichy had everything he needed. He had the pawn there, and literally one slip, that's all it takes, especially on the icon board there. You can't give up anything there. And as we saw, I mean, MVL was ready. His body language said something earlier, actually, as he was losing down a pawn. But then Vichy gave it back, and immediately the game was over after that. It was just crazy.
What a fantastic performance it was by the upgrad Mumba Masters. But our boat player of the match is from the losing side. It's from the Ganges Grandmasters, and he's right now with Yavanka.
Hello. And I'm here with Parham Maksudlu, who is our boat player of the match for his victory over Peter Spidler. Here to present the award is CEO of Global Chess League, Samir Patak.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
And Parham, talk us through the game. It looked like it all went to plan.
Okay, it was a very good game, probably from the start till the very end. And I managed to recover from yesterday's lose. In general, when I watch Champions League, they give the man of the match prize to the winner team, like one of the players. But I don't care to have one airport. Thank you.
And your team lost, but you do have another game later on today. So how are you planning to bounce back?
I'm not sure if we have another game. We have?
But for the next game,
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Okay, I just trust my teammates. I think they can recover. We believe each other and we can win any match. So, okay, it happened today, but I think we will come back stronger.
You'll come back stronger. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And back to you, Tanya.
Thanks, Yavanka. And that's team championship for you. That's the league for you. That despite having such a fantastic game, it's team first. Parham unable to feel the joy there. We will deep dive more into the matches. But right now, we've got a very special guest joining us. And we're joined by Ross Teparik, the creative director of ERA, the official timing sponsor of the Global Chess League. Ross, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, yeah.
It's awesome to have you. First, I want to understand about this partnership. How did ERA and chess come together?
Well, it was. It felt just like a natural partnership. You know, we're a relatively new player in the watch world, and GCL being a new player in the the chess league, doing different things. We as a watch brand as well want to do different things in the watch industry, just to get seen. And from that point of view, it felt really like an exciting partnership. And then, you have the timing of chess. Timing itself, it wrote itself really.
It sounds like a great fit. And do you play any chess yourself?
You know what? I'm learning a lot as I'm getting here. It's I used to play as a child, but this feels a lot faster, a lot more exciting than what I remember as well. So yeah, I'm learning a lot today.
So timing, it's all about timing
exactly
in chess
that.
right now, and precision as well.
Very much so, yeah. Precision of the watches. We put a lot of work into making great timepieces and great things, that stand the test of time, really.
And Ross, what do you think about the Global Chess League so far? Have you been enjoying the atmosphere?
The atmosphere is great, yeah. It's really exciting. It's not what I was expecting, actually. It's really interesting.
What do you think about the time control, actually? Do you like to play faster chess, or is 20 minutes too slow, too fast for you?
Oh, this is fast, yeah.
Too fast.
It's too. I'm trying to follow the game, and I'm about 3 moves behind.
You've got some of the world's best chess players here. You've got the world #1, you've got world champions here. Do you have a favorite player?
You know what? I don't have a favorite player off the top of my head, but there's some exciting teams out there that are already doing some interesting things. The Alaskan Knights, they seem quite exciting. So yeah, I'm kind of rooting for the top dogs.
Well, it's easy right now because they are the top of the table with that fantastic performance yesterday.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah. I like to back the winners.
And what do you think about the impact of chess coming to London and partnering with a company like ERA? How do you see this going forward?
I think it's the start of something great, and really, really excited to see where it takes us. I think London's a great venue for it. We're based from London ourselves. We want to see more exciting things like this happening. So, yeah, really excited for the future.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ross. It was awesome for you to join us and this amazing partnership. We hope it goes a long way. Enjoy the Global Chess League.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me as well. It's been really exciting.
It really has, and the excitement does continue because we've still got 3 matches. James, that one was such a roller coaster. It feels like we've had a full day of chess already. 3 big matches coming up, and we will be breaking down all the action in just a few. You stay tuned with us.
The Spartan World Championship is now on your home of champions. The smashing series of races around the world gathers the best of the best. Historical races, outstanding landscapes, challenging courses, and the beautiful scenery of Abu Dhabi. It goes live Saturday, October 12, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. ECT on SportsMax 2, SportsMax Racing, and on the app.
Ningbo, one of China's wealthiest cities, welcomes 15 of the WTA's top 20 players in its first year as a WTA 500 tournament. Olympic gold medalist Jing Kengwing and Wimbledon champion Barbara Krejcikova are among the ladies set for hardcourt action in China. The newly renamed Ningbo Open runs from October 14 to 20. Watch live action on your home of champions, your sports destination. Get the SportsMax app now.
This year's staging of the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League has been nothing short of exciting. 6 teams drafted, 33 games played. The final awaits. On Sunday, the culmination of the biggest party in sport takes center stage at Providence Stadium in Guyana. Join us for the live coverage beginning at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. ECT on SportsMax and SportsMax Cricket on the app. Unlock SportsMax. Get the app today.
My breath. It was crazy. It felt like it was just going in a really calm direction. All of the boards, not that much was happening, but suddenly it exploded simultaneously pretty much. And wow, I think that mistake by Vishy Anand set the tone and the nerves started to creep in.
Absolutely.
And that was the fascinating stuff, right? Because this match started really cagey. We saw a very different approach by the teams. Usually we see those attacking openings, none of that. Slow, steady start, and then all at once it went crazy. James, which game stood out to you in this one?
Definitely on board 6 there, Mersin with Ranak Sadwani. That game was started as a French, but then it was a weird F4. I was already immediately just like, what is this F4 move? Very quickly. Then you look up, and of course Ranak swinging back, but he also is like very calm about it. Black pieces there, you could tell he just never broke his character at all, and he needed to bounce back. He played a very, very good game there, even though Mersin was pushing. I mean, F5 on the board, it was really strong. He was attacking him, and Ranak Sarvani was able to create his own counterplay and even win the game for the team.
Incredible match, and I think we could do our own show, one whole show on this action that we just witnessed, but this is just the start of the day, because we got a huge match coming on with the Alaska Knights taking on the American Gambits. Now remember, at the start of the day, it was the Knights who were leading the leaderboard, and this is our order of play. We're down with the Ganges Grandmaster versus Upgrad Mumba Masters, a 5-14 victory for the Mumba Masters. Not just the scoreline, but the quality of play, the fighting chess that we saw, incredible stuff, and that's what we're looking forward to in the next one. We're also going to get up our lineup really quickly, but later today we've got the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the Alpine SG Pipers, and then Upgrad Mumba Masters against the Alaskan Knights. So a lot of chess still left to be played. Now the next one, what are you most looking forward to when the Knights take on the Gambits, David?
Well, the Alaskan Knights, they were so impressive yesterday. I mean, maybe the most dominant performance we've seen throughout now 2 seasons of the GCL, and I just want to see if they can replicate that form, keep the momentum going, but not easy today. Some huge clashes there.
A huge clash coming up, and we just witnessed a huge clash. And even though the Ganges Grandmasters just lost their icon, Vishwanathan Anand, he's an absolute legend of the game, the 5-time world champion. We've been seeing a huge chess boom in India, and it's all on Vishy's shoulder. And we caught up with him yesterday. Let's take a deeper look into the man himself, Vishwanathan Anand.
What is the most special thing about Global Chess League that brings something new to chess?
I think it's the most serious attempt made to get chess to the casual observer. So it's really designed with the aim of putting chess on television, selling it to broadcasters, as opposed to online chess, which, so you know, the cameras, the vibe, everything is for that. And I think it has good chances of success. If you look at the format, the scoring, the thing, it's meant to keep unpredictability and excitement till the end, and very spectator friendly. It's a very interesting tournament. On top of that, it's a very good tournament to play, and I enjoy it very much, so happy to return.
Vishy, recently India got the double gold medal at the Olympiads. How that helps chess to boom and to get more and more chess players and also chess fans attracted to chess?
I think it caused a sensation almost, because people knew, and everyone said, look, this team is one of the favorites. But, most people, including myself, we thought, yes, this team is one of the favorites, but there are others and it'll be competitive. But the way the men's team won was fantastic. Even the women's team was quite convincing, except for that one blip and then the second draw, which put us back, and then we had to recover in the lead. Their performance was flawless as well. And that both Indian teams peak in this way in the same event, now we can just take it off the list, right? Olympiad gold. I mean, we just doubled it. So that's huge, and definitely Indians paid attention, and it made a lot of news back home.
Vishay, these days you're not playing that actively chess. Do you miss to play chess?
Yes, very much. Part of me wants to get back and play a lot more. But I also like it like this. So even when I'm not playing, as long as I'm around chess tournaments, I have a lot of fun, so I'm not complaining. But there are a few events for which I'm tempted to play, and this is one of them.
I'm a huge Vishwanathan Anand fan. I was inspired to start playing chess because of the man himself, and everything that we're seeing happen in Indian chess is because of him. James David, I've always felt that the difference between greats and goats of a sport is that a goat always not only pushes his own limits, but the limits of the sport itself. They leave the sport better than where they found it. And I think Vishy has been able to do that and more for chess.
Yeah, India's first Grandmaster, first world champion. He's built a whole legacy. I mean, there was just one Grandmaster in 1989 when he started, and now there's, 70, 80? It's incredible what he's left behind, and I've been lucky enough to play him. He's just classy on and off the board.
Yeah, he's awesome. I mean, actually, Anand being, who he is, there's so many GMs now after that. At least I'm always a fan of India, 100%. And who's your favorite players? Of course, the Indians, because Anand has made it possible for everyone so far. I mean, you can get Gukesh and Arjun right now in the top 5. It's just crazy, 2. And the thing, I just saw a stat that 2, they were India's first time having 2 in the top 10 ever, in fact. And then the Olympiad gold medals, too, as well. All this is coming from Anand, and it's awesome to see him playing at the level he is still, too, as well. Last year, I was actually going to the gym at 7 in the morning. I'm walking outside, and guess who's out there already walking? Vishy. And I'm like, what? I got to put him on the Instagram. So we took the picture. It was awesome, of course, but that's why he's still playing top-level chess. I mean, he's working his mind and his body. He's also giving back to India. I mean, he's an incredible person and very down-to-earth as well.
Yeah. He's an absolute legend, and as they say, form is temporary, class is permanent. Right now, for the Ganges Grandmasters, it's been tough, but undoubtedly, Vishy and his team will come back. It's still a long tournament to go. And speaking of Indian chess, the next lineup has plenty of Indian players fighting it out. And let's take a look as the Alaskan Knights take on the American Gambits. And on the icon board, we will have Dutch #1, Anish Giri, taking on the 5-time US champion, the speed monster Hikaru Nakamura. James, I know you are a big Hikaru fan. How does Anish stave off Hurricane Nakamura?
Well, of course, Hikaru is half man, half everything else. Of course, we don't know that other half yet, but Anish can definitely take him down. We've seen it before, and of course, in this format, really anything can happen, especially if we saw the Anish from yesterday, who was, was definitely taking down Farouj in that game. Of course, if he didn't, it ended in a draw, he still scored for the team. But Anish was definitely strong yesterday. If he can, maybe channel that and still be who he was yesterday, he can definitely give Hikaru some problems today.
Yeah, and David, while the Gambits have got Hikaru, the speed demon, look at Alaskan Knights' prodigy board. Nihal Sareed, he's a speed monster himself as well.
He's a speed monster himself. We had dinner with him yesterday, the commentary team, and he was, refueling. He was up for the battle, and these were 2 winning teams. 6 players in form for both sides, and it's going to be really hard fought.
Yeah, and first up, we've got the toss. The team coaches with the toss. Which side starts with which color? Remember, a victory with black gets you 4 points. It's 3 points for a victory with white. And we head over to the toss as the captains are ready. That's RB Ramesh and Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte there. And we see the Knights have won the toss and have selected the white pieces to start with.
Wins the toss, opted for
Abhijit
white.
won the toss and chosen the white pieces. Was it a team decision or was it your own?
I think it was a team decision, and we have played yesterday black, so we thought that we'll try all the colors, both the colors, black and white.
And yesterday you were incredibly successful with the black pieces. So why the shake-up? Why the change?
I think change is always good. So we are hopeful that this color also brings the same luck.
And what is the mood in the team after yesterday's win?
I think it's a long tournament. It's just a first round, and all the players are very professionals. So one match here and there doesn't matter. It's just the beginning, and all are geared up for a long tournament.
Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
So Ramesh, you lost the toss, but you have the black pieces. What would you have chosen if you'd won the toss?
Yeah, had we won the toss, we would have chosen black as well. So it didn't really matter that we lost the toss. We got the color what we wanted.
So it's destiny in some way.
Yeah, but more than getting the toss our way, we would want the results to be our way as well. That would be even nicer.
And what are your team tactics for today?
I think we are not having any special tactics. Obviously, the players have chosen the openings for either color. And we just want to play a good game in all the boards. That's more important than having a team strategy, because on each board, the players have to deliver. And that's more important. That's what we are trying to focus on.
Team competition, every board counts. Now, Alaskan Knights and the American Gambits, they won their opening rounds yesterday on day one. Prediction time. Who's going to keep the 100% score? I'll start with you, David.
It's a 50-50, but I'll say the Alaskan Knights. They were so impressive yesterday.
Well, I have to go against David, of course, 100%. So I have to go with Hikaru and the team with the American Gambits there. Those are, good team. And you said they got black, right? So they have black.
Split the tie, Tanya.
Okay. Split,
the tie.
yeah, 50-50.
Wait,
What you
I
got,
have to
Tanya?
break the tie.
Exactly.
You know what?
Tanya,
I'm going to say
wisely.
that chess wins. You're always a Hikaru fan, so I can get that, and the players will be in the arena in just a few. We come back with the first moves. You stay with us.
The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League.
SportsMax is your home for CONCACAF Nations League on Wednesday, October 9. A group stage battle between Anguilla and Belize ensues on SportsMax 2 and on the app. Kickoff time 9 p.m., 10 p.m. in the Eastern Caribbean.
Ningbo, one of China's wealthiest cities, welcomes 15 of the WTA's top 20 players in its first year as a WTA 500 tournament. Olympic gold medalist Jing Kengwing and Wimbledon champion Barbara Krejcikova are among the ladies set for hardcourt action in China. The newly renamed Ningbo Open runs from October 14 to 20. Watch live action on your home of champions, your sports destination. Get the SportsMax app now.
The Spartan World Championship is now on your home of champions. The smashing series of races around the world gathers the best of the best. Historical races, outstanding landscapes, challenging courses, and the beautiful scenery of Abu Dhabi. It goes live Saturday, October 12, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. ECT on SportsMax 2, SportsMax Racing, and on the app.
The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League.
Here in the audience, and are we ready for game 2? Well, yeah, there you can see the auditorium is full. The teams are in the tunnel, so please can everyone give a warm welcome to the PVG Alaska Knights and the American Gambits. Come on in. And the PVG led by Anish Yuri and Alaskan Gambits by Hikaru Nakamura.
The teams are ready, the players are ready to take their place, and action is about to begin. It is time to join our commentators to call the action. Grandmaster David Howe and first of all, Sagar Shah.
It's American Gambits led by Hikaru Nakamura against the PBG Alaskan Knights led by Anish Giri. With me, my good friend David Howell. David.
Well,
two winners facing off each other.
Two winning teams, two sets of really strong lineups. Saga, it's hard to predict. You've got to say the atmosphere out there really electric as the players enter the arena. And let's start with the icons. What do you feel is going through their minds right now?
I think Anish and Hikaru have been good friends of each other. I often see them having their banters online during streams, sometimes on Twitter. I think also the scores are quite evenly matched between them.
That's right. These two players, they've been at the top of world chess now for what feels like forever. But yeah, a lot of mutual respect, a lot of experience in their past. They've played in huge, huge matches before. This is just the latest in the line of them.
Right, and generally they are very solid against each other. I feel a draw might be a normal result, but here, considering the time control, I might give a small edge to Hikaru because, you know, there's no increment.
Yeah, he is a speed demon. Anish did show yesterday, however, that he can handle the nerves. He can handle these really complex positions. The clock maybe was the one thing that stopped Anish Giri from winning a really impressive game yesterday and against Alireza Firouzja, and we will await to see how he approaches this game with the white pieces as we get ready to go. Remember, staggered start.
Right, there are only two games that will begin right now. That is board number 1 and 2, and after 2 minutes we will have the start of boards 3 and 4, and finally after 2 minutes, 5 and 6.
That's right. All eyes on the arbiters as they wait for the beginning of the games. Kickoff any moment now as the tension builds. Anish looks really focused. Will he open with the queen's pawn, the king's pawn, handshake, and we're off.
Yes, off we go. He brings out his knight there. It's the Reti opening, as they call it.
Yeah, the Reti opening named after Richard Reti, a legendary player. And it has caused Hikaru Nakamura to think in the early stages. He just pushes a pawn, very flexible. The idea is to plant the black bishop, the black dark square bishop, on the longest possible diagonal, what we call a fianchetto. And Anish react by occupying the center. A great strategy in the early stages.
Well, if, you know, Hikaru brings his bishop out here, then the knight here, we might see the famous King's Indian defense for which Hikaru is so famed.
That's right, Saga. I think we all want to see that. It was his childhood opening. He defeated so many world-class grandmasters in attacking style, Hikaru. But he has evolved in recent years. Ever since he started streaming, he's been a bit more solid. And, okay, it's interesting to see him go back to his old favorite.
Oh my god, we are seeing it happen on the board. Anish pushing his pawns there. Bishop coming out. And Hikaru playing, oh, they're going into the main line stuff.
Wow, the King's Indian defense. Really rare to see it these days at the top level. But Hikaru Nakamura, this is a sign that he's up for a scrap. A real fight guaranteed. White normally occupies the center. Black waits, bides his time, and counterattacks later, often on the side that the two kings sit. And Anish Giri just maintaining the tension, improving the white rook. I'm excited, Saga. This is a really promising start to the game.
And you know, David, it started off with 52% win probability for white. Now going up to 60%. That's because the engines really love white side of the King's Indian.
That's right. Computers love to have space, especially in the center of the board. But we'll check back in on that game a bit later, still early stages, as boards 3 and 4 about to begin.
Right, we have Yu Yangi taking on Shakhriyar Mamedyarov there, and Tan Zhongyi against Bibisara Asaubayeva. This one, last time when they played against each other, there were decisive results here. Mamedyarov did score 1.5 points.
That's right. They faced off in Season 1 of the Global Chess League, with Mamedyarov coming out on top overall. So interesting rivalry that will be revisited. And another Reti opening. I've got to say, this is going to be very different. Black is set up in what we call the Slav defense, one of the most solid, stodgy openings you can choose. But interesting to see the White Knight come out first. Maybe some teamwork being done in the openings there. It's White to Fianchetto the Bishop that you're highlighting.
Absolutely. This one, Bishop, if it gets active on this diagonal, would be very dangerous, but it's limited by the black pawns. And Yu Yangi is this very solid player who's difficult to break. Meanwhile, we saw Mamedyarov yesterday completely destroying his opponent, Temur Rajabov. So this is going to be a clash of styles.
That's right. We might be playing here at Friend's house in London, but there were no friends yesterday as Mamedyarov met his good friend and destroyed his good friend, Temur Rajabov. So it's clear he wants to spill more blood on the board in this event. And Yu Yangi, rock solid. The player from China, he's been so classy at the top as well for many, many years. Very consistent. So this will be interesting to keep our eyes on.
Right, and both of them moving very quickly. 19 minutes on the clock here. And while we are at this, very soon we'll have board numbers 5 and 6 beginning. What do you think about this overall matchup? Who do you think are the favorites, David?
Ooh, I was backing the Alaskan Knights just because they were so impressive yesterday. We see the final two boards about to begin. However, it seems like all the players in these two teams seem to be bang on form. The women's board is going to be vital here. We see Alina Kashninskaya against Elizabeth Pates. Elizabeth Pates was the one player from her team to fall yesterday. So with the black pieces, she might be up against it. I think these will be critical.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a very critical encounter here. And we see another Slav defense on the board. This opening, which is supposed to be very solid, is being used by the teams of American Gambits. Yu Yangi used it. Now you see here also Elizabeth Pates.
Yeah, it's early in this season of the Global Chess League, but for once we are starting to see these patterns emerge. Players may be doing teamwork together, homework together, studying openings, discussing strategies, and again, we see a win probability very high for White, 57% in these early stages. That is because White has seized a bit more space in the opening. I don't think we should read too much into that yet. It's all about who handles this very blocked pawn structure better in the coming stages.
Right, and also we have another board that began, which was the Prodigy board, where Nihal Sarin took on Jonas Bier. Yesterday, we had Jonas beating Raunak Sadhwani, doing excellently in their encounter, but Nihal Sarin also emerged victorious against Javokir Sindarov.
Yeah, both of these two that we see on our screens in front of us, just fantastic yesterday. Really, really impressive, starting the tournament on a high. This game began life as a Sicilian defense, so very exciting stuff. White developing the queen early, not normally recommended for players who are new to the game. The queen is the most valuable piece, so anytime she gets hit, she will have to run away, especially by lower valued pieces. But this is a very trendy setup, Saga. This was played many times at the recent Olympiad from the white side. It's come into vogue, and it will be about who has done the better homework. 50-50 in these early stages.
Great insights there, David, on the opening. And one thing that we must tell you is that Nihal Sarin has a 8-1 score against Jonas Bier, which means that the last 9 encounters that they played, there have been no victories for Jonas. 2 draws and 7 wins for Nihal.
Wow, a real bogey player for Jonas Bier here. He's facing his kryptonite. He needs to turn around this rivalry. Oh, that's psychologically difficult, Saga. It's so hard when you have these bad experiences in your past against a certain opponent to turn it around.
Right, and yesterday the Alaskan Knights did very well with the black pieces, and today we also saw the Mumba Masters striking with black. Will it continue? Will the trend continue here as well?
It might well do. We've had 4 matches so far. This is the 5th match so far in Season 2 of the Global Chess League. Black has won 3 out of the 4. So, yeah, I think a lot of confidence to be taken with the scoring system. Here we see 2 world-class players. We see Abdu Satarov, who's tipped for the very, very top, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who's won the World Cup, been a candidate. He's been there, done it, the Polish fighter.
Right, and David, both of them do create a lot of chaos on the board. If you had to differentiate between their styles, what would it be?
Oh, it's hard. They're both very similar, I would say, Saga. Duda really thrives when it's imbalanced, when there's chaos, when the pawn structure is open, fluid. Abdusattorov maybe a bit more versatile, a bit more universal, but also prefers the more attacking positions. And this game's lived up to expectations already, Saga. We see Black favoured in the win probability at the top of your board because Black has an extra pawn.
Yeah, he has an extra pawn, but right now you can see Nodirbek pushing his pawn. He has his king castled here. Black king is in the center. It feels like White has some compensation.
Definitely. It looks like this position, which did start life as a queen's gambit, Black eventually accepted the gambit. That's why we see that strange pawn structure on the left side of the board. And yeah, maybe at some point Black will have to give back material, to give a pawn back to complete development. That means getting the Black king to safety. But for now, definitely tense. The price of a mistake in this type of position, much higher than some of the slower games we've seen so far.
I agree, and I think Nodirbek yesterday played an immensely beautiful game against Wei Yi and got like a tremendous win. He is high on form, and I was talking to one of the players of this league, and I won't reveal who that is, but he told me that it seems like the PBG Alaskan Knights have absolutely no weakness in their team. On each and every board, they are super strong.
I would agree. And you mentioned in form. It's not just about strength. We've got 36 world-class players, but it's all about form, confidence, especially in these quick time formats where you rely on instinct. You need to be super focused. And these two, yeah, both won fantastic games yesterday. Abdusattorov, maybe other than the Indian team at the Olympiad, was one of the standout players. So we see a trade of pawns there. The white queen coming out, attacking the black bishop in front of it. And we see Duda defend his bishop, giving back a pawn, but making sure that he keeps control here as Black.
And there we have the board 4 battle between Tan Zhongyi and Bibisara Asaubaeva. Tan Zhongyi is currently the challenger for the world crown. She's going to face Ju Wenjun because she won the candidates, and Bibisara is known for her speed chess.
That's right, we see two world champions. Tan Zhongyi, a former women's world champion. She'll fight for that title again. And yeah, Bibisara, two-time World Blitz champion. So yeah, just classy players here. This started life as a London system, an opening that's very, very popular among players of all levels. It actually started as a Jabava London system, where White brings out a bishop early. I just see James Canty over there nodding his approval. But yeah, this has gone to more positional waters, less aggressive than maybe Tan Zhongyi wanted. Just her choice of opening signaled aggression. But now it's slowed down, and you highlighted those two white knights, Saga. There's a bind. It's very hard for Black to break this dart squared bind that White has in the center.
Right, and the bishop here is kind of unhappy because the pawns are blocking it. So it all depends on whether Bibisara would be able to activate that bishop or not.
Yeah, we talk about good knight versus bad bishop. A good knight is a centralized knight supported by a pawn on a square, cannot be challenged. A bad bishop is when it's stuck behind its own pawn chain, simply just a very, very blocked piece. So Bibisara, I feel here with the black pieces, a bit more pressure on her, and I think the win probability we see above the board, very accurate right now. It's definitely White who's the happier of the two after the opening.
Right, so this one looking good for the PBG Alaskan Knights out of the opening, but another game which is looking really good for the Alaskan Knights is the icon board. We have Anish Giri here, and more than the position, I see the clock. First of all, Anish has 16 minutes on the clock, while Hikaru is down to 12.
Hikaru down to 12 in what was his childhood opening, his pet opening. I've got to say, though, Anish Giri, well known for his opening research. He's studied the King's Indian defense himself. I don't know how much to trust this win probability, I must admit, Saga, because yes, White has space. If we highlight the pawn chain, Black is a bit cramped. The Black Knights are really terrible, but there are always counter chances. Hikaru took a risk in the opening for a reason, and he's hoping to go for that White King a bit later.
What if Anish just plays all the best moves that are suggested by the engine? And I think Hikaru might not have chance from here. But that doesn't happen in human games. They do make errors. They do come under time pressure. But as of now, we've completed 20 moves. And I think Anish has played all of the best moves that are there in the position.
Perfect chess. Anish Giri, he's one of the few players in the world who's capable of that level of accuracy. And yeah, this position, Hikaru, He might be keeping a poker face right now, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him start shaking his head. Famously expressive because of the Black Knights, but he's trying to mobilize. He's trying to trade off.
He's trying to get one knight off the board, David, but right now Anish says, no, I have more space. I'm not trading anything. Where do you think will White make the headway, on the king side or the queen side?
Ooh, I think he would love to play on both flanks, but look at this. Anish Giri looking away and...
No, is it going to be a draw? They are repeating already. Hikaru would be more than happy.
Wow, remember, if a position repeats 3 times, the game is officially a draw. The players can claim here. So key moment, Anish Giri, he's looking over at the screens. Both players are.
Yes.
They're checking out their teammates' positions right now.
Exactly, and they need to decide whether to take the draw or not. And Anish is okay. Look at Hikaru. He's also okay. He's calling the arbiter.
Wow.
And he's saying that I'm going to make this move. It will be 3 times repetition. And David, I'm surprised.
I am shocked. Huge anticlimax in this game. Ultimately, this might be team strategy. They might have thought, okay, the goal is to neutralize each other, let the other teammates fight it out. But, okay, some well-spirited talks here.
You know, Hikaru is smiling there. Anish knows he's better, yet he agreed to a draw. But you are right, it might be team strategy. Just neutralize Hikaru on the top board and then go for the kill on the remaining boards.
And looks like we will see a handshake. There we go. No handshake, but it is official. It is a draw. And, okay, the players leave the arena. Anish Giri, if his teammates fall now, will live to regret that decision. But Hikaru, pretty happy with how things panned out. And another game that might well fizzle out in the near future, Saga.
Wow, they have already played so many moves. They've played 23 moves already, and the position is completely even here, David.
Wow, we are definitely seeing team strategy play its part. The top 2 boards are both going to end in draws. There's simply not enough pieces left on this one. Look at the whole left half of the board, the queen side. It's been obliterated. Only rooks left, a knight versus a bishop. It's level material, level pieces. This one, they're just playing on until they are able to claim that draw. But yeah, peaceful results. It's all about the bottom 4 boards, Saga.
Right. I think the thing that PBG Alaskan Knights would be very happy about is happening on board number 5. Because on that board, we see Alina Kashlinskaya actually starting to get an advantage against Elizabeth Pates.
Wow, Elizabeth Pates yesterday did suffer a very painful defeat, and unfortunately it looks like she might be in a little bit of trouble again. It's not over, it's still very blocked, only 1 set of trades so far, but yeah, if we look at the camera there alone, White's pawns already starting to creep forward. White with a bit of a bind. It's hard for Black to find moves, and there's an absence of one key piece here. The one piece that's been traded, the dark squared bishop, Saga.
Yeah, you know, this bishop not being there really makes the king weak. And if someday this pawn moves ahead, David, it will unleash complete havoc on that diagonal.
Yeah, this is why Black has planted her bishop right in front of that pawn, trying to lock things up, trying to build a fortress, a position that cannot be broken through. Look at the kind of... Well, it looks like checkers, not chess. Look at the pawn formation here. Everything on light squares.
Right, but Kashlinskaya is having a huge advantage there. She's also playing very confidently. And in this tournament, if you're not in good form, you're not going to get even a single easy game, David. That's like, there are sharks lurking in the water here.
Yeah, and sharks, they smell blood. Especially when a player is struggling, out of form. They all seem to zone in. And huge threat, Saga. White there was aiming to trap the Black Knight in the center. We'll come back later, but Elizabeth Pates, the German player, under pressure.
Right, and right now we are moving towards a draw here. You can see Duda just making his moves. He knows that there's nothing much to play for here. Meanwhile, on the Prodigy board, another game that is tending towards the favor of PBG Alaskan Knights.
Wow, the Alaskan Knights looking good in these early stages. Prodigy board, we mentioned it, the head-to-head, 8-1 in Nihal Sarin's favor. It might be about to be 9-1 because look at those black pawns, Saga, on the camera here. They're all lined up in a row, but the white queen, she's lurking. She's edging nearer the black king.
It's like as if, you know, the white pieces are slowly and steadily coming towards the black king, the hand of death.
Yeah, you can sense something in the air here. Jonas Bjerg, he's played quite quickly up to this point, but I don't know if he realizes the danger. Black's pieces are just too far away. Let's just zone in on that Black King. It's all about the Black King and how uncomfortable it must be feeling right now.
It has absolutely no space to move around. Meanwhile, we have another result, a peaceful draw on board 2 as well. The match score is even 2-2. And yeah, 4 more boards to go. Boards 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wow, 3, 4, 5, 6. At the moment it is level, but the positions on the remaining boards are far from equal right now. We move to board 3, where we see 2 world-class players, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Yu Yang Yi. And this position, it looks like white currently is up a pawn, but Shakhriyar Mamedyarov looking calm, looking cool. He knows he wants to put further pressure on this endgame. If Yu Yang Yi is careful, though, I don't think this is the position. I don't think this has happened on the board that we see on the left there. Okay, we've caught up, and this is it.
This is here. I think even this position, David, although white has an extra pawn, it's very difficult to make progress, yes, because this pawn is weak here, this pawn is weak. It doesn't look easy.
White is very stuck. White can move the bishop out the way, though. White's extra pawn is a runner, a passed pawn, as we call it, only a few squares away from touchdown, but the black rook standing perfectly. Rook's behind passed pawns, as we say. If you're scared of a pawn, an enemy pawn marching, this is exactly what to do.
So even though it looks like Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has the better position, it's not going to be easy to make progress. You can move your bishop here, you can put your pawn forward, but after that, it's not going ahead.
That's right. White's rook is what we call a passive piece, a really bad piece, tied down defending its weak pawn. So right now, I agree with this win probability. Slight advantage for white. No risk, we should mention, for Mamedyarov. He shouldn't be losing this game ever, but Yu Yang Yi, with best play, should be able to hold the draw and defend.
Right, so this one looks like, so the top 3 boards might end in a draw, but then on board 4 we have Tan Zhongyi, who's better. On board 5 we have Alina Kashlinskaya, who's better, and on board 4 we have Nihal Sarin, who's better on board 6. So this entire thing is going in once again in Alaskan Knights' favor.
Yeah, and this is match strategy. They asked their top 2 boards, Anish Giri, Nodibek Abdusatorov, to just draw, to hold the danger men in the American Gambits team. And the rest of the teammates, they're doing their job. They're all in the driver's seat. And Elizabeth Pates here with black, her chances are disappearing. Look at the win probability now. She's simply a bishop down. And yes, black has a couple of pawns. Yes, the white king in the corner has to be a bit careful, but an extra piece is an extra piece. A bishop here is key. This is decisive, Saga.
Yes, you were talking about right in this position that the knight is going to be trapped, and it happened, David. The pawn came forward, the pawn pushed here, and the knight has nowhere to go. Completely locked in here, and I think that was all over then.
It was all over. The black knight looked pretty in the center there, but ultimately had no escape squares. And yeah, a few moves later, let's catch up with the current position. This is it. I don't see black ever saving this. It's going to be slow, it's going to take a while, but Kashlinskaya, she should wrap this up.
So Kashlinskaya doing the job for PBG Alaskan Knights right now. They might get the lead because of this, but so is Tan Zhongyi on board number 4. We see Tan Zhongyi taking on Bibisara Asubaeva over there, and this position also looking very, very positive for white. Although I need you to kind of tell me, David, is the attack going through? Because the rook is very interestingly placed there on the corner of the board.
Yeah, I don't think she'll be relaxing anytime soon, Asubaeva here as black. You're pointing at the rook, the bishop, the knights. There's a nasty check in the air if a white knight hops further towards the black king. Oh my god, there's so many checkmating patterns. I would be terrified here. The win probability not that bad for black right now, but she's definitely got to fight her nerves, got to fight the attack, and yeah, it's so easy to go wrong in this type of position, so easy to blunder.
Yeah, exactly, and you can see the time right now. Bibisara has extra time on the clock. She's completely focused on the board. She needs to actually take the pawn here, but how tough is that with the 2 knights, bishop, rook, all lurking around your king?
Oh, she needs nerves of steel, and she has enough time on the clock, and she's a very cool player, I've got to say, Bibisara Asaubayeva. But yeah, it's not just this next move. She's going to be answering difficult questions the whole way. And look, already a small mistake. We see, okay, a red cross appears. That means it wasn't the best move. There was something better, and maybe trouble ahead.
Yes, I won't be surprised if Tan Zhongyi starts to just throw her pawns down the board. That would include another piece into the attack.
Yeah, not just that, kick away the Black Knights. We say that a knight is a king's best friend, a knight is a great defender. Black's king doesn't have too many pieces protecting it right now, while there are a lot of white pieces nearby. So I love your idea there, Saga. I think that would maybe tip Black over the edge.
Right, and I think one game that's going to end very, very soon is on board number 5. Alina Kashlinskaya against Elizabeth Pates. You can see there, Elizabeth still has 8 minutes left, but now the position gets even worse. She was a piece down, but things are just going downhill.
Things, yeah, when things spiral, when things go bad from worse, it's really, really depressing. And I think she's just coming to terms with just an unfortunate decision early in the opening. She's not done that much wrong, Elizabeth Pates, but Kashlinskaya has played a fantastic game. And let's highlight that one diagonal. You mentioned it earlier. It's all about the dark squares. If the black rook ever moves out the way, white's queen infiltrates with a nasty checkmate in the corner, or checkmating type of pattern, the king will have to move. There's rooks under attack here. There's white can just choose the path to victory, many ways to win. But ultimately, there's not much else to do. If we go back to the game position, the black rook is under attack. If it can't move, it's doomed. And this is over.
Very, very spicy diagonal there, and there's no way for the rook to move. You're already a piece down. If you're going to lose that rook, you will be a rook down, David. I think we might see resignation very soon, and we see the win probability there, 98% in white's favor.
Yeah, sometimes we say the win probability just disproportionately high. Here, I would say it is fair. White is winning.
Absolutely. So this one going in PBG Alaskan Knights' favor. And, well, where is the board on which American Gambits will strike back, David?
I don't see it. There's 4 games remaining in this match, but the American Gambits, they're under pressure in all of them. Maybe Yu Yangyi as black will draw, but a draw is the very, very maximum. If we jump to board 3, this is that position, but this is the only glimmer of hope for the American Gambits right now.
You think this position has any hopes for a win here for Yu Yangyi, like, or it's also heading towards a draw?
Ooh, Saga, I'm going to bet draw, just because there just simply isn't enough material left on the board, not enough pieces, but he's got to try, he's got to hope, he's got to do it for the team.
Yeah, either here or Bibisara Asaubayeva has to strike on board number 4. I think this one has very few pieces left, David, as you rightly pointed out. But the pawn is running downwards. The king is quite close. Imagine that if the king comes here, the pawn takes another step forward. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, he needs a bit of luck, maybe, to win this with black. It should be a draw if the players are playing perfectly. White also has a pawn that is running. White's pawn will look really scary in a couple of moves' time, but okay, we'll definitely keep an eye on here. Mamedyarov looks pretty relaxed. I think it's just the fact that he knows his team are winning, so if he gets an opportunity to bail out, play safe, he will take it.
But there we see on board number 4 now, we should head over to Bibisara versus Tan Zhongyi. You can see that things are perhaps turning around slightly here, David. The last move that Tan Zhongyi played is not really appreciated by our engine here.
Yeah, mistake, and maybe another case of a knight being trapped. We see this last move, Bibisara trying to attack the 2 white knights. The white knights are kind of bound together, tying each other up actually, just defending each other, and they might be placed in really bad spots. The queen trade would maybe favor white if she's able to get her knights out a bit later, but maybe there isn't time.
Well, the thing is, this was the only move here, because after take here, the rook takes, let's imagine. Now none of the rooks can come to this square to attack the knight, because either this pawn would hang or there would be a check lurking. So the knight is still safe, David.
Yeah, she's staying alive. It's not going to be easy, but she is keeping things in the balance right now. So, yeah, it looks like board 5 is about to finish any moment. Let's jump over there.
Ooh, board number 5, Tashlinskaya making her moves rapidly there. She's now a piece up, but the things have simplified, and you called it right, resignation.
Resignation, and really impressive to see Tashlinskaya's focus even towards the very end when she knew she was winning this game. And Elizabeth Pates will aim to strike back, but another difficult day for her.
And no smile on the face of the winner as well. They are so focused. They know that just winning their game is not enough. The team has to win. And for now, Nihal Sarin on the Prodigy board is doing his job as well.
He's doing his job. He has a big advantage, Nihal Sarin, against someone he's had a very good score against in the past. That being said, there's still enough pieces left here, Saga. And, of course, when the clock ticks down, when you know that the whole team is watching, the whole world is watching, the pressure can get to you.
Right, and somehow I feel this might be the tournament that Nihal Sarin really breaks out with. If you remember, David, last year we had Pragnananda, who was the player of the tournament, and since that event, it was all upwards for him. He crossed 2700, he won the second spot at the World Cup, and perhaps that's what might happen with Nihal after this event.
He got to the candidates, and it feels like Nihal, he's been super strong for so many years. He just needs that one, like you say, breakthrough, stroke of luck, just for him to get those opportunities again and keep up with some of his contemporaries, his peers, who've been doing fantastically. Nihal, you know him so well. Chess Base India's first video featured him. How would you say he handles nerves?
Yeah, I mean, look at him. He's just one of the best players out there when it comes to time pressure, when the clock is ticking low. Even people like Hikaru or Magnus have praised him for his ability to keep his calm, keep his nerves. And I think he's such a big asset for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Like, the entire team is banking on him to score in every single game.
Yeah, often in team chess you need one big hitter, one big scorer who's going to crush the opposition, and Nihal Sarin, a lot of hopes for the Knights will rest on his shoulders. So, I don't like Jonas Bjerre's position. If we talk about the chess right now, White has an extra pawn.
Yes.
White is up on material.
Very healthy pawn.
Very healthy pawn. The White bishop as well, entrenched, can never ever be removed. There's a threat in the position. Black's last move, given a question mark, maybe a mistake, but clear plan to push a pawn forward, hit the white queen with that bishop. So Nihal will step away from that, maybe with the queen, with the rook, and okay, he keeps control.
Yeah, he just brings his rook backwards. He does it very safely here, and I think this, as we can see on the screen, the win probability 74% for White, looking good.
Looking very good, but wow.
Oh my goodness.
Some crazy stuff happening on board 3. It looks like, okay, this game's still in full flow. Yu Yangyi, remember, with Black, needs to win this one potentially in order to give his team any hope of saving this match. Shakira Mamedyarov looking cool, bouncing up and down. Look at how he's fiddling with a piece. This is a typical chess player kind of habit. When you're calculating, when you're thinking, he reaches for the white rook, and okay, we see the white king under threat there. The white king dropping back to its first rank. Not normally a good sign, but Shakira Mamedyarov, if he can hold, he's almost guaranteeing a team victory.
Right, and the thing is that over here, even though Black is making some progress towards the white king, that pawn, which is on the 7th rank, just about to queen, keeps things under control, it feels.
Yeah. It looks like counterplay here. Pushing pawns is always a good sign. There we see the clock, the pawns. The white pawn on the right side of your screens there. One square away from touchdown. It might become a new queen if Black is not vigilant right now. So, yeah, Yu Yangyi here, some pressure on him. He needs to keep the black rook fixed on that line to hold the advance of the pawn.
Well, things are actually turning around in this match, David, because Bibisara Asaubaeva on board number 4 is getting a great position. And imagine this scenario. If Yu Yangyi and Shak draw on board 3, and if Bibisara somehow manages to win this game, and the last board ends in a draw, which is unlikely, then perhaps American Gambits have some chances to win.
They do. They're not dead yet. They're still alive in this match, but a lot of responsibility lies on the shoulders of young Asaobayeva here. And the reason black is so dominant here, Saga, is because she controls the open file. Look at the black rooks doubling up, as we say. And it's all about the first rank. Back rank checkmates might become a theme. If the white king doesn't have any breathing space and a black rook gets down to deliver a check, it will be fatal.
Right, and somehow Tan Zhongyi's attack didn't really get through. Her knights look a little bit misplaced, especially the one on the left. And Black King is trying to escape from the attack here. You never know, David, if suddenly these pawns, we've been talking about that idea. Tan Zhongyi must do it now.
I think this is the time. You're right. She needs to go all in and gamble, commit, because otherwise, what was it all for? Why are the white pieces sitting on the right flank like that? No attack. You need to commit and keep pushing forward. It's like riding a bike. Keep cycling. Keep going forward.
Absolutely. This one also time-wise, Tan Zhongyi running low. She is at 4 minutes on the clock. Bibisara has 5 minutes in her hands. Things will get really intense here. But meanwhile, Nihal Sareen on the Prodigy board is keeping things under control for his team.
Yeah, it looks like he is poised to strike. Remember, when we last left this, white had an extra pawn. Might not mean much, but white is also building up an attack. The black king really feeling the heat, and okay, we see a couple of quick moves there, but Jonas Bjerre, I don't see him saving this game. Look at that white pawn so near the black king. There's all sorts of tricks in the air.
Yes, this one, I don't see this being held there. With the pawn push, it does feel that you're blocking this diagonal, but you've weakened a big square here, which Nihal's knight is going to jump in.
That's right. There's a beautiful outpost, as we call it, a square that can never be challenged by a pawn, available for the white knight right now. Maybe he'll use that move. The white bishop is attacked, yes, but you can counterattack against the black queen, gain a bit of time. But Nihal investing some of his just under 6 minutes now to try and find the most accurate path to victory.
So now the match is pretty clear, right? We have draws on the top two boards. There we have the scorecard on our screen. Kashlinskaya struck there on board 5, so 3-0 victory there. But if Bibisara wins on board 4, Nihal wins on board number 6, all eyes then on Mamedyaro versus Yu Yangyi. What's happening there, David? Should we have a look there?
Wow, I think that game... Wow, something has happened on board 3.
Can we go to board 3? What just happened there? Is the result out?
It looks like Mamedyaro has won according to our screens. We will update you. I believe there was some confusion with the move transmission. We'll update everyone a bit later. But right now, Jonas Bjerre is fighting back this board. He moves his queen forward. He is trying to eliminate that white pawn near the black king. And, okay, he's still alive. The longer the game goes on, the better his chances become.
Yeah. Well, for now, Nihal is doing okay, but there we have. Actually, the game is still going on. There's no result on that board. He takes the pawn, and what just happened there?
Wow, there was hesitation. Yu Yangyi there making that last move, and it was a mistake.
The rook.
It was a mistake. There's a discovered check.
My God! He just resigned.
He blundered his rook. He lost his rook at the end there, Yu Yangyi. White there landed a check and a discovered attack against the black rook. No way to deal with those dual threats. And Mamedyaro, that is a priceless victory.
Unbelievable. We thought that it was going to be a draw, David, but actually the Alaskan Knights have won it. And this means that Alaskan Knights are firmly now in the driver's seat. They are at 8 game points against just 2.
Wow, that is a huge lead right now. And the Knights, can they continue this fantastic form they've been showing throughout the first 2 days? Nihal Sareen here, he's going to be aiming to increase the lead, get more game points in the bag. And his last move asks a question of the black bishop. There's tension between the two dark squared bishops right now. A trade only favors white due to the extra pawn, due to the more centralized pieces.
Exactly. And it feels like in the Alaskan Knights team, just everyone is rising up to the occasion. It's like Mamedyaro wins, you have Kashlinskaya winning, Nihal is winning, and then you also see, I mean, everyone's just chipping in.
Exactly, a real team effort. And we talked about a team needing one big hitter. It's always better, of course. It's always a bonus if all of your players are on fire at the same time. And I think that game between Mamedyarov and Yu Yangyi, that was affected by the team situation. Yu Yangyi taking risks in the end game because he saw his teammates were in trouble.
And right now, Jonas Baer also taking the risk, and perhaps it may work out. Who knows? If you take the bishop here, he wants to take back with the pawn, hope to push his pawn and try to launch some kind of a mating attack.
Wow, I like it. It's creative. It's the type of position where ultimately you know you're in trouble, you know you're losing, so you gamble. You randomize it and hope that your opponent collapses with this transition. But Nihal Sarin not taking the free piece, not taking that black bishop, as you pointed out, maybe looking for something even cleaner.
But his time is running low, David. He has 2 minutes, 20 seconds. He takes it, takes, and plays his bishop back. Will time play a factor? He has 2 minutes, a few seconds there.
Yeah, Jonas Baer has done really well, I've got to say. We almost wrote him off a bit earlier. It looked like his position was almost hopeless. Yes, he's still facing a disadvantage, but he's created some complexity to the position. The white king is pretty much bare in terms of pawn shelter, but unfortunately black just doesn't have enough attacking pieces. 3 is usually the magic number. You need your queen and a couple of other attackers. Right now, black's struggling to launch that attack.
Right, and things are also looking good for the Alaskan Knights on board 4. Tan Zhongyi, who was completely under the weather, is now back. She's actually doing well.
Wow, she's fighting, she's staying alive, and Asaubayeva down to around the 2-minute mark now. I think she's starting to get nervous. She must know that her teammates are falling just one by one, and so much pressure on her shoulders.
I think these are some very important points you mentioned, David. With the team element coming in, it's no longer your individual game. You're trying to play for the team, and things can go really wrong there.
Exactly, like they did for Yu Yangyi in his game.
Look at that blunder.
A mistake. Wow, the white pawn, the white knight and pawn combo.
Oh my goodness, that knight is an absolute monster. You can see Bibisara is so unhappy. She's going to lose that pivotal pawn here with check, and then her rook and knight both would be hanging.
Yeah, she missed this one check. Knights are the most tricky pieces in chess, especially when the clock is ticking down. Both now down to around a minute and a half. This is a fork. She gives up her rook just to eliminate that pesky knight, but the black pawns alone will not do the job. White hasn't an advanced pass pawn of her own, and it's just whether she can keep the white rook out.
Yeah, and I think this is completely winning now for Tan Zhongyi. This is once again a clean sweep coming in by the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Incredible. The 2 remaining games, they look like they're winning. Tan Zhongyi, her endgame technique is phenomenal, fantastic. And a rook versus a knight, a rook worth 5, a knight versus 3. It's not just that, a rook is a long-range piece. Can play on both sides of the board. Knights here, just insufficient. She cannot fight.
The rook simply swings over, David. Like you mentioned, the pawns are falling. The H-pawn is going to run down the board. It's all over.
Oh, it's like Hungry Hippos. The white rook is just going to pick off the black pawns one by one by one. Watch out. Knight forks, knight checks.
Yeah, if she had taken this one, then knight check and you would have lost the rook, but she's too strong.
She's too strong. She sees all the tricks, and the white pawn, that H-pawn, is going to be decisive. Knights are really bad at stopping these corner pawns from running, and it looks like black is out of tricks now.
So this one going in Tan Zhongyi's favor. We also have Nihal Sarin, who has almost won his game, it seems. I think these are just resignation there by Bibisara. And another win for PBG Alaskan Knights.
Wow, another resounding win, a really emphatic victory for the whole team there, the PBG Alaskan Knights, and the round of applause, well deserved.
It's unbelievable. We also had the Prodigy board where Nihal was pressing, and even he has managed to win his game there. So this is actually a victory by 14-2. It's even bigger than yesterday, David, because they won with the white pieces, and you get only 3 points for a win there.
Amazing, just incredible. And this is the first match we see a real team strategy emerge from start to finish. Top two boards were clearly instructed to make draws and neutralize the opponents, and the bottom four boards all did the job. Tan Zhongyi is going to get a hero's welcome now.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see what is happening inside the room of the PBG Alaskan Knights. Let's see what the team atmosphere is like. She's actually trying to find where her teammates are, because I guess the next round is also about to start very soon. So yeah, there they are.
Ooh, all of the teams mingling, a real mishmash of a bunch of players here. Where are her teammates?
There you have Abhijit Kunte, the coach of the team, just congratulating her. David, top two boards were drawn, but from board 3, 4, 5, 6, all wins for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Very professional, showing all of their players on form, Saga, and these are the results.
Yeah, there you have it. 14-2 is the score line. We did feel that Anish Giri took a quick draw there, but I think he would be smiling there. He would be saying, that's what I had thought would happen.
Exactly. He couldn't have dreamed it better. All according to plan for the PBG Alaskan Knights. And yeah, just those bottom four boards. 3-0 on all of them. Really impressive.
Absolutely. 14-2 yesterday. They beat Triveni Continental Kings 15-3. This PBG Alaskan Knights team seems unstoppable right now at the second edition of the Global Chess League.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. They are the team to beat at this early stage. And let's go back to Tanya in the studio.
A clean sweep by the PBG Alaskan Knights. James, I think they need to rename themselves as the Stallions over the board. What a performance that was. They had a clear match strategy coming in, neutralize the top two boards, the danger boards of Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Krzysztof Duda.
That's right.
Play on the bottom boards, the four boards, the superstar boards and the prodigy, and they delivered.
You know what's funny? Knights are very tricky pieces, in fact. And, of course, you always, when you're in time trouble, you're like, those stupid knights. And that's exactly what's going on here. The knights are crushing, just as you would see in the chess game, too, as well. Even Bobby Fischer, favorite piece, being the knight. The knights are, it's all about the knights. It's not going to be a good knight, okay? You know what I mean?
For anyone else.
For anyone else, if the knights keep playing chess like this.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. They did this on day one.
Yeah.
And then they come and do it all over again.
On day two.
Even better.
Right.
You know, they, during the toss, took the white pieces.
Yeah.
And then 4 victories, scoring 3 points each on the board. So impressive. But I want to take you back to that Anish Giri moment against Hikaru Nakamura. Did it surprise you at that point? Because none of the boards were clear what's going on. When Anish, in what seemed like a position where he could push for more, decided to repeat.
I think it was clear, actually. They had match strategy is just try to, as David pointed out in Sagar, in commentary about just, hey, hold off the big dogs, you know, boards 1 and 2. Board 2 was a clean draw. Queen's Gambit accepted, very quick, of course. Pieces got traded down very fast. It became a draw. And then a repeat session on board 1 there, of course, King's Indian. It could have got very messy there. But it's like, you know what, we don't need to do this, right? We're going to settle it on the other boards, which is what they did as well.
And we see the end of that game right in front of us. Anish Giri, he took some time before he decided to repeat for the 3rd time. But like you said, it was probably preempted that, you know, if you get an opportunity against the speed demon himself, against Hikaru Nakamura, half man, half everything else, like you call him, take it with both hands.
Right.
And it just seemed to work out to perfection for the Knights.
Yeah, it worked out so good. I mean, you know, you take a draw, you just take it if you have it there, especially against Hikaru. You don't want to play or take any unnecessary risks, right? The job is done.
See a handshake.
We actually take care of the first 2 boards and let our team do the rest on the bottom boards there. And the Knights did exactly that. I mean, the Knights are the team to beat right now.
Wow. The Alaskan Knights playing like absolute stallions, and we've got Yavanka with the boat match, player of the match coming up on the other side of the break. Stay tuned with us.
Every moment leaves a mark. The time has come to continue making history. La Liga on your home of champions.
The Dongfeng Voya Wuhan Open returns to the WTA's calendar for the first time since 2019. The WTA 1000 event is in its 7th edition. Let SportsMax and SportsMax 2 bring you live action from October 6th to the 13th. Don't miss out. Watch on the SportsMax app. SportsMax is the home for all CONCACAF Nation League action on Wednesday, October 9. U.S. Virgin Islands battles Barbados at 7 p.m., 8 p.m. ECT on SportsMax and on the app.
So many people singing Kino, I don't know why, but used it as motivation and gave them a good celebration.
Još Kolos,
Yeah.
It's John. It's my dog.
My daughter sorted the tour out for me and just came along. My God, it's been superb.
Yeah, I'm really delighted with the start, and I know there's still another step to go for our team.
He's achieved what no footballer has ever achieved before.
Resounding victory by the PBG Alaskan Knights over the American Gambits. And it's hard to pick an MVP from the Knights for this one, but we've got Yavanka with the boat player of the match.
I'm here with Tan Zhongyi, our boat player of the match, for her victory over Bibisara Asaobieva. And here to present the award is author of Chess Revolution, Peter Doggers.
There you go, congratulations.
Tan Zhongyi, a former women world champion, such an incredibly talented player. She's the one who sealed the deal, the final winner in this match. Do you agree, David, for the boat player of the match?
Fully deserved. There's always extra pressure when you're the last player standing, and she handled it so well. Almost a turnaround in her game. She was under, she had to answer some really difficult questions, but she found all the right moves at the end.
And I want to highlight the importance of winning every game. Yes, you know your team's already got the match victory, but we've seen the importance of game points. And that's what puts the Knights on top of the leaderboard. So a really important victory by Tan at the end there.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, I was a big fan of her opening choice, Jar Jar Binks London, a.k.a. Joe Bava London, my favorite opening. I have.
Best city to play it in.
It's great. It played Joe Bava London in London. I mean, come on, she had to win that. But no, at the same time, she played great chess there. There were some chances that she had to play a little bit more aggressive. Then it switched, and then but she, Bibisara was not able to convert in that, and especially time, pressure, all these things for your team too as well. Tan kept her cool and was able to strike back and win for the Knights. Those tricky Knights every time. I keep telling you, those Knights, they do it every time.
They're getting the job done. Now, David, you were safely guiding us through all the genius moves that the Knights were bringing on the board. But I thought what was really genius about this match was the team strategy that they came in with. And having Anish do a quick draw, not a back, neutralizing on that second board. But talk to us, just take us through how that strategy actually played out to perfection.
Yeah, team dynamics are so different from individual chess. Anish, he knew he had an advantage. He knew White's position was preferable there. If it were just him, nothing else mattering, he would have played on against Hikaru Nakamura, but he knew that any risk would potentially danger the team, and he trusted his teammates. That's key in these events. He knew they had the white pieces. He looked at the screens. He knew they had great positions. And same for Nodibek Abdusattorov. He never agrees draws. There, it was clear what he was instructed to do.
Yeah, this was fascinating to see, right? Because Nodibek, he's an absolute fighter. We see him play every single match out until the very end, James.
Yeah, it's for the team, right? It's for my team, right? It's just for the team, Tanya. It's for my team. And that's what he did there, of course. Yeah, you know, that's very good there from David, as instructed, basically. Hey, we're going in. This is what we need to do. This is what we're looking to do. And at the bottom boards, you know, the hope to score there. But they weren't successful there. The Knights were on top 100%.
Yeah, simply maximizing the odds, minimizing the risk.
Yeah,
he knew few of the boards. You know, nothing that bad could go wrong. And, I mean, I don't think they could have predicted it working that well, though.
That was sweet. That was sweet.
Yeah, just absolute flawless stuff there. Alaskan Knights becoming the team to beat here, David?
Well, I did say they would win that match. I was right. Sorry, guys. But, yeah, I mean, they just look fantastic.
You know, their team coach, Abhijit Kunte, he was also the team coach of last season's Alaskan Knights. And he was also the team coach of the women gold medal winning team at the Olympiad. He's so good with these strategies, and he just knows the players, where, you know, the games, the boards that you want to push on, which ones you want to stave off. And it just looks like he had a massive role to play in this one, David.
He's got the magic touch, the winner's touch. Tanya, I mean, he helped you to gold medals at the Olympics. I mean, you must know him best. And if you say he's got that all locked down, then I trust you.
Fantastic stuff going on here at the Global Chess League. But let's also take a look at some of the big moments, the big highlights. We've got some great visuals and great shots coming up from all the action that we've seen so far on day 2 of the players that we've seen in action. And the fans who are here, this is such a big moment for London, for the chess scene in London. And what does it mean for the fans of the game in this city as we see them having a lot of fun playing against your good friend, Grandmaster Gwen Jones, and my good friend as well over there in those visuals.
That's right. We don't just have 36 world-class players competing here at the Global Chess League. We also have many Grandmasters. Current British champion, Gawain Jones. I'm going to pretend I'm not upset. He beat me in a playoff, but
I saw that.
Having a great time. And yeah, it means a lot for the city. London System, the opening, becoming more popular, but also hopefully it inspires the next generation of players here in the UK.
And I want to come back to this match because I'm still thinking about this domination that the Alaskan Knights are showing. What does it mean for the other players? What can they take away, and how do they strike against the Knights now?
Yeah, you know what? A lot of times when you see someone on fire like this, or a team, it's actually, you know, sometimes the psych part hits. We're like, oh man, the Knights are this team to beat. And when you start thinking about that, you sometimes are already defeating yourself. You're not actually thinking about the strategy or the chess. You're just thinking about how to beat this team, but you already beaten yourself if you are not thinking about the chess at hand. You just got to play good chess. That's what they say at the top level. Play good chess and see what happens, you know. But that's what they're going to have to do to take down these Knights.
Yeah, no weak links in the Knights. I think the best strategy against them might be to try and play them at their own game. Try and neutralize the danger players, and if you take it down to one board, you might increase your chances. It becomes a bit more random then.
Maybe take the Knights. Maybe just take their Knights off the board.
Pick up the Knights and keep them off
That might work.
Unfortunately, that's not legal.
Oh, okay, okay.
But they're definitely becoming the team to watch out for here, Alaskan Knights. What a power performance by them on day 1 and day 2, completely crushing the American Gambits. David, you mentioned play the strategy against them, find the weak links, or find at least the links where you can neutralize. But that team, it's stacked top to bottom. Where do you even hit?
It's a scary team. Maybe just try and draw the games and hope for the best. But yeah, we are yet to see them kind of later in the event when they're already in the lead, maybe feeling a bit more pressure. At the moment, they just all look in the flow. Still a long way ahead, of course, in the tournament.
A long way ahead, and we've got matches ahead coming up, and a very spicy one as well. Take a look at our fixtures. We've got the Triveni Continental Kings coming on next against the Alpine SG Vipers. And we'll, of course, deep dive into these matches. Now, we've had the Ganges Grandmasters against the Upgrad Mumba Masters. It was the Masters taking the victory, and then the Alaskan Knights with a fantastic performance. 14-2, completely crushing the competition there. Next up, we will, on the icon board, go on to see a clash of generation that's pretty much become the most hotly contested battle in the chess world. It will be Alireza Firouzja taking on Magnus Carlsen in that one. And it doesn't end there, as later today we've also got the upgrad Mumba Masters against the Alaskan Knights. A lot of chess coming up, and we will make sure to get you hyped up for all of that. We'll see you on the other side of this short break.
Do you want to share your ultimate sports experience with the family? Introducing SportsMax app's Cast to TV feature. Now you can stream your favorite sports to the big screen. Imagine the excitement of watching live sports with your friends and family on the biggest screen in the house. With the SportsMax app's Cast to TV, you can enjoy live sports matches, highlights, and engaging analysis. Don't miss out on the action. Download the SportsMax app now and cast your TV for the ultimate sports experience.
Sister, welcome. We've missed this boat. Let's not miss the next one.
It's been revealed. The SportsMax Zone is the #1 show on Caribbean television.
Are we supposed to assume that this was an accidental leak?
No, Faz, but here's the thing. It's riveting.
Just lock it down then. If we're not going to do this, let's just lock it down. What is the point?
Do you think he's a favorite to retain his home?
It's bold.
Definitely the best club in the world. Hands down.
In the world?
You know, that's not even a question.
My heart is still in Trinidad, but my thoughts could be abroad.
And it's a whole lot of fun.
Let's just keep the conversation over here for teams that got out of the group, you know?
Yeah. This guy you see here, he's an idiot.
This year, me I go take it to them.
Jamaica my thing day. Is that how y'all know?
Jamaica my thing. This year, me I go take it to them.
Join us weekdays, 4:30 p.m. Jamaica time, 5:30 p.m. ECT on SportsMax.
The Spartan World Championship is now on your home of champions. The smashing series of races around the world gathers the best of the best. Historical races, outstanding landscapes, challenging courses, and the beautiful scenery of Abu Dhabi. It goes live Saturday, October 12, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. ECT on SportsMax 2, SportsMax Racing, and on the app.
This year's staging of the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League has been nothing short of exciting. 6 teams drafted, 33 games played. The final.
We saw the icon board on that one, and there we see handshakes. What has been the highlight for you as we go through all the big moments?
Well, the Alaskan Knights have been fantastic, but the icon board, only one game decided so far. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking down former world champion Vishy Anand. That was the start of all of the action we've seen today so far.
And there we saw Lina Krashenskaya getting the first win, and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov also getting the job done for his team in this one, as handshakes by Yu Yangi. And what a day it's been, and what a day it will continue to be. We will see more time scrambles, more big victories, as we've got a big match coming up. And next it is the Triveni Continental Kings taking on the Alpine SG Pipers, as we bring in our points table where we stand on the leaderboard. And there's only one name, one team name on everyone's mind right now. It is the PBG Alaskan Knights. Look at that right side. The game points, 29 points, 9 points ahead. The rest of the field right now, of course, Upgrad Mumba Masters have got another match to be played. But so far, James, absolutely dominating. But I'm looking also at the bottom of the leaderboard there for the Kings. They really need to get on the leaderboard. This next match, super critical.
Very critical. You know what's funny, actually? This is how they started last year, like TCK or Triveni Continental Kings. Nobody was talking about them. They're like, oh, yeah, you guys are going to be out, you know. And even I remember talking with even some of the staff and like, oh, yeah, they were talking about we were just going to be nothing and be done. And then they won the whole event. Sometimes you need that type of fire, or just like, oh, count me out. Well, keep counting, of course, you know. So they have some matches coming up, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, big one for the Kings coming up, and it's been a fiery day of chess. And in case you are just joining us right now for the Global Chess League, 1, where on earth have you been? And 2, we've got your back, because here's an explainer video on how the league works.
Global Chess League is back and as exciting as ever.
6 teams made up of 6 players, including an icon, 2 male superstars, 2 female superstars, and a prodigy under the age of 21 will face off against each other in a double round robin. At the end of the competition, the top 2 teams will qualify for the 2-match final, with the team aggregating the most game points over the matches being named champions. This year, time control is set to 20 minutes per player, and the start of the games will be staggered, with tables 1 and 2 going off first, tables 3 and 4 starting 2 minutes later, and 5 and 6 2 minutes after that. Game points remain the same as last year, with 3 points for a white win, 4 points for a black win, and 1 point for a draw. The winning team will receive 3 match points, with a draw receiving 1 match point and a loss 0 points. So who will come out on top? All will be revealed over the next 10 days.
The Global Chess League, with its ultra-unique format, the clock system, 20 minutes, no bonus time, the exceptional scoring system, which means that we get entertainment and fighting chess in every game. But David, talk to us about the overall impact on the chess world of having such a special event like the Global Chess League.
Well, it's new, it's fresh. Chess is a really historic game. I know there's a lot of classicists out there who prefer certain longer time control, but it's no coincidence that the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Vishy Anand, they love this. They love being part of a team, something bigger, and it's a new challenge for them. And if chess wants to become a sport, then speed is key as well. So this format has been really successful so far.
It's been awesome for the fans, and it's been awesome for the commentators as well, and the players having a great time on the board as well. And we're going to have a great time because the match coming up next features a certain Magnus Carlsen you mentioned. The world #1 will be in action. Let's bring up our lineup as the chess continues at the Global Chess League. And there we have it. Look at that icon board. Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja. Now, James, yes, it's a clash of generation, but let's not forget, this is the king versus the prince match. Alireza Firouzja was handpicked by Magnus Carlsen as the one player he would want to play the World Championship match against. We didn't get that match, but we've had both of these players face off against each other so many times. Talk to us about how this rivalry has built up over the last couple of years.
Yeah, of course. Alireza just been tearing up the field, beating Magnus's record of 2,800. Very fast, obviously, getting to the top of chess there, and then Magnus saying, hey, I'm not going to play a world championship unless it's against Alireza there. I think Magnus gets very fired up. Sometimes, of course, he stepped down from even playing the world championship. He didn't like the format. And, I'm just winning everything. I don't even care. I'm going to play chess and win everything else, and then I'm only going to play if it's Alireza here. So I think he really gets fired up when it comes to playing Alireza. I mean, even in the recent Speed Chess Championships there, of course, he just wanted to really kind of show some dominance there and was able to take down Alireza there with, not with ease, but definitely with a deficit there, a margin, to say the least. So Magnus really brings his best game, especially when he's playing Alireza.
Well, so far we've just seen one decisive result on the icon board. David, when Alireza and Magnus play, there's fire on the board. Do you think we might see another one?
I have a feeling. I'm not going to say which way it's going to go, but I mean, that's why Magnus loves playing Alireza. Alireza is unique. Most players against Magnus just try to neutralize him. They try and lock it down, fight for the draw, beg for the draw sometimes, but Alireza, he's one of the few who goes out there and tries to beat Magnus. That allows him to play, allows both players to go fully at each other, and that's just a bonus for us. We're going to witness a fight.
Now, in this previous match, the Alaskan Knights, they really showed the importance of having that team strategy. And it was the lower boards, the superstar boards, and the prodigy board that got the match decided. Looking at the lineup that we have for this one and the matchups coming up, where do you see the decisive games and the key factors coming in, and what do you expect the match strategy for this one?
Oh, it's tough. I wonder whether they will take inspiration from that last match, James.
Yeah, I think even board 2 right now is, when I looked at the pairings, I'm like, that one's going to be decisive. We have Wei Yi versus Prag. It's going to be decisive. There's just, I mean, they both are very strong players. Wei Yi's very aggressive. Prag is fights. I mean, Olympic gold medalist. He's going to fight for the team as well. That's going to be a decisive board for sure.
Well, the first thing that's going to be decisive is the toss. Which team gets what color? And
right.
You win the toss. What are you picking?
What do you think, Tanya? What do you think I'm picking?
You're picking black every single time because you love the 4 points and you want to just get all the points.
And I'm going to flag you king, rook, king, rook.
You're going to flag me king.
100%.
King versus king as well, because
exactly.
That's not allowed. Let's see what the coaches picked in the toss.
I go.
And it was the Alpine SG Pipers. They win the toss and they decide to start with the white pieces. And there we saw the win of the toss. They didn't go with James' suggestion. David, what do you make of the choice to start with white?
Well, I wonder, Magnus Carlsen, maybe he just wanted the white pieces. Maybe he demanded the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. He wants to get his first win of this season.
Well, let's find out what was the coach's strategy. Jovanka with the coaches.
You won the toss, Praveen, and you chose the white pieces. Can I ask you why?
Well, white has a slight advantage, the first move, and it's natural to try to play a press for a win more easily with white, and that's why I thought it was a good choice to take white.
And yesterday you won, but it was quite the battle. How is the team feeling?
Well, I think team was very happy because we had lost the toss and we got black pieces, and it was a lot of ups and downs in all the games, and it was a very tense match, and till the last moment we couldn't really know what was happening, but Richard and Yifan both played very well and we got the win.
Luke, the team is playing with the black pieces. If you'd won the toss, what colour would you have chosen?
Well, I would have chosen white, to be honest. But yesterday, well, we won the toss. I chose white, well, and we got crushed badly. So let's hope today it will be a different scenario.
And yesterday was a tough loss. How important is today's game?
Yeah, well, yesterday it was a totally depressing match. You know, we had actually no chance to win the match at all. And actually, we have to get back on our feet, you know. So that's why probably it was better to have white again. But okay, you know, before yesterday we thought we were kind of invincible. Today we're probably a bit more humble, a bit more defensive. So yeah, we'd like to have a good match, but you know, Alpine is a strong team, so anything is still possible.
Alpine is a strong team. Well, they've got a certain world #1 as an icon. It's going to be a fantastic match. And there we had Grandmaster Praveen Tipse perhaps taking a leaf out of Alaskan Knight's notebook. Win the toss, start with white, David.
That's right. It's the classical approach. You know, white, you get an advantage. You get to choose the pace, the direction of the game. And we'll wait to see if that pays off. We've seen a real mix so far today. But yeah, Magnus with white, who you found with white, it's a scary prospect.
A big match coming up, and for Triveni Continental Kings, not yet on the leaderboard. They're looking for a match victory on this one. How much does this mean to them? The players have to come out all guns blazing on this one. And now we're all set. The live audience ready. We've got the boards ready. We're all hyped up, and the players will be coming in on the other side of the break, and we'll have the first moves.
Action in the CONCACAF Nations League resumes in October. 37 matches to be played, 3 channels to watch. From October 9 to 15, witness the battle for country and pride as the region's best go head-to-head for a chance to reach the quarterfinals in November. The CONCACAF Nations League is on SportsMax, SportsMax 2, and SportsMax Plus on the app. Get in the game. Watch on the SportsMax app.
The Spartan World Championship is now on your home of champions. The smashing series of races around the world gathers the best of the best. Historical races, outstanding landscapes, challenging courses, and the beautiful scenery of Abu Dhabi. It goes live Saturday, October 12, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. ECT on SportsMax 2, SportsMax Racing, and on the app. It's the great La Liga derby. Sevilla versus Real Betis, Sunday, October 6th at 12:30 p.m. in the Eastern Caribbean, 11:30 a.m. Jamaica time. Be a part of the game. Watch on the SportsMax app.
Every moment leaves a mark The time has come to continue making history. La Liga on your home of champions.
People look at stories through different lenses. I have my own take on some of...
Continental Kings and the Alpine SG Pipers are ready to enter the playing arena. We head over to Yavanka to welcome the teams.
Thank you, Tanya. And we are ready in the auditorium for the game. And the players are ready in the tunnels. So can everyone just give our players and our teams a big round of applause as we welcome SG Alpine Pipers and the Triveni Continental Kings. SG Pipers are they going to be led by Magnus Carlsen, and then we have Ali Reza Faruja leading the Triveni Continental Kings.
Getting ready to take their place. Different emotions there, David. Some smiling, some not as much. What's going on in their minds right now?
Well, inevitable nerves, some jitters. That always is the case pre-match, but maybe just running through their opening choices as well. We've seen some great pre-match footage in the past, you know, behind the scenes of the players preparing with laptops up until the last second. So, yeah, just trying to get their game faces on now.
Triveni Continental Kings headlined by Alireza Faruja, and there we see Valentina Gunina taking her place across Katrina Lahano. Handshakes games will be beginning in just a few moments, which means we head over to our commentary team. James Canty has made his way to join Sagar Shah.
Thank you, Tanya, for that. And what a game we have on the top board. Alireza Firuja from the Triveni Continental Kings takes on Magnus Carlsen. Joining me is the CEO of COE, James Canty. Hello, James.
We are here, Sagar. How are you, buddy? Man, listen, I'm hype and happy to be here, of course, for the commentary today. Look at him locked in there. I mean, so much great chess today. You always learn something, and it's very fun to watch, so I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And these two have been having this rivalry between themselves in online chess, where Magnus has beaten Alireza several times recently.
Yes.
And Alireza has said, I'm glad that Magnus actually exists in the chess world. Otherwise, I would lose my motivation.
Wow, I didn't even know that. That's actually kind of crazy. But it's nice because they motivate each other. I mean, Magnus is locked in. He's ready to go. And Faruja is always looking at it as a challenge, which it is. Of course, he's the world #1, 5-time world champion as well. So Faruja is like, yeah, it's a challenge to fight him, to try and beat him, especially with the black pieces here too as well. I'm really going to go all out. I get 4 points if I win. It's for my team. There's a lot of emotion, and he got a win here, Sagar, because TCK, Triveni Continental Kings, lost yesterday.
Yeah, they are at the bottom of the table right now. They need to win. We have the shake of hands. It's going to be an amazing encounter. Magnus opens with 1d4, and on board 2, we have Pragnananda taking on Wei. What a match that is going to be.
That's going to be decisive, 100%. I mean, board 1 it could be a draw. It could be decisive, obviously. But, yeah, board 2, that one's going to be decisive. That's just 100% that style matchup there. There's no way that one's going to be a draw.
Right, and we are beginning with the Queen's Gambit declined opening. James, this is a very solid way to play as black. You just try to equalize and then slowly try to take over if possible.
And you know what? I like this situation of the c6 pawn here, which is defending the d5 pawn. And what he's doing is just having a nice pawn structure here and going for sort of the semi-Slav setup here, where he is going to have a solid foundation, him meaning Faruja having a very nice solid foundation. And then he's going to play a little bit aggressively somewhere down the line, maybe a b5 and etc. He takes a pawn on c4 though, Sagar.
He's now a pawn up, and Magnus is essentially telling Firuja, I have no interest in recovering this pawn. I'm simply going to castle, I'm going to push my pawn forward, and I'm coming at you.
Wow, you know what? I can actually play b5 in some of these positions and try to actually keep my pawn that I won. But, of course, Magnus actually is transposing into something that he already kind of likes to play, which is sort of a Catalan-type position here, where he fin-kettles the bishop on g2, plays very positionally and says, I'm going to get this pawn back later, and actually have more of a quiet game is what he likes to play. These games where, you know, less tactics, still tactics involved, but not giving a lot of sharp positional things or sharp games that Firouzja would definitely thrive in. You don't want to give him anything he likes to play.
Interesting take there. And we are soon going to have the next set of games beginning. James, a very interesting innovation at the Global Chess League is the fact that 2 boards start and then there's a staggered start for the next 2 boards taking place after 2 minutes.
I actually like that. I like that there's a stagger there. I mean, of course, well, we can all kind of just focus and everyone gets their mind right, especially on the other boards when you know that it's coming up for you in the next 2 minutes. Just kind of be ready, be poised, take a few deep breaths, and get ready to play your game.
And we have Richard Rapport taking on the white pieces for the SG Alpine Pipers against Temur Rajabov from the Triveni Continental Kings. We see this position, very interesting decision by Rapport to give up the bishop for the knight and then slowly just try to create some kind of a barrier with his pawns.
In fact, what they say here in all chess literature, of course, is when you trade a bishop, you want to put the pawns on the same color of the bishop you've traded. And that is because you do want to actually make sure that your other bishop, if you have one, is actually still very strong. So as we see, he plays, you know, a4, pawns are on d3 and e4 and c2, the light square pawns there. So it creates a very nice kind of not outpost, but squares on the dark squares for my dark square bishop that is currently on c1. So very nice from Richard Rapport here. A very creative player, but playing more of just a positional style here. Maybe this was part of the plan here, Sagar. What do you think? Is that part of the match strategy, is to just play super solid? Because, you know, this is a Rossalimo, where it's a more positional type of play. We see on board 1, Magnus is just positional, period. You know, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, I feel like definitely Richard Rapport wants to play a long game here against Rajabov. And meanwhile, we have games 5 and 6 beginning there. And there you see the second female board that's there between Koschenyuk and Gunina. And we have the prodigy board between Daniel Darda and Javokir Sindarov. So first, as Sindarov points out, first the ladies will begin, and then now the arbiter comes in. They have a shake of hands and d4 here.
Yeah, it's actually Lagno here. Lagno versus Gunina, and Gunina's extremely strong. She wins a lot of women's events, actually. I was doing some commentary and seeing her win a women's FIDE event literally almost every Wednesday. Not winning, but maybe placing and winning money every Wednesday for the women's event that they have online for FIDE. So Gunina, very strong, very underrated. And of course, Lagno, I think she's how many times?
She's actually won World Blitz title several times.
Yeah, a few times.
And also World Rapid title. So she's a multiple-time world champion.
Wow, absolute beast here, of course, on the board, right? And we have ourselves a... What is this Sicilian? Which one is this one? A Sveshnikov? Something like that. Maybe Kalashnikov. Something.
Kind of Kalashnikov here. Pawn pushes forward. The knight comes here. And then white tries to grab the central space. Gunina is well prepared there. She's blitzing out her moves. So is Lagno.
You know, it's funny. I think every board so far has been the most positional chess you can do in every opening. So, of course, here just locking down the center of the board with the pawns on e4 and c4. So having a sort of, they call this a Maroczy bind setup, where you actually bind the d5 square, which is what's going on right now. The 2 pawns on e4 and c4 actually do a great job of not allowing anything for black to put a piece there. You can if you like, but we'll just take it and get some material there. All boards, it seems like so far, very positional chess.
Right, and as for our viewers who are new to chess, we want to tell you that whenever we call out a move, let's say, for example, d5, you should look at the squares below, and there are letters there. So d5 is here, and there's also, if you go, the numbers on the left of your screen. So there you can understand which square we are pointing towards.
Absolutely.
James, I want to go back to our icon board. Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja. It's the big clash there. And as you said, you mentioned that this is going to be a positional struggle. and it's actually taking that direction, it seems.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Magnus just being Mr. Positional himself. Well, we say this because, I mean, him being the greatest in-game player we've ever seen, is he's very comfortable. In fact, I remember actually seeing a quote that said, Magnus, he doesn't care much about the openings. He doesn't even care what kind of opening he's playing, just as long as he can get out of the opening into a playable middle game. He is fine with that because he says, I'm going to beat you usually somewhere in the end game. Now, of course, you can actually still make mistakes up until the end game, but he's very comfortable going into positions that may be dry or boring or very quiet, just to give himself that strength of understanding his strengths and weaknesses there, being really in the end game. And look at him looking around, already just kind of, not bored, but like, hey, what's going on the other boards here, Sagar?
Well, but you know what, James? There is a possibility for Firouzja to take another pawn. He moves his knight, but he could have also pushed his pawn. But that did not happen. He's brought his knight here. It seems like the opening strategy has worked well for Magnus, because he can now actually try and round up this pawn here, maybe moving the knight in, maybe pushing this pawn forward.
Yes, 95 would be very nice. Putting it into the center of the board, putting a knight or even any piece, of course, is very good to put in the center of the board. The 4 squares in the center of the board is generally where you want to aim. Put pieces and pawns and have pieces generally aiming there, because you get space, you get better attacks, you get better positions, and just better piece play and space as well. So a move like 95, which would be very nice, because knights from the center of the board can actually control 8 squares. So having that type of power is actually very good and recommended. So you also can play pawn e4 as well at some point, due to the pin on the knight that it sits on f6 from our bishop on g5. That bishop pins down the knight, so you can't move it or we'll take your queen. So that allows us to make moves like pawn e4 in the center of the board to try to put some pressure on that knight that sits on f6.
Right, so as of now, these are a few moves that are possible, but Firouzja has pressure on the knight here, so Magnus has to first do something about it. Maybe a queen moving in here, or a queen going to c1. This is actually quite a stressful game, you can say. It's going to be a positional struggle. Both players are going to take their time for each move.
And we have queen c2. Right there it is, Sagar. Queen c2.
He played it.
He played it. He played it with the intention of, we don't really know yet. He has a lot of moves. In fact,
maybe just pushing the pawn in the center and then pushing it forward. This is looking quite good for Magnus, actually.
It defends the knight on c3 because, I mean, okay, yeah, the knight was, not that it was hanging, but, chess is simple math, and I always like to teach students, of course, is the knight and the bishop are 2 pieces attacking the knight that was on c3. You only have 1 piece or pawn defending that piece, so queen c2 not only helps defend the knight on c3, but also connects the rooks, which makes our position just a little bit better, because we're getting more pieces into the game and being active. The more pieces, usually, the better.
Right, and so Magnus looking good here. We should head over to board number 2 now. We have Pragnananda there taking on Wei Yi.
Man, let's see that game. That's going to be decisive. I'm excited to see what happens there.
Yeah, these two are amazing players. You know that Wei Yi is currently one of the best Chinese players. In fact, he's also overtaken Ding Liren on the rating list.
Wow.
So he's current China #1. But the opening seems to have gone in Pragnananda's favor, because he has a slightly better position.
Yeah, it's actually, Prag is very well prepared, I would say. One of the, he doesn't get as much credit for it, but he's just a very well prepared player, very strong, in fact, working with many coaches, and also just a part of the Indian dynasty, as we know it today, right now. Rook d1, very good move here with an X-ray on that knight on d5. So there's going to be some problems with white threatening actually the move knight to b3, attacking the queen.
That would be huge, and that's the reason why he defends it, James. James, overall in this match, we have Magnus versus Firouzja, we have Prag versus Wei Yi, Richard versus Rajabo, Yifan versus Koschenyuk, Lagno versus Kunina and Daniel Darda versus Javokir Sindar. What's your take in this match? We haven't yet discussed.
The takes, huh? Oof, man. You know, that's a great one. I think Darda, I was actually playing games with him in Nihal a few nights ago. So, of course, I know Darda is very warmed up. He also had a match, obviously, too, as well. So I think there, maybe Darda has a slight edge just because of him being warmed up.
Really?
And actually
because
being ready
he played
to play.
against you, yeah?
Yeah, well, of course, me and Nihal. He actually took some L's to Nihal. Nihal was just going crazy that day. But also, it was good to get the games in. And also, yes, of course, playing me, too, as well. No, it was lots of fun. Sindarov having lots of experience, too, as well. I think he's going to have his word cut out there. It's going to be tough. But at the same time there, he has the white pieces, him meaning Darda. So I know Darda definitely played very well with the white pieces before. So going to see what happens there. Ho Yifan and Kostyniuk, that's a great one there. They are both very aggressive players. I think that's going to be a decisive board as well.
Right. Okay. So there we have some exciting clashes. And James not really telling us who's his favorite here, but I think it's a well-balanced match.
I think it's actually very well-balanced, in fact. Yeah, very well-balanced. It's kind of hard to pick a team there, but it's very, that's the word, well-balanced. If I had to pick one, though, let me think. I'm going to have to go with Magnus's team. I'm going to have to go with Magnus's team there. What do you think?
Yeah, I also think like Magnus is going to lead from the front here. Look at what has happened, by the way.
Magnus is locked in.
Alireza actually snatched a pawn. So he was one pawn up. He went in and grabbed another pawn. And then Magnus said, well, what about this? I'm coming in. I'm attacking your knight. And he took here. And now Magnus is thinking, because he can take this, he can take this. Later on, he's threatening a pawn push. James, this is getting very, very exciting.
It's getting spicy. What happens if I take the bishop, though, Sagar, and then my knight is hanging on d5? I'm going to have to move it away, right?
You will have to move it away. Let's say I take here. You need to break the pin this way, and maybe you just about survive. But this is so risky.
Very risky. It definitely gives White some initiative. And here we go. And it's happening right now. It gives White some initiative. Initiative equals time and activity is what that means. So White has the time and he has the activity. Time meaning the pieces are very active. If you notice Black's pieces, Black has not completed development. What does that mean? The rooks on the back rank are not connected. They are brothers and they are very far away from each other. On the back rank, they're on the 8th rank. So for White, White's rooks look very good compared to Black's. So in this case, White definitely has an initiative and a slight advantage, especially practically from a human standpoint, having more active pieces, more pleasant to play as White.
But Firouzja is just saying, like, look, I have 2 pawns up and I'm going to stick with it. I think he'll also protect his remaining pawn there and then he will hope for the storm to pass by.
I'm going to play that. I'm going to play. You know what? Hey,
and
it's a pawn.
Push this. James,
it's a pawn. Just push them. Push them, baby. Push the pawns. Push all of them. B5, A5, everything 5. And just push those pawns down the board and hope for the best.
Right, and by the way, on our screen we have the points table. We see PBG Alaskan Knights at 29 game points.
That's ridiculous. How many knights is that? How many knights is that one? 29 points? That's a lot of knights there, I think.
Yeah, that's almost 10 knights you can get for it.
10 knights, right. Just under 10 knights there. Well, hey, it's going to be a long 10 knights here if the knights keep swinging and playing at the pace they are.
Right, so this one looking very good. And there you see Firouzja about to make that pawn move to B5. We are talking about it because with that, he keeps his extra pawns wanting and hoping that Magnus does not checkmate him in some way or the other. And then he can make his queenside pawns count.
The question is and there it is. He plays it. Now, I wonder, because we have to do something as White here. We can't just make a move like, move the rook to one of the files, E, D, C, or B. I mean, it doesn't really do much. But, of course, if we want to justify being down a pawn here, we can play the move maybe F4, moving the pawn in front of our rook here. And as you mentioned, going for an attack, It's quite annoying just to try to do something, obviously, to push on that side of the board. Exactly. And maybe even a potential G4 after that. And then you'll have 5 pawns on the 4th rank. That is crazy. It looks like they made that type of position up.
James, you are going all out there, and I would be very interested to see if Magnus goes for this. But there's also another tactical possibility here that White has. James, look at this. If the knight jumps in, boom, snatches this pawn, the knight goes back and takes it.
We take it.
Then we push it forward, opening up here and here and here. Oh, my God.
There is a lot going on. We might have to give something back at that point, which looks kind of risky. It's tough. He doesn't go for it, but that was a very nice sequence there, I think. Knight takes c6, followed by e5 is quite annoying. But he goes with queen to c1.
What is he planning? Oh, my God. Is he planning for some kind of an attack? Take this, and then just jump in with your queen in.
He's actually that's very nice, but he might actually take and go knight to g4 first.
Let's just point this out. If you move your bishop here,
okay,
I just chop, then jump with the knight with the queen coming in.
Wow, this could be diabolical. And if a knight to g6 happens, we do have that h pawn that's going to kick away that knight, bring the queen in, and you can resign as it's going to be mate in 4.
Right,
probably.
But let's have a look at what happened there. He went king to the side, and that's a big mistake. As Magnus brings his queen in, this is getting very tough for Firouzja.
Yeah, he makes it look so easy here too, as well as he gave up the pawn. This was very Catalan-esque, as it started as something else, but from the Catalan being a chess opening, Magnus is a favorite of it. He loves playing the Catalan opening, and somehow, by transposition, we got something similar to what he's very comfortable playing with as well. Even winning his 5th World Championship against Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was able to play the Catalan with success. I think it was game 6 where he ended up sacrificing his queen and having a great game. That was a Catalan as well. So he's very comfortable here, Magnus said.
He's very comfortable, and I think Firouzja might have to grovel here. He might have to put his knight back like this in order to defend.
That's gross. Come on. We got to get that off the screen there, Sagar. No one else to do this. These knights here are called superfluous knights. In fact, Dvoretsky came up with this term. The knights are fighting over squares, and they look cool. They defend each other, but they don't want to be doing this.
Yeah, I think this one is definitely not looking pretty for Firouzja, but we know what a fighter he is. Our win probability bar at the top of our screen shows 66% for Magnus Carlsen, 34% for Firouzja.
Yeah, of course, the win probability is always, okay, it's not always. Most times it can be correct, but then again, hey, we are humans here. This can switch at any given moment. Now, I think when Magnus gets these type of positions, he doesn't really just let it go, right? Black has no real counterplay right now, and this is what you want to lean on. Counterplay meaning, good plans of attacks. We don't really have that from the Black standpoint. We also have not completed development. Again, get all your pieces out. Magnus a favorite.
Absolutely. And talking about favorites, another game that is looking pretty good for White here is the battle between Richard Rapport and Temur Rajabo on board number 3. Also looking very good for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Yeah, you can even see in Richard Rapport's his face there. He's just looking very calm. He's calculating a lot of lines here. As you can see his eyes, if you just take a look at his eyes, he's calculating. It looks like Timur has a little bit of stress there. Shoulders are kind of high. He's sitting up here, and it seems like he's a little bit more tense. And look at these pawns in the center of the border, Sagar. Those pawns are monstrous.
Yeah, they are just simply amazing. And the last move that Rapport has played is moved his bishop. It's given as a question mark. I don't think it's bad at all. He's looking at the pawn here to attack, and actually the white pawn can move in further in. I think this is looking really dangerous. Also, the other pawn can move in.
Yeah, I actually do like this move for White. Engine does not agree. Maybe there's some type of pawn to f6.
Yes.
I mean, it's kind of
maybe
annoying,
that's the idea
here.
The idea.
But
still, James, this is looking really good for Rapport. As you can see, the win probability meter saying 71% to Richard.
That's a lot. That's almost all of it. In fact, 71% is a lot there. But, of course, you are playing a human. Time is the factor, too, as well. As time gets lower, mistakes will happen. But white is for favorite here, as we have the nice structure, in fact, pawn structure that is better than black's. And we have the two pawns in the center. We're threatening moves like d6 or e6 as well. And we have another board.
We are going to the game between two amazing players. World number 1, Ho Yifan, playing there against the chess queen, Alexandra Koschenyuk. And this one, what's happening? It's complete chaos. But it feels like, again, the PBG... Over here we have the Alpine SG Pipers on the offensive.
Yeah, of course. I mean, she's a very aggressive player. Very aggressive all the time. I mean, as you just watch her game, she just plays aggressive chess. Yeah. And you obviously do want to watch it and learn from it here. And this position is nothing short but an aggressive type position here. The king on e8 is a little airy there. Needs some moves there. But also, it seems like this might have been a French defense, too, as well. I'm curious to see.
It was a Caro-Kann.
Close. The cousin. Makes sense.
The Caro-Kann, and she brings back her queen. She says, I'm not going to trade, but that changes the assessment of the position completely. Wow.
Like they like black now after that. I mean, I think it's a practical decision, though. I don't want to trade queens because it gives me less of an aggressive position. Less, when you trade queens here, it's harder. Not that you can't checkmate with out the queen, but it makes it just harder and makes it more liquidation type savvy. You also will help your opponent when you take on d7. King takes d7 would have been the move there to actually activate the king there, as it's okay not to castle because queens are off the board, being closer to an endgame.
Right, you are absolutely right. That wouldn't have been the right move, but maybe something like a check here would have been pretty good, or pushing the pawn. This one that has been played in the game is slightly passive, and we now see Alexandra Koschenyuk thinking about her move. If she gets castling in, then puts her rook here, the other rook moves into b8. This is going to be some pressure. She plays directly rook b7.
Rook b7 first. Got to move that queen again. The question is where. She chooses queen a3 with an option to take on a5.
Yeah, this one I think is good news now for the Triveni Continental Kings, as Koschenyuk starts to get a slightly better position. It's maybe time to look at the next board. We have the juniors here fighting, and Daniel Darda with the white pieces seems to be in a very good position against Javokir Sindarov. You said that Darda is someone who's warmed up, is looking good. Look at the black king here on the side of the board. I think it's under pressure.
Yeah, Darda was very sharp here when we played a few nights ago with Nihal as well, and a few others. It was very fun. And Darda was very, very accurate and good with the white pieces. Now, obviously, you do have the first move there, but at the same time, he was just locked in. He played very, very well here. And as you see in this position, too, I think white is the favorite. We have the G file, which our rook is on. I mean, we have the bishops that look good as well. Only piece that we don't like is the knight on d1, and that is something to pay attention to. Where are we going with that knight?
It'll come in somehow or the other. James, also notice this pawn moving forward, opening up the bishop. He does improve his knight. He listens to you.
Ah, yes. In fact, no, there's what is that book? It's Positional Play, the Grandmaster Preparation book, actually, which we actually talked about this with Dardo as well. He was like, yeah, my favorite one is Calculation out of that one, so we got to get him some COE gear, definitely. But he did say he read the series, and one of the series was Positional Play by Grandmaster Preparation, or by Jacob Igart and Grandmaster Preparation. One of those is First Place Piece, and he definitely moved it.
Right, and now moving on to Katerina Lagno here against Valentina Gunina. The last move that was played here was absolutely stunning.
Gotta see it.
The move that was played here. Ooh, look at this, James. If we can get the board, it'll just show you this amazing move that was played by Gunina. We were here. We were here.
Okay.
And think about what did black play in this position.
Let me see. Queen h3. Putting a queen on the h3 square.
That's a bit too much there,
yeah,
James.
that's pretty bad. Okay.
You just need to sacrifice the rook.
Whoa, the Rook C1 and be done. That was a nice move, in fact, with the idea of if queen takes C1, what happens, Sagar?
Check, and you lose the queen.
Wow.
It's a big fork there, a royal fork coming in on E2. So she moved the queen, but now after takes with the queen, the position is roundabout even.
Quite level there, quite level, where it feels like black may have some type of slight advantage due to the very strong knight on D4 and some tactical possibilities available.
Right, again the threat is to bring your rook in. If the queen takes, there's a fork once again looming large.
Does not want that, but the question is, do we capture something? Can we take on D6? It is possible. Rook takes D6 is possible, but probably not the greatest because the queen takes A4. Maybe we take that pawn over there on the A file, attack the bishop, and renew the threat of rook to C1.
Very likely this is actually a move that could very well happen. Rook taking the pawn. We are right now here. We have Lagno who's thinking for her move, but look at the time situation. She has 5 minutes on the clock. Gunina has 12 minutes 38 seconds. Time is going to play a massive factor here.
Remember, there's no increment here. So if you're playing a 5-minute game, no increment, while Gunina is playing more of a rapid game without increment here. So that time edge is very important.
Right, and now going to the board number 2 here between Pragnananda and Wei. Well, Prag is actually a queen up.
Whoa!
Can you believe it?
I knew something crazy was going to happen on this board, but it looks like a material imbalance with 2 rooks and a bishop versus a queen and a rook there.
So Wei, even though he doesn't have the queen, his position is still okay because the white king is under fire. The bishop is looking at the queen, the rook is in between. It can move away somewhere and unleash a discovered attack.
Wow, that would be nice. In fact, we would have to figure out where to go. Believe it or not, there's no good places to put the rook. We can pick up the rook, and this is over the board chest, so you can actually pick up the rook and put it somewhere, but you will be counted as an illegal move. But of course, we'd like to move the rook somewhere nice.
Move there by Prag. Prag is like, yes, I heard you, James. Nothing much is happening. Let me just move my rook inside the position. And now going to the next board here, there we have Temur Rajabo versus Richard Rapport, and guess what has happened? An unbelievable move has taken place. Richard Rapport has unleashed hell on the position. Let's have here, an amazing move that happened. James, I want you to take a look. What should white do here?
Okay, let's think about it. You can probably go with, let's go tactics senses are tingling here. Maybe it could be rook takes h5.
Wow.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, we do tactics at home.
And what's happening after I take your rook?
I think after gf, you take the pawn on f6 next.
Wow. And if knight takes here,
we go queen to g5 check.
Queen enters in.
And then king
after
f7.
King goes here.
Knight e5 check.
Knight jump. Oh, it's happening. It's happening.
It's happening right now. And king to e7. And then we move the queen over to g7 with check.
Mate. This is happening. Oh my goodness. It's going to be a mate.
Oh, it's a checkmate. That's disgusting. He might just hit the button right now, aka resign. So my goodness.
This has happened. He comes in and maybe he doesn't go here like we discussed because that's a checkmate. He might go to the other side. But once you go here, James, I take your knight. My other knight is coming in. My knight is very active. You are in big trouble.
Wow. What was this opening choice here? What was the beginning? Are we able to check to see how did this happen? So the viewers at home can figure out.
Don't you remember
what to do.
we saw this? It was the
the Rosalimo? What? This was a Rosalimo?
From a very solid opening.
That is crazy.
Richard Rapport, who's known as one of the most creative grandmasters in the world of chess, has managed to completely demolish his opponent.
With a opening that is not considered the most aggressive.
Yeah, and look at the win probability meter, 93% for Richard. This is great news for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Probably should be 99% after this sequence here. Queen g5. Only move looks like to be king to h7. Just going over one to the right here, but that's not going to help too much. And here it's happening in real time.
It's happening. Rook comes over, and now let's see what he does. He brings the
Oh my goodness.
knight in.
Yep. Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
This will be I'm very tempted to knock over all the pieces on the board right now, Sagar, as this is not happy. I am not happy with the black pieces here.
Looking in, this king all lonely. Well, it's completely destroyed.
Jeez, man, bringing that other knight. I wonder how far he calculated this here. This one is GG, meaning game over. Good game already.
So you know what's happening now in this match? If I have to tell you, if we can have a look at our icon board, Magnus Carlsen is winning his game against Alireza Firouzja. Again, a great result for the Alpine SG Pipers. We see Richard Rapport winning here on board 3. Magnus is winning on board 1. Board 2 might be equal, but on board number 4 and 5, the women's board, is where the big battle is taking place. But can we go to the top board clash and see how Magnus is converting this?
And Magnus looks very confident. Very, very confident here. I see 3 minutes there on Firouzja's clock. But the question is, how much time does Magnus have?
No, Magnus has 5 minutes, 30 seconds here. He has 2 extra minutes. He's just working it out how to win here. He has a very, very active passed pawn here, which is just 2 steps away from queening. His bishop is well positioned. The other one can sit here. James, do you think there's anything left here?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is you don't want to have 2 knights versus 2 bishops here. Generally, especially in open positions, meaning, you know, the bishops have a lot of room to move around. As you see, he backs that bishop all the way up to f1, as the bishops are much better in where they have a lot of room to work with, like in an open position is what they call this, where there's a lot of room for pieces to move. You have the bishops versus the knights. We're going to take the bishops most times.
Right, and the knight comes in trying to solidify the position, but I have a feeling that the bishop will jump in. It goes there. This pawn is weak. It's going Magnus's way here.
This is almost resignable. I mean, look, the knights don't work well together. They're superfluous. I mean, I take a pawn here. I mean, this is ugly. I'm kind of just shuffling here.
Yeah. So Magnus doing really well. Can we quickly check what's happening on board number 2 between Pragnananda and Wei there? That one is... Oh my god, this is intense. And meanwhile, we do have a result. We saw Temur Rajabo moving out. Richard Rapport has scored a win there.
Very big win.
And look at that final moment.
Wow.
Richard Rapport actually just said, you know, I know you didn't play. It was not a good day for you. He's such a gentleman there.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I mean, all of them here are just very gentle players here. And great sportsmanship all across the board, no matter what, win, lose, or draw. And if they stop to talk about the game a little bit, just says a lot about the players and their character.
Right, and here we see Pragnananda having a great position. He's up a queen, but somehow Wei's bishop and rook are not going to give it away easily.
He's trying to set up what they call a fortress here, where, of course, it's going to be hard for white to break through if we give up the B pawn. But we have to do it at the right moment, where maybe we can win some material and maybe try to hold anyway with the black pieces by holding the rook on the 6th rank. Now, there could be this thing called Zugzwang eventually, which means, of course, black is going to have to step off in an unfavorable position by bringing the king and the queen very close to black's camp here. But that is a long way from home. And how much time do they have? They may not have enough time to do all of that.
Only 2 minutes left. That is one of the things that he always experiences. He comes under time pressure, but he's so accurate. He moves his queen to the side, and this one can be a very critical game. We should quickly check the junior prodigy board, because we see a big movement happening there, James.
Whoa, we got to check out, see what is going on. Let's see if we can see from the board right here. I think the Sindarov is actually, I don't know if that's the nervous or if I am very confident type of shake there while spinning.
He's just very happy, it seems.
Yeah, you see how fast he's spinning that pawn there? A lot of times they say that tells a lot about how strong you are, about how fast you can twirl the pawn. No. If you twirl that pawn very fast, very strong player.
True, and look at him there. Oh my God, that's 2,800.
Look at that's 2,800. Easy. That's that pawn twirling championships here.
Yeah, and right now you can see Daniel Darda's win probability just 12%. Sindarov taking here. So that means that Triveni Continental Kings will get the 4 points here on this board. But meanwhile, they are being pushed back at the top 3 boards. So the bottom 3 boards have to fire. And it's a draw that has occurred on board number 4 between Hoi Fan and Kostenyu.
That's crazy. Well, you know what? I guess when aggressive meets aggressive, you know, you would think it would be more aggressive. But in fact, sometimes it's just a draw.
Right. So a draw that's happening here, that has happened. And there they have a shake of hands. A good result there for Kostenyu with the black pieces holding the world number 1 to a draw. But that means that this match, oh, look at this. Look at this. Magnus Carlsen and Firouzja have 2 knights versus 2 bishops.
Oh, wow. 2 knights versus 2 bishops in an open position. Open meaning, of course, lots of room, lots of space. And generally you prefer the bishops here. This is going to take a long time, but they don't have a lot of time either. So it is very easy for someone to go wrong. Even with the bishops, as Magnus has, you know, there is in a way that you can be wrong and it cause an error, of course, and let Firouzja maybe back in the game to be able to draw this game.
Right. At this point, it feels like there are some hopes for Firouzja. The Triveni Continental Kings are not giving up easily. They are fighting, and if Magnus cannot convert this, this can be big trouble there for the Alpine SG Pipers. Absolutely. Because right now, this one, James, could be a big encounter.
He plays the F4 move. And pushing him back, I think, is his kind of clinical here. Clinical meaning, hey, you know, very easy for Magnus. Is he is going to bring all his pieces and pawns forward, let the knights run out of moves at some point here. But you do have to be careful of knight forks.
Right, but look at this. Over here, the Triveni Continental Kings on board number 5, Valentina Gunina, is putting immense pressure on Katrina Lagno.
Very quick glance at the clock there from Lagno. Of course, it is very good to glance at the clock. See, she's going under a minute. She's going under a minute here. And if you don't have that type of experience over the board playing bullet chess, that is, because there is no increment, you're going to have to start moving almost instantly.
Right, and right now, Gunina is an exchange up here. So she is definitely in the driver's seat, which means that board 5 and 6 are going in the Triveni Continental Kings' favor. Magnus Carlsen has to strike on board number 1. That is very important.
Queen takes C3 happens, of course, and yeah, White is just trying to create some type of problems here. We're back at the main board.
And look at Firouzja's time. He has only 40 seconds left. Magnus has 1 minute 23 seconds. James, what do you think here?
It is very possible for someone to flag or aka run out of time because of the time control that we have here. There is no increment. You get no extra time. So what you have on the clock is what you have on the clock. So 30 seconds here for Firouzja.
Yeah, he's just given up a pawn. Magnus moves his bishop in and Firouzja defends the knight. Magnus wants to take that pawn, pauses, takes it.
Okay, takes. Maybe this key. Oh, he put knight h6, okay.
Goes to the side.
Blocking the pawns temporarily.
Somehow, you know, James, like the knights are now blocking the entire position.
Yes, this is sort of like Devareski page somewhere in the back of the book here, as it seems like with the knights and the pawn. There we go. Oh, there's a capture, and he captured it quite hard there. A little bit maybe of frustration or also moving fast or both.
Do you see, James, how Magnus is playing here? He's so careful for the knight forks.
All right, as we've seen already, the Alaskan Knights are so strong. Wait, is that a mate threat?
Oh, look at that. There's a knight hanging there in the corner of the board.
And
but
there's
if
a
he
mate
takes
threat.
It,
oh, my goodness.
If he takes this knight, he wants to take here and then pick up the last pawn. It will be a knight versus 2 bishops.
That is an insane type of sequence there. He might be able to take it. He plays F5, though. There's a check he takes. He's calculated it out.
No, it's a draw now.
Wow.
Insane. Unbelievable defense here. Can Firouzja hold this for his team? 14 seconds for him. Magnus has 13 seconds.
Trying to flag.
Unbelievable action here.
Dirty flag's coming.
Who's going to win? 10 seconds for both.
Just don't let him take the pawn. He's saying don't let him take the pawn. Don't let him get close to the pawn.
No, Magnus Magnus might lose on time. He has 5. Alireza has 6. Oh, the pieces are going. Oh my goodness, he has the queen now on the board. But
what happened?
Firouzja won on time.
He wins on time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Wait, is that, there's a knight though. Wait,
but
there's this insufficient.
Magnus just saying that can his opponent checkmate him?
Right.
But the point is, because you have a knight, there are mating possibilities, and so Firouzja wins.
Oh my goodness, he wins because there's a way that the knight can checkmate. That is insane. You are kidding me. I'm flipping the table right now. I would knock over all the pieces and I'm done.
Turnaround, James.
Oh my goodness. Magnus walks away. He storms away. I would too. That one is tough. But flagging is possible. It is part of the game, Sagar. It is part of the game.
And we had another unbelievable turnaround on board number 2, where Wei managed to beat Pragnananda.
Wow, that's 2. Board 1 and 2.
Well, it seems like the Triveni Continental Kings are just going to completely win this match.
Oh my goodness, taking all of the pawns there. And that's 3 games with black.
Wow, Sindaro wins here. Unbelievable. And then now the only game that's going on, let's rush over to the board number 5. Katrina Lagno and Valentina Gunina. That's going on right now.
3 games with black there. That's always tough for a team when you lose 3 games with the black. When black wins, that is, 3 games. That's already 12 points.
Yeah, and right now we can see the match currently stands. I mean, Triveni Continental Kings have already won it because they have wins on 3 boards. Firouzja winning, Wei winning, and Sindaro winning. Now Gunina trying to score another win here.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one there. Man, heartbreaker, especially on the board 1 there with Magnus.
Takes here.
This one is very, very strange. There is some possibility. This is a double-edged game. Any player can win this.
Yeah, I mean, the queen can just enter here, and that could be a mating attack.
Definitely with queen h6 and following with a knight takes on g6. Next, it seems very promising for white. So white has to stop, or black has to stop white from going into h6.
Look at Gunina. She's unsure about her move. Pawn pushes there. You know, Lagno has just 19 seconds. Gunina has 1 minute 15 seconds. But she's so stressed out. She's like, oh, I can't find a move here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, especially after what we just saw there with how fast everything was going. The time. Oh, here we go. Queen b1. It might be done. That's over there.
Because the queen jumps in. Another win for Triveni Continental Kings coming in.
My goodness.
The rook jumps in.
The Continental Kings are looking like knights. Jeez.
Oh my God, another win there.
Resignation.
Wow. We have 4 wins.
That's 16 points? What? The Knights did that yesterday. That is insane.
There's also one draw. That's 17 points.
That is the biggest we've seen so far.
17-4. Triveni Continental Kings striking back, and how?
Wow. That was some heat this entire round.
We never thought this would happen because the Alpine SG Pipers were looking so strong. Magnus was better, Pragnananda was better. They both lost their games. And then we also had Daniel Darda losing on the last board, and also Katrina Lagno.
One thing to understand is that these type of things can and will happen, of course, especially without having, no increment there, especially on board 1. I mean, white was completely winning, and then flags, meaning you lose on time. It's part of the game.
Right, absolutely. And here we have the scorecard that is there. We see that Alireza Firouzja scoring that big win on top board against Magnus Carlsen. Wei beating Pragnananda. Richard Rapport scored that first win for Alpine SG Pipers, but that was not enough in any way. 17-4 is the final score line in the favor of Triveni Continental Kings.
What a round here. And of course, there is still another match. I mean, what do you think that match will top this one? Who knows? This is crazy. 17 points, Sagar.
Right, and now going down to the venue with Tanya, who's waiting for us.
Wow.
Thanks, Sagar. James. Triveni Continental Kings absolutely destroying the Alpine SG Pipers. One of the wildest finishes I've seen in a chess match. David, Alireza versus Magnus. We've got to relive that. What happened there?
I mean, that was absolutely crazy. Magnus was winning most of the game. He was dominant. It was just about how he won that game. Ultimately, it became a bit scrappy. And at some point, Magnus had a winning position. He also had 20 extra seconds on the clock. But he spent too long trying to find the best moves that he just simply forgot about the clock.
Now we can see Magnus with those extra seconds and then just pausing. And this match cost them so much. And we've never seen Magnus sort of have these freeze moments in chess. What do you think happened right now?
It's simply the fact that the players aren't used to this. They're used to having that buffer of 1 or 2 extra seconds after every move, the increment, as we call it, the bonus time. Here it's just sudden death, and he simply lost by 1 second. I mean, it was...
And look at that final position, right? He's got an extra queen, he's got an extra piece, and Alireza's just got a knight, which usually is not even enough to give a checkmate, David.
It is legal, however, having a checkmate. So according to FIDE rules, the World Chess Federation, that is indeed a win for Black. Firouzja there. If Black didn't have the knight, it would have been declared a draw because Black doesn't have enough material left to checkmate despite winning on time. So Magnus there, I think he was shocked. He just assumed in his mind as well, even if he runs out of time, it's a draw. But ultimately, he didn't get rid of Firouzja's remaining piece. He forgot about the practical side.
Do you think at some point Magnus just got too ambitious about his position and wanted to win on the board? Because we know that these two have this epic rivalry between each other.
100%, Tanya. He's too much of a perfectionist. All the top players are. Ultimately, Firouzja remembered, you know, you can flag the opponent. Even in a hopeless position, you can win on time. And that's what Magnus just couldn't get through to his mind. And he's going to remember now. Magnus is going to wake up. That's going to anger him. So his next opponent, be careful.
That was an absolutely crazy match, a roller coaster, a huge turnaround that saw the Triveni Continental Kings eventually taking down the Alpine SG Pipers on every board. We were on the edge of our seats, and we will dig deeper into this match and hype up what's coming up next on the other side of this break.
We watch for the players. We watch for the goals. We watch for the memories. And the memories last forever. We watch matches from Arsenal and Manchester City every week on SportsMax and SportsMax 2 and relive the stories, the defeats, the triumphs. Your memories live here on your home of champions and on the SportsMax app. Stay connected when you stream on the SportsMax app.
People singing Kino, I don't know why, but used it as motivation and gave them a good celebration.
Joško loves cheese.
Yeah.
It's John. It's my dog.
My daughter sorted the tour out for me and just came along. My God, it's been superb.
Yeah, I'm really delighted with the start, and I know there's still another step to go for our team.
He's achieved what no footballer has ever achieved before.
The Dongfeng Voya Wuhan Open returns to the WTA's calendar for the first time since 2019. The WTA 1000 event is in its 7th edition. Let SportsMax and SportsMax 2 bring you live action from October 6th to the 13th. Don't miss out. Watch on the SportsMax app.
Every moment leaves a mark. The time has come to continue making history. La Liga on your home of champions.
The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League.
For the Triveni Continental Kings sees them take down the mighty SG Pipers, who won the toss, started with the white pieces, but everything went wrong in those final few moments. I'm still thinking about the Alireza Magnus turnaround that we saw, because the world number one, we've just never seen something like this from him, David, losing out on that one. But the other boards as well, so impressive.
So impressive. And you're right, the Pipers, it all went wrong ultimately, but it started so well. They won the toss. They struck first. They got the first win on board 3 with Richard Rapport. Magnus, Prag, they were both winning. It could have been a total whitewash the other way. But ultimately, it was when the clock ticked down, and you've said it before, it's the 17th piece of the clock. It plays such a huge role.
We call the clock the 17th piece in chess, but here at the Global Chess League, it's turning out to be piece number 1 in some of these matches. What a performance by the Triveni Continental Kings, and we've got Yavanka with the boat player of the match.
I'm here with Javikov Sindarov, who is the boat player of the match, and here to present the award is Suhail Chandok, who is the CEO of Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Well done. Thank you. Well done.
Congratulations to Sindarov and to the team as well for their power-packed performance. 4 big wins. Now I want to dive a little deeper into this one, because really for everyone watching what happened on the icon board, we get our second decisive result on the icon board. And it turns out it's Magnus Carlsen who goes down from a position of power, from where he was the one who was dictating it. And those last few moments, and what does that mean for Magnus going forward? How does that affect his mindset, David?
Oh, it's tough psychology for most mere mortals, but Magnus, he's been the number 1 now in the world for so long, and sometimes poking the beast really wakes him up. He's played fantastic chess, actually, in that last game. I want to say that was Magnus in top form on the board, but the clock, he was a bit slower than we're used to, maybe doubting himself a bit, and that's going to be a wake-up call. He very rarely loses 2 games in a row, ever. So I have a feeling he's going to bounce back strong.
And Alireza Firouzja, how many times we've seen him win a Bullet Chess Championship. And now Bullet in chess, for those of you who might be just joining us, getting interested in the chess world, are chess games played in 1 minute. David, what does it take to have that speed when you've got under a minute on your clock to blitz out those moves and not make blunders as a grandmaster yourself? How difficult is that?
I've got to mention, disclaimer, I'm not as quick or tricky as Alireza Firouzja, but he's really unique. He sees things quicker than everyone else. His intuition is fantastic. He just has such great instincts, and he trusts himself. It's the confidence. We saw Firouzja, actually, at the end. He had a draw, but he even gambled, surprised Magnus by letting Magnus make a new queen, just because he knew it would give him 2 extra seconds on the clock, and that was decisive in the end.
Just incredible scenes here happening at the Global Chess League. And that was board number 1. That was our icon board. But let's move to our superstar board. Now, it was Wei against Pragnananda. Again, a match that had incredible storyline to it. Because Prag was the one who was pushing for the most part, and then we saw another turnaround. What happened then? What was the decisive factor in that one, David?
Yeah, again, 2 of the most informed players of the last 12 months. Prag in control. It was a bit of a similar theme occurring throughout the matches for the Pipers. Here we see the final moments, and Prag, look at that clock. He doesn't have much time left. He has a queen. Wei doesn't, but it's all about the clock yet again.
We see that Wei just playing on the clock. Magnus had a queen, was not able to win. Prag had a queen, was not able to win. And it's the clock. Look at that speed, David. Unbelievable. The queen falls down. How does he even have time to pick that up and put it back on the board?
He didn't. That's why he lost the game. And again, a winning position, but you saw the frustration on the camera from him. He simply forgot, until it was too late, that this is a unique time format. The player's still adapting and trying to adjust.
This just feels like a series of unfortunate events for the Alpine SG Pipers today.
It could have been so different. It looked like it would be so different, but as is becoming common now in these team events, once one player falls, the nerves start to set in, something just transmits in the air. You start to feel the nerves, and yeah, it all went wrong. Pretty much the worst that could have happened did happen for them.
Well, heartbreak for them, but celebration for Triveni Continental Kings, who at least on paper felt like they would have a very tough matchup on this one. They get up on the leaderboard, and defeating a team like the Pipers, which is headlined by Magnus, what does that do to their confidence?
It's going to be shooting through the roof now, their confidence. They will believe if they can survive that match, that type of position that Firouzja had, for example, that they can survive anything. And we know in team chess it's all about momentum, it's all about confidence, and that could be key going forward.
Yeah, you know, we talk so much about the icon board and the board that's headlining the teams. And yes, you've got to lead your team, but you also have to live for your team. And I want to get your insight into that, because you're also good friends with Magnus. He's world #1, multiple-time world champion. He's the GOAT. How is he as a team player, David?
Well, he doesn't need my advice, first of all, but I have been fortunate enough to play on a team with him. We played on a Norwegian league team for a while, and he's fantastic. He really buys into the whole concept. He actually became European champion with his Norwegian league team, Offerspill, last year. He's always staying till the end, supporting his teammates. He's very much involved in the team talks, the team strategy. So I think that will just make him more determined to help guide his teammates through this rough patch.
And Pipers need that kind of guidance right now. And coming to Ali Reza, he is the youngest icon this season of the Global Chess League. How do you see him as being a leader to the team?
Yeah, imagine he could be on the prodigies board, Tanya. He's so young, Alireza Firouzja, but he's got to lead by example. And that win is going to be the first step in the right direction.
What a match that was, and the action is not over at the Global Chess League. We've got another big matchup coming up as the Upgrad Mumba Masters, they take on the on-fire Alaskan Knights. That's coming up. We will be building up to that in just a few.
The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League.
This year's staging of the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League has been nothing short of exciting. 6 teams drafted, 33 games played. The final awaits. On Sunday, the culmination of the biggest party in sport takes center stage at Providence Stadium in Guyana. Join us for the live coverage beginning at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. ECT on SportsMax and SportsMax Cricket on the app. Unlock SportsMax. Get the app today.
People singing Kino, I don't know why, but used it as motivation and gave them a good celebration.
Joshko loves cheese.
Yeah.
It's John. It's my dog.
My daughter sorted the tour out from when I just came along. My God, it's been superb.
Yeah, I'm really delighted with the start, and I know there's still another step to go for our team.
He's achieved
What a day of chess it's been. It started with the Upgrad Mumba Masters taking the victory against the Ganges Grandmasters. And then the action continued as the Alaskan Knights had a dominating performance. They were the Steph Curry, the 3-point king in this match, taking down their opponent, Stan Zongi, their former world champion, performing for her team. And then what magic we saw by the Triveni Continental Kings against the Alpine SG Pipers. Huge turnarounds in that one. The icon board coming down to those final seconds, and in the end, Alireza Firouzja prevail. And the action does continue as we've got one more matchup coming up. And this is where we stand going into the final match of the day. Alaskan Knights, who will be in action, are currently leading the table with 6 match points and 29 game points. And we've got Upgrad Mumba Masters, David, right behind them. And guess what? They play against each other in the upcoming round. We could not have had a better finale for day 2.
That's right, it's going to be a test of endurance as a couple of teams now set to play yet again. But of course, not just that, they're fighting for the top of the table. It's going to be all important to see how those players react.
Absolutely, to have endurance, to have the nerves as well. And this has been our order of play so far. We've got that final match coming up, and right now we're being joined by a very special guest, a player at the Global Chess League. He's on the reserve here. It's Grandmaster Andrew Hong. Andrew, firstly, welcome. How have you been enjoying the Global Chess League so far?
I mean, I think I'm really thankful for this opportunity. It's been a really special experience. It's my first time in London, but more importantly than that, I think Global Chess League is moving chess in a new and bright direction, and I'm really glad that I'm here to be able to see it. I think they're doing a great job of bringing the game to the casual fan, making it understandable, exciting, commercializing chess, and I'm here to see where it goes.
Andrew, tell us a bit about your role here at the league.
Yeah, so my role is in case someone drops out or gets sick, I get to play, which hopefully, or that happens, or not. But other than that, when I'm not doing that, I'm supposed to be engaging fans, teaching kids, playing simuls with them. So it's been a fun experience so far, even though I haven't been able to get out there and play.
That's so cool, but that also sounds like you have to be ready to play at any moment. You have to be in shape. And I believe you've been getting some blitz session in with some of the players here?
Yeah. A couple of my friends are here, and it's been really fun to, play zero increment chess because it helps them prep for their events as well. But, I miss the feeling of flagging someone over the board. So, yeah. But, yeah, it's been really, really fun. And I hope I get to play, but it does feel a bit anxious that I always have to be ready for a wake-up call,
Andrew, I'm getting the itch watching all these players as well. I want to play, so maybe we'll set up some blitz one night.
Yeah, definitely I'll be down for that. Yeah.
We did see some flagging happen in that last round. What were your thoughts on the whole Alireza Magnus end?
Yeah, I actually wasn't able to see the match live, but as I heard, Alireza flagged him with the knight against the queen and the bishop, which kind of brings me to some questions because, I mean, as I heard that if it's a rook versus rook, you're able to claim a draw, but apparently that was adjudicated as a win for Alireza. So I'm curious whether it's because Magnus didn't claim or because, the material count wasn't symmetrical. If that's the reason why a draw can be claimed, it's really strange and a new event, so I'm sure the players are quite murky about the rules, so it's very understandable.
Yeah, it had our hearts absolutely racing. And I want to ask you, is there perhaps a team that you're rooting for here?
Oh, yeah, unapologetically it has to be the American Gambits. I'm kind of a big fan of Hikaru, always been, so...
What do you like about Hikaru?
I started watching him over the pandemic, his streams. I don't know what drew me to him, maybe the fact that he kept winning and winning, but, I'm really glad I'm able to see him in person for the first time.
Yeah, he's an absolute superstar. He's been world number 2. He's been in the world elite for decades. What a player, what a beast on the board. And not just that, he is the greatest chess streamer of all time. Every contribution that he's had in the popularity of the game, he's got a ton of fans. So you'll be rooting for Gambits. But next up for us is the Upgrad Mumba Masters taking on the Alaskan Knights. And I want to talk a little bit about that. Any predictions for that one, Andrew?
I think the Alaskan Knights will prevail.
I wonder why you say that. Does that have anything to do with their past performance? We've seen them dominating their victories.
Yeah, I think mainly my prediction has to do with the fact that I feel like momentum will probably play a big role in this event. If the teams are feeling good, they have team chemistry, there's a lot of bonding, and once you let the moves flow and you have that confidence, you're really hard to stop.
Yeah, confidence and momentum is the key in this format. Thank you so much, Andrew, for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you in action on the board.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks for having me.
Andrew Hong waiting for his opportunity, and we're waiting for that next final matchup of day 2 coming up. Let's take a look at the lineup, the players who will be in action in just a few. And there we've got 2 teams who will be playing their second match of the day. On the icon board, Anish Giri taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Stacked teams, top to bottom. Is there a favorite in this one, David?
Oh, it's got to be the PPG Alaskan Knights. Just on form, track record so far. These first 2 days, they've been dominant in their matches, and Andrew mentioned it there. That plays a huge role. Psychologically, it's going to be hard for the Mumba Masters to compete.
All right, you said Alaskan Knights. I'm putting you in the shoes of Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte right now. We've seen him come up with these team strategies, right? Which worked to perfection in the last one. What do you think it's going to be against the upgrade Mumba Masters?
Ooh, I'm not so sure. I think actually a draw, a neutralization of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on top board would be totally fine. I wouldn't be surprised if Anish Giri again tries to lock down that board. It's been further down, especially the Prodigies board, where they have been striking consistently. Board 3 as well, Mamajarov on fire, so that's where I think they'll be focusing.
And how important do you think colours will be in this one?
Ooh, we've seen white wins, black wins. The last time the Knights had white, it was very one-sided. So I think they would love the white pieces again.
I've got good news for you because we've got the toss coming right up. And there we see the coaches ready to go. Grandmaster Srinath, Grandmaster Abhijit Kunte, and it is the Alaskan Knights who won the toss and have selected to start with white.
Abhijit, you won the coin toss, you chose the white pieces. Was this part of a big team strategy?
Yes, I think today was a 2 games, so we thought that having the same color helps the players to prepare, and that's how luckily we won both the tosses and we chose white.
And this is your second game in a row today. How is the team's energy levels?
Yeah, it's very tiring because you come here and you have to be here for around 4 to 5 hours. So it's tiring, but definitely we had Indian food in between, so I hope that everyone is very happy and eager to play.
And are the team motivated and ready to go?
Yes, everyone is looking forward for the match.
Srinath, this is your 3rd black in a row. How are you feeling? Or rather, how are your team feeling?
I think they are feeling all right. I think having some familiarity and consistency helps. And basically, it's not in our control. So we only control the controllables, and we accept whatever comes out of this chance outcome.
And this is also your second game today. How is the team actually preparing?
Like I said earlier, I think having 2 games, it's actually not that difficult. But of course, the time waiting usually ends up being more exhausting than the playing itself. But I think today it's been much better than yesterday in general, in terms of the players' mood, in terms of things being in place, and also we were observing the other teams playing, and the time went pretty quickly just watching the others play.
Time well spent, and both Mumba Masters and Alaskan Knights have had a great day 2 so far. Both have won their matches and they come to fight each other, but we've been talking so much about the Knights because of the clean sweep that they had, the domination that they showed. Now for the Mumba Masters, this is going to be their 3rd black. And that's absolutely crazy. What do you think about that? And what Abhijit said, that, white is good because we had white before. It's smart work over hard work. The players need to prepare less.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they say. And it's been working very well for them. One thing I will say, in chess, especially tournaments, individual teams, we're used to alternating white, black, white, black. Having the white pieces, it gives you something to look forward to. So the 3 blacks in a row will be tough. Also, the fact that the teams, they played at different times earlier. It will be the Knights with a bit less recovery time. They played just a couple of hours ago. An extra hour for the Mumba Masters might be decisive. It might play a role.
It's a big final match coming up when we come back from this break. Stay tuned with us as the upgrade Mumba Masters take on the mighty Alaskan Knights. You don't want to miss this one.
Do you want
Want to share your ultimate sports experience with the family? Introducing SportsMax app's Cast to TV feature. Now you can stream your favorite sports to the big screen. Imagine the excitement of watching live sports with your friends and family on the biggest screen in the house. With the SportsMax app's Cast to TV, you can enjoy live sports matches, highlights, and engaging analysis. Don't miss out on the action. Download the SportsMax app now and cast your TV for the ultimate sports experience.
Sister, welcome. We've missed this boat. Let's not miss the next one.
It's been revealed. The SportsMax Zone is the #1 show on Caribbean television.
Are we supposed to assume that this was an accidental leak?
No, Faz, but here's the thing. It's riveting.
Just lock it down then. If we're not going to do this, let's just lock it down. What is the point?
Do you think he's a favorite to retain his...
Global Chess League and PBG Alaskan Knights and the American Gambits are ready to enter the field of play. We go over to Yavanka to welcome the teams.
Thank you, Tanya. And yes, this is incredibly exciting. Two teams that have been unbeaten today. They are going head to head. I'm ready. The audience is ready. And the teams behind me, they are ready. So could everyone put your hands together and give a huge welcome to PBG Alaska Knights and Upgrad Mumba Masters. PBG is led by Anish Giri, Upgrad Mumba Masters by Maxime Vacher-Lagrave.
And there we see headline by Anish. The Alaska Knights are ready to go. And then we've also got the Upgrad Mumba Masters, the players ready to take their seats to get locked in for this final battle of the day that's about to start. Looking pretty serious, David.
Looking serious, and the stakes are high. Still fighting for the top of the table and the second match of the day for both of these teams. Endurance key in this next matchup.
It is early still in the tournament, but can one of these two teams land a big psychological blow and get their second win of the day today? The action's about to begin, which means we head over to our excellent commentary team of James Canty and Sagar Shah.
Thank you, Tanya. We have a big clash here on our hands. The Upgrad Mumba Masters takes on the PBG Alaskan Knights. And on the top board, we have Anish Giri versus MVL. And joining me is the one and only James Canty.
Ooh, we are here, Sagar. This is a very kind of heavyweight matchup. These guys have both won matches. So if you win matches here, it's just time to keep winning, but only one can win in this match here. So, of course, it's going to be strong. It's going to be a lot of fighting here. Knights are, the ones to be here. So, they're going to try to do it right now.
Right, and also the jersey colors of both the teams are pretty similar.
Right? I mean, like, wow. The Spider-Man meme, like, where, like, you're pointing and I'm pointing and then we're pointing, but is it you, is it me? Who is it, right? So, someone is trying to win this one, and we don't know who it's going to be here. It's so crazy because they look very, very similar. In fact, it looks like they're all playing each other.
Right, and there we see also the top players of the team. Humpy takes on Tanjongi, Swidler takes on Mamid Yaro. We have Vidit taking on Nodirbek Abdusataro, and on the Prodigy board is the all-Indian clash between Nihal Sareen and Ronak Sadhwani.
Oh my goodness, that's a very, very nice matchup there. I wonder what their record. Do you know the record between them, Sagar?
I think I'm not 100% sure, but it feels like Nihal may have a small edge against Raunak there.
I agree.
And we have Anish Giri with the white pieces against MVL. Will the strategy of the PBG Alaskan Knights be the same? Take a draw on top 2 boards and then let the others destroy the team.
I think everyone's ready to fight in this round here, of course, especially after winning before or winning in their last matches. They are ready to go here, in fact, too, as well. I think Svidler actually looking to strike this round, too, as well. So let's definitely keep an eye out on Svidler's game against Shad.
And the games have started only the first 2 boards. That's the rule here. You have a staggered start. And Anish plays...
Whoa, what is this? This is like a draw opening, right?
It's a very interesting opening where white gets a very small edge because of having the first move.
Yes.
And it's a symmetrical structure, as you can see, both the knights standing opposite each other.
Oh my goodness, this one's going to put you to sleep here, in fact. No, in fact, this one definitely is. You've seen this, I think, in the candidates, actually, once or twice this year. But, of course, it's solid. It's very solid. No risk taken. And just trying to play a good, solid game.
I think it's also something that Magnus Carlsen played at the Olympiad. I think, James, it could be very misleading in a way. You can think, oh, it's just drawish, but a very small initiative for one side could mean that the other side cannot really fight back because of the symmetrical nature of the position.
Well, here we go with some fireworks. Bishop B5 check here. Got to block the check. What are we going to block with?
I think you block it with the bishop here, but Anish seems to be well prepared. You can see the win probability there. 55% to white, 45% for black. This is looking very exciting.
And maybe a knight b d7 or bishop to d7 here. He's thinking about, what do I want to do? But yeah, of course, white has the move here. First move. Oh, bishop d7 played. Maybe castles coming up next.
Bishop there. Knight
or knight
comes
c3
out.
Development.
Okay, very interesting here. I think the second, the third and the fourth boards will soon begin. But James, your thoughts on this matchup here?
Yeah, this is, I think, closer than we may think. I think it's more of a closer match as mindset-wise. Everyone is just in a fighting mindset. Hey, we're going to win this match, but also the other team's like, no, we're going to win this match here. So you're always going to have a nice, fireworky type of match here to have here. Oh, and we have the other game starting. Oh, G6 might be a Grunfeld that Peter Svidler loves to play.
Yes,
expert
the Grunfeld. Peter Svidler is one of the biggest experts
ever
of this opening.
Correct.
Where the knight, bishop, and pawn is placed this way on the corner. It's like building a home.
Oh, nice. I like it.
And then black simply pushes the pawn forward.
D5.
But you can see here, Peter is taking his time. He's not rushing into it. He can bring his king to safety. He can also push his pawn. This one will be a very exciting battle because Mamedyarov and Peter Svidler, both very experienced players.
Yeah, so far so good. Symmetrical. Now we can break symmetry with the D6 here, or we can go D5. Now Peter being more of a Grunfeld player, C6 and D5 seems like what he would go for. Just to push the pawns in the center a little bit. Maybe you want to push the C pawn, then push the D pawn, and grab some central control. He goes with the D5 option, though, an A4. That one is a sideline.
Yes, he pushes the pawn, and it's very important for all our viewers who are just tuning in to tell them that in chess, there's something known as the notations, where you have the letters at the bottom of the board and the numbers on the left of the board. So when James or myself say something like A4, it means that, the pawn is moving here to the A4 square. That's the chess language for you.
And we have pawn to C5, which he captures very, very quickly here. Now, black being down one pawn, we're going to have to get it back. So he goes knight to A6. Now, usually developing a knight to the edge of the board is not great. So,
but he's going to chop off this pawn, and meanwhile we have the last two boards beginning. Alina Kashlinskaya, who's been in phenomenal form,
yeah, definitely,
takes on Harika there, and Nihal Sareen on the right, who's also been in tremendous form, takes on Raunak Sadhwani, who also won his game today. So
C4, nice.
Two teams which are in good form are pitted against each other because Upgrad Mumba Masters won their match today, and so did PBG Alaskan Knights.
Wow, here we go. Very not symmetrical. Now
we have the English,
but this is the reverse Sicilian, is what they would like to call these type of positions here, where these become very sharp, actually.
Yeah, this is actually, as you rightly pointed out, reverse Sicilian, because in general, just for our viewers to know, when white pushes the pawn here and black plays c5, this is the Sicilian. But in the game, it happened the other way.
C4, E5.
So that's
Sicilian.
reverse Sicilian.
Reverse Sicilian. When white having the first move here makes it a little bit different here. We have actually what they call a reverse Sicilian dragon variation. And what a name for that dragon is, because of the pawn structure resembles a dragon. We're very strange. But very strange. Like, where's the dragon? I don't know, in fact. But if you see it, perfect. If you don't, that's perfect as well. This is the Sicilian dragon in reverse, but very sharp stuff. Very sharp stuff, as white is going to usually develop the bishops and use the c-file as much as they can. So putting a rook onto that c1 square where the dark square bishop is for white is going to be a huge plan later, just to put pressure down the c-file.
Right. So as of now, you can see that Nihal Sarin is moving tremendously quickly. His time is 19 minutes 44 seconds, while Ronak Sadhwani has taken some more time on the clock.
Yes, of course. And it's important to move fast here, as we've seen even in the previous round, where obviously 2 boards lost on time here in one round. So it's important to definitely use your time and use it wisely and be quick about it, because you don't get any extra time.
Right, you are absolutely right, James. As the tournament progresses, more examples come into the picture of players losing on time.
My goodness.
People are going to get very careful about how they utilize their time in the openings.
Absolutely, of course. You want to play things that you're comfortable with and that you know very well, that you can play quickly, and then start to think when you get towards middle of the game, meaning getting pieces out, kings are castled and much safer. Then, okay, you'll have yourself some time where you can slow down a little bit. But moving fast can definitely benefit you, but not too fast.
Okay, going to our icon board, Anish Giri versus MVL. And as you said, James, the game might be very, very equalish in nature, because we had a queen trade that happened early in the opening. But is it a very drawish position? Do you think that Anish can actually try to push a bit?
You can try. It is difficult, obviously, because the queens are off the board, and the pawn structure is sort of symmetrical. We say sort of because of the f-pawns being the only kind of thing that aren't as symmetrical. The knight on f6 does kind of make the pawn on e5 sort of weak. I mean, it's not really weak, but we have a more active king on e2 than his counterpart on e8. So, I mean, if I'm going to choose anyone, I would actually choose white by a minuscule, like literally very so small. But I may play something like bishop to e3, develop my bishop, try to get trade, and if it's captured, I'm going to take with my king, actually, to be able to get my king a little bit closer to the center. And bishop e3 is played.
James, Anish Giri is actually following what you're saying here.
In fact, yes, my name actually is James Giri, but I do go by Canty most of the time. So he takes with the knight, though.
Oh, he takes with the knight.
So he allows the knight to come in with check. What do you think about that, Sagar?
Yeah, I think the knight could jump here, but Anish will tuck his king to the side. And by the way, James, your sentiment of this being very slightly better for white is echoed by our win probability meter, which says 52% for Anish and 48% for MVL.
Wow, it is a very small margin there. Very, very small. You give a slight edge to white, but okay. We keep going, keep playing, and see what happens here. Black does have some good squares that he can, go to now with the knight to the center of the board, checking the white king on e2. And black maybe even a castle or play king e7.
Oh, he does it. He gives a check. Anish moves to the side and he castles it out. It's time to now move on, and we go to our next game. Yes, there we have Nodirbek Abdusattarov versus Vidit Gujarati. And I must tell you guys that Vidit has actually a plus score against Nodirbek.
Sweet.
Yes, he has. Somehow, he manages to bring out his best chess against Nodirbek. And in fact, the very big game was in Tata Steel earlier this year, where Vidit won. and for one day became India #1. That was his win against Nordirbek.
Oh, man, that's good. Sometimes it's style matchups where sometimes your style just, or people, certain matchups where they have problems with your style. That could be the case here with the Nordirbek versus Vidit here. Maybe Vidit, it's so solid enough or so positional enough where he doesn't, take many risk here, where Nordirbek is being the other way around, welcoming risk, actually, more of an aggressive player there.
Yes. And knowing Nordirbek, who's a very, very ambitious player, he would want to set that record straight. He would want to get some wins against Vidit. And he has chosen here the London system, which is known as a very exciting opening these days. And we have reached this position, James, where the last move was the pawn pushing ahead and striking in the center.
Well, Nordirbek here is trying to get some points here because he's playing the London system in London. No other way to play it. That's the best way to play it. In fact, it amplifies, gives you 100 ELO by playing London and in London. Now, of course, ELO is sold separately. But at the same time here, White definitely gets a good position. It is playable. It's always playable here to play the London system. And even at the high levels here, even Magnus is a favorite of it. So White has good pieces, but Black is very solid.
Yeah, Black is looking very good right now. He dropped his bishop back. He may want to put his bishop on this beautiful long diagonal, swing his queen over to the other side, and perhaps then centralize the rook. So good position here for Vidit.
Yes, good position.
And right now, we can see that Vidit Gujarati looking tremendously focused. James, what are your thoughts on this overall no increment that happened as compared to what we saw last game?
That's tough.
Last match.
I mean, I actually do love, I grew up on no increment, so I'm a fan of, honestly, no increment. But, of course, in this day and time, increment is one that just happens. It just happens to happen, right? Now, of course, there's two sides to the increment, and no increment there, where you have the side that is winning, and you need the increment, for instance, in the Magnus game with Firouzja, where you needed that increment to convert. Or you're the side where you're Firouzja, and you're like, I'm losing this game, and I need to flag this guy. So it's a double-edged sword there, but I am a fan of generally no increment.
Right. Okay, that's a great insight there. And we have the two experienced guys on our screen, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov representing the PBG Alaskan Knights, and Peter Swidler playing for the Upgrad Mumba Masters.
Let's go.
And right now, it does feel like Black's position is very nice. You can see the bishop looking down here, the knights very active, the pawn structure very solid.
Yeah, it looks like something out of a Grunfeld here, which of course that's what it was. But it's a Finchetto type of Grunfeld where you can get a very nice position, very equal, and just have chances with Black here. And that's exactly what is going on. I mean, Swidler has very nice pieces. All he needs to do is move the queen to connect the rooks. And he has a very solid structure. Now he has to figure out, what to do or what problems can I create, or maybe how do I improve my position.
Right, and the knight has gone back there, and the bishop moves forward. Maybe a draw incoming. James, you could see Swidler looking there, because the last moves, if we see, he played his knight up, then brought his knight here, the bishop dropped back, he went back, he brought his bishop back, and now he plays it again. A draw incoming here.
Let me see, usually you look at their eyes to see if they glance up at each other. You gonna do it, bro? Are you gonna do it? No, but again. Are you gonna do it? No, but again. Are you gonna do it? No, but again. And nope. And we have nothing yet. So he's thinking, do I want to take this draw? As for the team, as we saw Peter actually glance over to check and see how is my team doing. Look at him doing it again. How's my team doing? Okay, nothing yet, and he's gonna see if he's gonna make this right now. What do you think, Sagar?
I have a feeling that he's looking at that screen so many times, and it's so early in the match that he doesn't have that much data to take a decision. So he might just say, let's do it. Let's take a draw.
Let's take a draw, yeah. Or maybe sit here until I have no time left and then flag. No, wait, that's going to be terrible. So, in fact, he might just take the draw here. But the fact that he's thinking may say otherwise. He might actually just try to keep pushing on. In fact, they do say repeat once, sometimes twice here, just to see what your opponent's intentions are. Do they have any plans or anything? Sometimes you can push forward after the repeating, and he goes for the draw.
He's repeated there, and now the ball is in Mamedyarov's court. James, by the way, the win probability now showing 50% each.
And look at Shaq taking a page out of Spidler's book here. Like, how's the team doing? Do I take the draw and go get some early dinner, or do we play on? And a draw. It's a draw. They're actually, they're going to take the draw.
He's saying, like, I want to make the move and call the arbiter. Peter thought he wants to shake hands, so that's the confusion there. But I think the draw will be agreed pretty soon on this board, which is actually a fair result.
No, definitely fair. Of course, as they split the point here, both teams will get a point for the draw.
Right. And he says, let's make the move. And now, yeah, it's definitely 3 times. So a draw has been agreed. 1-1 is the score right now between PBG Alaskan Knights and Upgrad Mumba Masters.
So far, so good, with more games to come.
Let's look at the Prodigy board, because this is where it feels like Nihal Sarin is turning on the heat. He already has a 4-minute lead on the clock, and his position also looks slightly superior here, James.
Yeah, it actually does. In fact, I mean, it feels good, but I mean, he also has the development going for him. I feel like it's quite level here. Oh, hold on, we have a move. Bishop takes.
Oh, he takes, and he spoils the structure for black. And the structure now, on one hand, the black king has been exposed. There you see the black king is looking a bit weak, but on the other hand, James, look at this pawn structure.
It is
rock solid.
Yeah, it's definitely rock solid there, but it actually could hinder the king too as well. If we get rid of those pawns, the king won't really have a lot of air there. So very important, but we have to have a follow-up. And what is that follow-up after G takes F6 is the question.
True. It's not easy.
Whoa, we got another draw.
Wow, we have another result that has come in. Anish Giri staying true to his strategy there, as he did in the previous round.
With the team saying we don't have to take any risk or do anything crazy. They take a draw here. This one seems to be a fight.
Yeah, let's go to the game between Nodirbek and Vidit Gujarati. It feels like this one is going in the favor of PBG Alaskan Knights, because the bishop has just moved in, and you can look at the focus on Nodirbek's face and that intensity, James. Don't you feel like he wants this game?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, especially if you just check the camera there and saw the glance up at Vidit. This is a signature Nodirbek move, as when he's fighting, or, you know, it's like sometimes looking at his prey before he goes in for the kill, as a Nordi animal, Nodirbek dragon or something, right? As he goes for the kill here, he looked at Vidit just to try to see what his face looks like, what is his expressions as I make this move here. But, you know, very calm and collected. Vidit responds here and getting some pieces off of the board.
Yeah, right now the bishop is a little bit precariously positioned, but the idea is that if you take my bishop, I'll take back with the queen. If you take my queen, I'll take it with the bishop. So that's how Vidit is just hanging on. But James, the time situation is Vidit has 8 minutes 51 seconds, while Nodirbek has 13 minutes 31 seconds. A solid 5-minute lead on the clock.
It is very solid. It's a very solid lead on the clock, but of course it's not like it's 4 minutes or 3 minutes. Now, of course, if he keeps his lead, there will be a bigger lead here. But E4 spices things up for sure. There are tactics involved now.
Ooh, what a beautiful
move. That is
a
great move, actually.
Because if you take the queen, I take back with the rook, and now the bishop is hanging, and you can't take the pawn here, James, because I just takes, and this guy here is just hanging.
Takes, and takes. Problems. Very big problems here. But he does trade. He trades once after captures. Where do you actually
the queen.
go? Yeah.
What is he going to play? Should I take this rook
or that rook? That is the question.
Oh, he's taken with the F rook here.
Okay. Rook takes. Now the question is, what do we do with the bishop? That is a great question. Bishop C6 will be responding with the pawn to B5. Man, this is
looking really good for Nodirbek here. So PBG Alaskan Knights looking strong on this board, and this could be a very, very critical one.
Could come down to the wire. That bishop is so ugly there. What do I do? Rook B8, maybe? Yeah, bishop C8? Ugh, I don't really want to play that. I think this was a Jobava London, by the way.
This one, Tan Zhongyi versus Koneru Hampi.
Let me check and see if this open.
Two players who are the top in the world, you can say. Tan Zhongyi is the current women's world championship challenger. Hampi has been the women's world championship challenger in the past. And yes, you were right, James. It was a Jobava London, and we have reached a position which feels very even right now.
Very even, and it is. Of course, White can push for more here. Hampi chose sort of a sideline here, pushing the a6 and h6 pawns. Just prophylaxis against and preventing, basically, is what it is. Preventing things or anything from happening on the b5 or g5 squares, because the pawns cover it. But this is sort of French-like a French defense, because the bishop on c8 is a very bad piece. So black is going to look to open that up, or at least get that piece to become better by pushing the e-pawn in the center of the board.
Right, and so this one looking very even. The time situation is slightly in Hampi's favor. She has 12 minutes on the clock as compared to Tan Zhongyi's 9 minutes.
Yeah, she's trying to figure out, honestly, what to do next with after this h6 and a6 ideas here. h6 and a6 is a little bit different. It's sort of a sideline where, you know, black has some play, but also white is trying to figure out how to create some attacks here. That's what we want to do in Jobava London, is just should create things and be creative here. So it's very level, though, to say the least. Maybe we do something like pawn to f4 and f5 at some point.
Right, going now to the next board, James, we have between Alina Kashlinskaya and Dronawali Harika.
Whoa.
Kashlinskaya is pushing her pawns forward.
Push him!
And bringing the rook up. She's looking very confident there. But
looking vicious.
What's the position like? It looks as if black has very nice control here, James.
Black does have some nice control, and white is very aggressive with the move rook to g3, attacking the queen.
Oh, and it's a problem here that could end in a checkmate.
Question is, what does black play right now?
Well, black has to be careful here. Although the engine prefers black's position, we see the win probability meter. It shows 54% for Harika, 46% for Kashlinskaya. This match is really close, because if you look, we have two draws on board 1 and 3.
Correct.
Nodirbek is slightly better against Vidit. So small edge to PBG Alaskan Knights there. Tan Zhongyi, Hampi is equal. Harika is slightly better. So maybe their Mumba Masters have some chances. And then Raunak Sadhwani and Lihal Sareen is also roundabout even.
Okay.
So James, not much to choose between these two teams.
Yeah, this one is definitely a swing game here. As this one could be huge. It's, in fact, it will be for the standings here. Rook G3 is a real threat here. Real threat, Rook G3. And, oh, we got some action.
Right, over here we are seeing that Nodirbek actually has picked up the knight with it, takes it back. Is Nodirbek simplifying this, or is his advantage growing? You can see him nodding his head. Nodirbek nodding his head.
With the Hikaru nod, of course, there. When Hikaru starts bopping and nodding his head, you are in a bad place. And, of course, that could be kind of the same here. When you're feeling very confident here, just letting the emotions flow sometimes. And this definitely looks great for white, as I have the open c-file. I can bring the rook down to the c-file, and then it really kind of sacrifice this e-pawn on e4, because it is hanging temporarily, as I'm able to maybe double my rooks on the 7th rank, and that could be problematic.
Ooh, that's a very interesting suggestion here by James. You put your rook in, and when he takes, you take, and then the other rook joins in, and this could be massive.
Oh, this could be very massive here, in fact. And then you have to defend. We bring the knight in, and it's just, this could be bad. This could be bad. It could lead to something worse than what it actually is.
But you can see there, Vidit had defended a very tough position against Arjun today, and he's ready to defend another one here against Nodirbek. But he does not give up the pawn. He brings his knight back, James. He's going to bolster it with the pawn coming forward.
In fact, a worse enemy for a bishop sometimes is the pawns. In fact, they say it's biting on granite is what they say in the books, in the chess books, when you play a move like pawn f3 to make sure that bishop on b7 is hitting a brick wall of pawns.
Right. So this one still quite better, but you can see the win probability 59% for Nodirbek, 41% for Vidit.
Wow, 59%. I mean, not too bad. In fact, it does look better for white, though, clearly just white having better pieces.
And there we go now to the prodigy board between Nihal Sarin and Raunak Sadhwani. The last move that was played here by Raunak, slightly not the best. He plonked his knight into the center of the board, James.
Said it's not a good move there, in fact.
It's not a good idea.
The question is, why not?
Well,
look at this.
Good. Look at this tactic, James. This is time for tactics now.
Tactics time?
Yes. So you take here, you take the knight. Okay. He must take with the rook, and it is time for our viewers also to think and yourself.
I see it.
You see it?
Oh my goodness, that is ridiculous. Whoa, that is insane.
It's an insane move to bring your rook right down here.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just hard to spot in these time controls here. Of course, maybe in classical games, but I mean, if anyone can spot it, it is Nihal when it comes to these tactics. In fact, a few nights ago when we were playing chess with Nihal, and he was rattling off some lines, and it was just ridiculous, the calculations. So he can, and is very capable of spotting this, but it's first knowing that it is there. Let's see if he's able to spot it.
Well, he has now 7 minutes, 27 seconds, and the problem here is if you start thinking for too long, you might find the move, but you won't be left with enough time. That's the problem with this time control.
That is the problem, as we've seen in the last game, in the last match there. Man, that was a crazy match there, especially even with Prag and Wei Yi having the queen and even being able to maybe try to convert there with much more time, but he flagged, and on that board, one there with Magnus and Firouzja. Magnus having a queen and a bishop loses to a king and a knight on time.
Right, exactly. And there you can see Nihal Sarin looking not at the board. Remember, guys, these chess players have the board in their head. They don't even need to look at the chessboard. They can even calculate it by looking at some ceiling.
And here we go, knight takes d4, and here we go, rook takes d4, and he finds it, rook takes c7, hitting with the move. Nihal Sarin.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Loving it. Nihal Sarin's double exclamation move is on the board, James. Nihal in such hot form.
And when you see, you can just see the eye roll there kind of from Raunak, and you can just tell from the emotions. If you see his face there, he's just annoyed, head shake slightly. You try not to show your emotions as a chess player there, but I mean, it's already bad here for Raunak.
Exactly. Now, after this move, Raunak has a very tough decision to make, because if he chops the queen here, I take your queen, you take my rook, I take it back, and you are a pawn down here, and this can be a very difficult endgame to defend. So Nihal Sarin making a very calculated decision here, showing why he's such a big asset to the team of PBG Alaskan Knights.
Yeah, and you can just see from Raunak, he's just like, come on, man. Like, come on, you just had to hit me with the tactics again, bro. Like, that's exactly what's going through his head here. With very strong stuff here from Nihal. He's in great form, excellent form here for the PBG Alaska Knights.
Yeah, he's thinking now, and as Raunak starts to think for this move, we have some big action happening on another board. We have board number 5, Harika, who was better, James, as we saw.
Right.
Suddenly, things have turned around massively here in this game.
Listen, I knew that rook g3 idea was very, very vicious. I don't know what the engine was wanting from black here, but rook g3 was a very, very, very nasty threat. And it's on the board now, and here we go. d7, look at the pawns, the rook. I mean, all the pieces are working together here. This is what you want in great chess, or in any chess game you play. Your pieces need to work together here. Oh my goodness, and now there's a queen takes f6?
Oh my god, but no, maybe that's a problem, right, James? If you take here, I'm going to sacrifice my queen.
Queen takes?
Deflecting your rook, and then take this back.
Wait, is there a weird idea of king to f1. Nope, that's bishop b5 check. So, wow. Weirdly enough, the engine doesn't move too much. That's kind of crazy here. Queen takes c3, though, is a nasty move. We wanted queen takes g3.
But she goes, she goes and lets Harika back in the game. This is a mistake.
Mark. Wow.
Because here, she could have done something else. The good move here was maybe putting the knight right into the center of the board.
That's difficult.
Or giving a check. But instead, she went here, and now Harika needs to bring her queen back. She's back. So for the upgrade Mumba Masters, that's a big relief.
She plays it. Queen e5. Trade them off.
It.
Get those off the board, she says. Get the queens off the board.
Oh my God. This match, which was actually looking really firmly in the PBG Alaskan Knights' favor if Kashlinskaya had a winning position, is now once again wide open. Because now, queen
what do you do
here, and this pawn, which was looking like a strength, James,
is now a weakness.
Yes, could become a huge weakness.
That's a problem. That is a problem. We were trying to find maybe some fancy checks or something, but it just says equal. This is hard, and the reason being is because you do have that weakness on d7. It could be lost soon.
And we are now going to the second board between Vidit Gujarati here and Nodirbek. You can see Vidit down to 1 minute 40 seconds. He has been struggling with his time management in this tournament, but this time it's not just time. His position also is in big trouble. Look at that knight firmly entrenched on that square.
Oh, in fact, that knight is called an octopus, is what they call it in Reassessor Chess, I think, from Jeremy Silman. This is a very annoying piece, as this knight has many tentacles here as he's drawing out on the board here. This is very, very annoying. Look at this knight. It's just doing everything that the bishop cannot.
And you know, this king is all ready to enter the position. Vidit is in big trouble, and our probability meter shows it 28% chance only for him, 72% for Nodirbek. This is very good news for the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Pretty gross here. I can't really move my rook. I have what, one or two squares? Rook a7 and rook to e7. Only kind of moves here. h4 just restricting all counterplay. What a guy.
Further space, James. Pawn push coming in.
Very practical.
Rook moved away, and now Vidit has 1 minute 28 seconds only.
Question is, will he take on a b5? But that will allow rook to b7, which gives some chances back.
Yeah, if you are greedy and you take this pawn, you are absolutely right. Either rook here or rook here, and then you lose this pawn, and that wouldn't be great. You keep control here in this position and maybe try to just push your pawn forward. But yeah, Vidit may be able to hold this.
Very possible. He actually was able to do the same thing with the Arjun game earlier. Actually, that game was very wild. Arjun had an advantage somewhere in there and was able, Vidit was able to almost win the game, in fact, but time being an issue.
Right, look at Nodirbek's focus there. He has 6 minutes on the clock, and he's just somehow trying in some way to figure a way out to put maximum pressure on Vidit.
And look at the piece twirl there. I'm telling you, when you start twirling the piece, it's just a chess player thing. When you start twirling that piece there, they are usually locked in on the calculations there. And, of course, it just kind of calms your nerves, especially no matter what you're doing there. That piece twirling is something you should have in your chess arsenal.
Yeah, I never was able to learn it so well, James. What about you?
Oh, definitely. I twirl all the time. In fact, yeah, I even keep pawns extra in my pocket just to have them to twirl when I'm playing in tournaments.
The position is now roundabout even. The last move was not a great one by Nodirbek, but with its time, it's down to 1 minute 16 seconds. He did escape against Arjun, but I don't think Nodirbek will, forgive Vidit for taking so much time. He moves his rook in.
Wow, is he able? Is there? What I'm trying to do here is play a pawn h5.
Oh, he goes
g4.
And he wants to push further and create a mating net against this king.
That's exactly right, yes. With pawn to h5, move my rook up 1 to c7 and knight f6 for checkmate.
Oh, the king goes back.
Wait, I can just... Wow, what a game.
Yeah, that
king
was such a big... the problem was if you took this pawn, there was a fork. A nasty fork because there is a pin here. Unbelievable. So he had to move the king, and Vidit found it.
Yeah,
an excellent move within a few seconds.
Wait a second. Is there this possibility of this strange sequence of pawn g5, and after h takes, you just give up one pawn? But my idea here is to go pawn h5. That is kind of risk. There's something to it, but probably not the greatest way of converting.
That's such a great idea. You want to create a mess, and maybe Nadirbek might do that just to put Vidit under pressure because he has only 53 seconds left.
Ooh, under a minute, that's the game plan. If you're under a minute here, listen, flagging is part of the game. Pawn to g5 after h takes g. You can play pawn h5, and now we can take on g7.
Threat is to take here and queen this pawn. Very interesting suggestion here. Oh, he plays it.
Oh my
James.
He plays it. g5, he takes, and h5.
Oh my God, James, what are you doing here? You need to be out there playing.
Yeah, you know what, I'm headed out right there right now. The sub, call in the sub. Okay, h5 and
But
play.
Vidit finds the best defense. I think Vidit plays his best chess when he has less time.
Absolutely. Knight takes g7 is a blunder,
Oh, he's now
apparently.
winning.
Wow,
Check.
he's winning. And
Rook
this was an
check.
idea. I wanted to play this all day. Knight g7.
Played this, which is
Nice.
also fine.
Wow. But, of course, remember, time is a piece here. And he needs to be very careful with his time.
Yeah, this is actually 29 seconds. Although Vidit now has a great position, I think he cannot hold this together. It's impossible. 28 seconds. He wins another pawn. Somehow Vidit is doing this. What do you think, James?
He did the same thing with Arjun. Like, one thing about his in-game is it's just immaculate. Like, I don't know what in-game books he's reading or doing. Whatever he's doing is just working. He did the same thing with Arjun.
He just believes in never say never. Oh, pushes the pawn.
H7, what a move!
But now Vidit is winning. He doesn't have to worry about this pawn. Just push your own pawn down the board. Oh, he finds it.
With
But
no
he has
time.
just 17
He leans
seconds.
back. Yeah, this is going to be a flag city here. He may flag him. He may actually flag him. It is possible. 17 seconds.
Look
Wow,
at
he's
the
like...
win probability meter.
Oh my goodness.
88% for Vidit, but it doesn't take into consideration the time. Vidit takes the queen in his hand.
It's like a Zug position, Zugzwang, meaning he can't really move anything.
Oh, the knight
I
is
can't
not
move the
moving.
knight, the
rook is
pawn,
not
the
moving.
rook,
Oh
the
my
king. Can I put an extra piece on the board, or is that illegal?
Man, Vidit is giving us so much excitement there. I don't know how he's managing to stay
Wow,
steady.
he's going to have to sacrifice the knight. Knight takes e6. That's going to suck to play that. And maybe rook check, and no, that doesn't work.
No,
he
it
goes
doesn't.
king g7.
It doesn't at all. In fact, Nadirbek has 3 minutes, but cannot find a good move there.
And you know what? The problem is sometimes is when you are trying to flag your opponent, when you just see they have low on time, and you just start making moves, which, of course, we all do that. And it's very valid here. But Nadirbek maybe should have used a little bit more time.
But James, this is still completely winning for Nadirbek on time. Because 18 seconds is just not enough. Come on.
Just not enough time, huh? Well, I do agree, especially, just not having enough time. But the problem is, where do I move right now?
Just move your king.
Just do anything.
Just do anything.
Just do anything.
Put your rook there. Oh, no, don't put it there.
Put it on G2. Please put it on G2. Please, buddy. Please put it on G2.
I can't move. I paid 2 moves, one illegal, one rook blunder. No, okay, it's not so easy.
All right, maybe king F2, but he pushes the pawn there. I mean, wow. And the problem is when you're thinking, well, Vidit's doing the same thing.
Exactly, and Vidit is gaining in confidence.
There it is. He takes... we got some moves. Whoa, what is going on?
Wow.
Pieces flying everywhere.
And Vidit now has maybe... Let's zoom into the board. Because... he moves the king.
Look at the clock slam there.
5 seconds for... No, he has 13 seconds. He takes it. I think this might end in a draw. Perhaps Vidit gets that half a point.
How much time does he have?
Look at this. He has
12 seconds?
12 seconds, but he has 2 extra pawns. You think
11.
he'll hold this?
11 seconds.
You think he'll hold this?
11 seconds? No, I think he's gonna flag. He's gonna flag.
Check. Oh, he brings his rook behind.
Oh my goodness.
He has 11 seconds.
If he doesn't resign, he gets there.
Oh, he's winning. He's totally winning. He could win this. Check. Queen. Oh, he needs to mate now. He cannot lose this. He cannot lose this. With it,
the chaos. The chaos.
Oh my God.
He's gonna flag. He's gonna flag.
No. He can win this.
Okay, yeah, this is sloppy. This is just not gonna happen.
1 second left. Oh, it's a draw. It's a draw.
Oh my goodness. It was so sloppy. That happens when there's no time on the clock. You got to do what you got to do there.
But what a save there by Vidit.
Wow.
Top
what a
3
game.
boards have ended in draws. And we also have a draw on board number 5, which means the action now remains on board number 4 and 6 here. This is an insanely close match, but Nihal Sarin on the Prodigy board is completely winning.
Nihal in a thinking position here. Hand overhead, twirling the hair, just in case. Do not touch anything, he says.
Oh, unbelievable, James. Did you see this? All 5 boards have ended in draws.
What?
So this is the only game going on. Raunak Sadhwani and Nihal Sarin. Whoever wins this takes home the entire match between PBG Alaskan Knights and Upgrad Mumba Masters.
You know what? They look the same. They've had the same match today. They've won matches. The shirts look kind of the same. I mean, everything's the same. Draws on all boards here. This comes down to this game right here.
And
wow. Let's see the board. There we go.
He brings the queen back here, and you know, even though Nihal Sarin is an exchange down, he has pawns, too many pawns here.
One thing about Nihal is that he's very, very accurate and very tactical. This is a scary position to be in. You don't have a lot of moves. Pawn to b7 is coming with a queen on the back right
he's
there.
Just queening there.
He's going to queen that pawn, and black is running out of moves.
And you can see the win probability meter shows 100% win for Nihal.
Look at the lean back. The lean back from Nihal.
And the resignation! The PBG Alaskan Knights have taken this home thanks to Nihal Sarin's victory on the final Prodigy board.
The PBG Alaskan Knights, I'm telling you, those tricky Knights, they are the best piece on the board right now. They ask, hey, what's the best piece? It's the Knights.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Actually, with its draw there, did not really help his team because Nihal got the job done on the Prodigy board. James, what do you have to say about this youngster? He's just so good.
Yeah, he's just amazing, incredible here. As you see, just the head bump there. Yes, he's pumped up. Nihal made it happen for his team here. Once again, they're playing out of their mind here in this tournament.
Yeah, and there he is going inside the dugout. It would be exciting to see how his team reacts there. They must be thrilled when Nihal Sarin showing his class. And there you have it, guys. The scorecard is over here.
Wow.
Draws on all top 5
down.
boards.
That's
and
crazy.
Nihal Sarin taking that final game. Wow, what a close match. But PBG Alaskan Knights, 3 out of 3 wins for them.
Man, I mean, PBG Alaskan Knights are a force to be reckoned with right now. They are the strongest piece on the board. Those Knights are very, very strong. And then Upgrad Mumba Masters are right behind them. I mean, look at this. No one's taking down the PBG Alaskan Knights.
Yeah,
and Upgrad Mumba Masters were that close to doing it.
In fact, in this particular match, if you think about it, Alina Kashlinskaya was better against Harika.
Right.
She drew. Also, Nodirbek was better against Vidit.
Right.
So even though the margin has been low, the PBG Alaskan Knights still dominated this match.
That is amazing. I mean, PBG Alaskan Knights, whatever they're doing, it's working, and it's been working on every single match here. I mean, their confidence has to be through the roof. But also, Upgrad Mumba Masters for being so close. I mean, literally, it was a nail-biter match.
No, they really fought. In fact, kudos to Vidit Gujarati. I mean, when you have 17 seconds,
Yeah.
I would mentally just resign the game. But there he was, not giving up at all costs. And now, after this match that we saw, let's head over to the playing hall where we have Tanya waiting for us.
Sagar, our hearts have been racing as well. What a match this was. What a wild day of chess this has been. And it all came down finally to that Prodigy board and Nihal Sarin getting it done for the PBG Alaskan Knights. And we've got with us a very special guest. He is the icon, an elite player in the chess world for so many years. French #1, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave here joining us. Maxime, it's been a bittersweet day for you. You guys got the first win against the Ganges Grandmaster, and this match, it could have gone either way. Such a close fight. How are you feeling right now?
I feel like almost every match here can go either way. So like the teams are very similar in strength, and you know it comes down to the heat of the battle, whoever's putting pressure. But you know you can replay this match 10 times, and you'll have very different outcomes every time.
And what's it like? Because we've always felt that you know, of course, on the board, a great icon, but even off it, the team chemistry in the Upgrad Mumba Masters is spoken about everyone, but what's the feeling like in such, when things don't go your way? How do you recover from that?
We'll figure something out. I mean, this is what we do, and, you know, we've been professional chess players for most of us for, 10, 15, 20 years, and, we just move on because losing is inevitable, but it's how you cope with losing that makes the difference. And yeah, I must say this match, because I made an early draw with Anish, then we were watching the match, and it's quite painful to actually watch the match instead of playing it. Like when you're playing, you look a bit at the action, but you don't have time. You're focused on your own game. But here we were witnessing what was happening, the turnarounds. Like Vidit's game was absolutely crazy in that sense.
Maxime, can you tell us a little bit about what went in your mind while you made that early draw?
I mean, it just my, opening-wise, Anish played a risky line, and, I'm black. I generally don't mind. Of course, if there's more fire on the board, I'm happy with it, but, sometimes you don't get that, and so I had absolutely no reason to try and force things from this position.
Maxime, we've got more questions for you. We want you to stay with us, but right now we're going to join Jovanka, who's there with the boat player of the match.
Thank you, Tanya. I'm here with Nihal Sarin, the sole winner of that epic match. And to present the Boat Player of the Match award, it is team coach Luc Ranbelli, who is the team coach for the Triveni Continental Kings.
Well, Nihal, congratulations. Player of the match, and give you this present. I don't think you can use it during the game, but good luck. Yeah.
Thank you. And Nihal, well, that was such an epic game.
Thank you.
And how are you feeling, the sole winner of the match? Thanks to you, your team are now on 100%.
It was a very complicated game. I started with quite a nice time advantage, and also I was kind of liking my position, but then I started to think a bit too much, I think. I'm trying to find the best moves maybe, and also all the other boats, it seemed complicated. Nothing seemed clear, because the last two matches, it was always like my game was finishing in the later stages, but there was no pressure at all. The other team members had already won some important games, but yeah, this time I saw everywhere it's complicated. I just tried to, and I was low on time, so I just tried to completely focus on my game. And after I got these many pawns, when my pawns started moving, I started to feel that I had some good control despite the time, and then eventually one of them went through.
Mm-hmm. So 3 wins, perfect start for you. How do you feel going into tomorrow?
Yeah, it's a great start. Could not have asked for better, but still 7 more games left, and anything could happen, absolutely, especially like after the last season. You cannot, absolutely anything can happen, so have to stay focused till the very end and hope to continue our good form.
Well, thank you for joining us, and congratulations once more.
Thank you.
The only decisive game of this match in the PBG Alaska Knights was on the Prodigy board. The success engine for them seems to be Nihal Sarin. 3 out of 3 so far with this matchup against Ronak. It really could have gone either way. And we've got some key moments. And Maxime, we'd love it if you can take us through some of the highlights in this game.
Yeah, so this was the moment that everything went on fire. And we were discussing it in the players' room lounge. And I thought you actually should give the pawn, exchange the queens, and use the fact that then you have the open file available for your rook with good drawing chances.
Yeah, and we saw the resignation. Maxime, what goes through your mind when you see your teammates starting to struggle?
I mean, of course, it's always an issue, and before this competition, I was also in the Olympiad, and it's the same feeling. So, but it's also a great joy when you win, and again, team competitions is not very natural for chess, like a one-on-one competition, but it gives some memorable moments as well. And in defeat or in winning, we have to be gracious, and do our best to come back stronger the next day.
Maxime, you've been a great icon in the previous season, and we're sure you continue to be in this one. Thank you so much. Yes, it didn't go your way in the last round, but you did win the first one, and good luck for tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, and we're here to win the whole thing, so.
One up from the last time, because you did finish runners-up, so you're looking to make that even better.
Yeah, we have to improve every year.
Those are some great thoughts by Maxime Vacher-Legrave. Thanks so much for joining us, Maxime.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, David.
What a day of chess we've had. That was Maxime Vacher-Legrave with his thoughts on upgrad Mumba Masters. They lost the match to the PBG Alaskan Knights, but what an incredible fight this one was, and just one decisive game, David.
Just one decisive game, really high-quality chess, just all around the place there, and small margins. We saw Vidit winning position. He would win that every day of the week, but it was all about the clock, and ultimately there was room for that one hero.
Well, we will get in some more final thoughts, but right now we go into a short break. Stay with us as we wrap up day 2 of the Global Chess League.
This year's staging of the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League has been nothing short of exciting. 6 teams drafted, 33 games played. The final awaits. On Sunday, the culmination of the biggest party in sport takes center stage at Providence Stadium in Guyana. Join us for the live coverage beginning at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. ECT on SportsMax and SportsMax Cricket on the app. Unlock SportsMax. Get the app today.
Are you ready to take your sports experience to the next level? Look no further than the SportsMax app. With SportsMax, you'll get access to exclusive content, including live games, original series, and in-depth analysis from top experts. From football to cricket to tennis, we've got you covered with up-to-the-minute news, scores, and highlights. And with our app, you get exclusive access to interviews with the biggest names in sports. Personalize your feed with your favorite teams and players. And compete with friends and other fans in fantasy sports. And show off your skills. Predict the outcome of games and win exciting prizes. Will you be the next champion? So, why wait? Download the SportsMax app now and experience the ultimate sports coverage. SportsMax, where champions are made.
Action in the CONCACAF Nations League resumes in October. 37 matches to be played, 3 channels to watch. From October 9 to 15, witness the battle for country and pride as the region's best go head-to-head for a chance to reach the quarterfinals in November. The CONCACAF Nations League is on SportsMax, SportsMax 2, and SportsMax Plus on the app. Get in the game. Watch on the SportsMax app.
Want to share your ultimate sports experience with the family? Introducing SportsMax app's Cast to TV feature. Now you can stream your favorite sports to the big screen. Imagine the excitement of watching live sports with your friends and family on the biggest screen in the house. With the SportsMax app's Cast to TV, you can enjoy live sports matches, highlights, and engaging analysis. Don't miss out on the action. Download the SportsMax app now and cast your TV for the ultimate sports experience.
We've seen so much drama on the chessboard, and we're going to dive deeper into that. But first, let's take a look at what's gone down on this day 4. 4 incredible matches we've had, starting with the Ganges Grandmasters going down to the upgrad Mumba Masters, and then a phenomenal performance by the PBG Alaskan Knights taking a big win against the American Gambits, but it wasn't the only one. And then we had the Alpine SG Pipers go down to the Triveni Continental Kings, and then the second win for the PBG Alaskan Knights against the upgrade Mumba Masters. That's the action that we just witnessed. I've got David still with me, and joining us one more time is James. James, we saw the matches, we saw the drama. The one thing that stood out to me was how big of a role clock played today. We saw Magnus go down because of that. And then in this final match, Upquat Mumba Masters, Vidit Gujarati against Norbek Abdusatrov. Norbek was busted in the position. And he just played to flag Vidit and managed to save that one. Going ahead, how much of a role will clock play in team strategy?
Especially after seeing that match, if everyone's watching, you're going to have to just move faster. But that also makes more mistakes. So it's just like a bittersweet kind of thing, or a catch-22. You got to move a little bit faster, but you also may be making more mistakes too as well. And of course, moving so quickly. I mean, you know, you saw pieces flying. It was just crazy and chaos, and that is going to happen as part of the game with that. But you're going to have to move a little bit faster. Look at this. It's crazy. Flag is part of the game, Tanya.
It's part of the game. It's the big name in this one. Norbek completely losing. And you can see Vidit, David, his palms are sweaty. Shout out to Eminem right there. Not afraid. Queens, but not an oven. Look at that madness. What happens here? Why can't the players just call the arbiter? What even is going on here?
Well, the fact is the players could have stopped the clock, especially when we started seeing two hands appear. You're supposed to make the move and press the clock with the same hand when pieces fly. But the problem is the adrenaline is pumping. Nobody has the time, the self-control to zoom out, call the arbiter, and the players ultimately agreeing to that draw. The big difference between this and the Magnus Carlsen game is that Abdusatrov had no pieces remaining, couldn't legally win the game on the board, so it was a draw. Magnus, however, his opponent had a knight, even though he was winning Magnus, and that was the decisive factor. It's just chaos. The players aren't used to that, we should mention.
I mean, are you not entertained? This is just crazy stuff that we're seeing on the chessboard. We're the best in the world, where the nerves do come to play at the end. And really nicely pointed out there that Norbek, he won on the clock, but no material to win the game. In this format, is it more important to not think about perhaps the best move, but just make sure you play fast?
Exactly. All of the players, they need to take inspiration from Alireza Firouzja, who he was sneaky about it. He flagged Magnus. It was a bit dirty, but that's what you have to do in team chess. And yeah, you have to sacrifice accuracy for speed. That's the key in this format.
Yeah. And of course, we've got big action coming up tomorrow as well. But what a day of chess it's been. And James, before we dive into what's coming up tomorrow, I want to ask you, what was your one big highlight for today?
Oh, the flagging. 100% flagging. I will flag anyone. I don't care who you are. King, rook. It's the worst flag. It's dirty. It's gross. But it's a win.
But you still love it, and we still love all the action that's coming in from Global Chess League. It continues tomorrow. We've got the big matchups coming in for you. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we will see you tomorrow. It is a goodbye for us. Have a good evening.